Tolkien's Middle-earth is one of the most famous fictional universes, and for good reason. It has a rich history spanning many millennia, as well as abundant lore and internal mythology. Middle-earth is also the most influential universe, as it was a catalyst for the creation of so many other worlds. But it all starts with one thing: the history. In this video, we will cover the history of 3 ages of Middle-earth that were described by its author in detail, as well as the Dagor Dagorath, the final apocalyptic battle that was supposed to both end the world and give it a new start. Before the creation, there was Ō'hÁinle, father of all, wielder of the flame imperishable, and the supreme deity who subsequently saw fit to create the Ainur. The Ainur, or Holy Ones, were a group of primordial spirits, fashioned from the flame imperishable itself. The universe, Ea, and Arda, the world upon which the events of the Silmarillion take place, were created through the Ainulindalë, or the music of Ainur, who were all in harmony, save for one of them, Melkor, who disrupted it with discordant tones. Upon the creation of Arda, the Ainur descended to the surface, deciding to live there as long as it should last, and 14 of the most powerful among them became the Valar, or the powers of the world. Melkor, who would become known as Morgoth, claimed lordship over Arda. The other Valar opted for Manwë, who, despite not being as powerful as Melkor, understood the thoughts of Eru more than any other. Melkor turned away from such a path, becoming the first Dark Lord and forever altering the future of Arda. The remaining Ainur, who were lesser in power, were to become the Maiar following their descent. The Valar would then set about bettering the world they found themselves in. However, Melkor would continuously disrupt their efforts, as he had initially in disrupting their music. For a long time, Melkor set his might against that of the other Valar, and held the upper hand due to his immense strength, ensuring that Arda remained shapeless due to his destructive nature. That was of course until the mighty Tulkas made his way to Arda, and upon his descent, tipped the balance in favour of the Valar, forcing Melkor to flee from Arda for a time. This departure allowed the Valar to make something of the world in preparation for the coming of the Elves. They constructed 2 great lamps, Iluin the Silver Lamp to the north and Ō'hÁinle the Golden Lamp to the south, which brought light to the world, setting their main place of dwelling within their light. This caused an explosion in biological life, which came to be known as the First Spring, but it was not to last, as Melkor returned to Arda along with a number of Maiar spirits who had attuned themselves to his music. Melkor then created a mighty fortress in the north, naming it Autumno, and to defend it, raised the Iron Mountains. Decay would begin to emerge from this portion of Arda, alerting the Valar. It was too late. Melkor emerged from Autumno, bringing and casting the lamps down. The fire contained within them burned through a vast portion of Arda, and in attempting to contain such wanton destruction, Melkor was allowed to flee north. Following this destruction, the Valar withdrew to the continent of Aman, and upon this land built Valinor, allowing Melkor to assume his reign over Middle-earth. In creating Valinor, the Vala Yavanna, the giver of fruits, sang into existence the 2 trees, Silver Telperion, considered to be male, and the Golden Laurelin, deemed female. They would provide the light the world now lacked, starting the years of the trees. Meanwhile, Melkor turned the once beautiful Middle-earth into a dark and cruel land filled with terrible creatures. He also built a lesser fortress to the west as a bulwark against the Valar, Angband. The Valar were unsure where the Elves would awake, and remained unwilling to wage open war and risk them. As a result, Melkor sent spirits to assault the fledgling Elves in the form of great horsemen, in order to cause them to fear the Valar Orome, Lord of the Forests, who would be the first to come upon them in his forays into Middle-earth. Melkor then began capturing the Elves through his servants, corrupting them through torture and foul magic, crafting the first orcs in mockery of the Elves and Ō'hÁinle. The remaining Elves were aided by Orome, who quickly came to love them and determined that he would not allow them to be consumed by Melkor's hatred. Melkor's ascendancy was challenged, as Valar Orome forced the other Valar into immediate action, and in the War of the Powers, the overwhelming force of the Valar devastated the enemy, forcing him to retreat to Autumno, and after a brutal siege, the Valar dragged Melkor from its darkness, bounding him with the great chain, the Agenor, which had been forged by the Valar Alui, the great smith of the Valar. Melkor was brought to Valinor, where he pleaded for clemency. This was granted, but he was to remain chained within the halls of Mandos for 3 ages. While this seemed to be the end of the matter, the Valar had failed to fully destroy Autumno, leaving many of its pits and vaults unexplored, and as a result, a corrupted Maiar, Sauron, remained at large. The Valar also didn't destroy the Balrogs, also known as the Valaraukar, who gathered at the ruined remnants of Angband and began a lengthy hibernation in preparation for the return of their Dark Lord. Oromi returned to the Elves to summon them to Aman to live in peace and harmony among the Valar. However, many of them feared the immense power which the Valar had unleashed in their war against Melkor, and they sent 3 representatives to inspect Aman. Ingwe, Finwë and Elwë returned, speaking of the glory and bliss of Valinor, and this began the Great Journey, which also came to be known as the Sundering of the Elves, as all of the Elvish people agreed to join the Valar in Valinor, apart from the Avari, who chose to remain. Of the 3 main groups of elves who agreed to make their way to Valinor, the Vanya and the Noldor were most eager, and reached the coast first, being taken to Valinor on an island of Tol Eressëa, with the Valar Ulmo guiding them across the Belagir, also known as the Sundering Sea. The Teleri, drawn to the forests and rivers of Middle-earth, were the slowest of the groups, allowing their curiosity to get the better of them. This caused them to separate into multiple splinter groups, such as the Nandor, who would go on to become the Wood Elves of Wilderland, and later that of Beleriand. Many of the Teleri who disliked the sea withdrew, settling in the wooded areas of Rhégion and Neldoreth that would later come to be known as the Doriath. The Teleri who were drawn most deeply to the sea settled the western shores, becoming the Falathrim, and would later be ruled by the elf Círdan, who would found the coastal cities of Elgarest and Brythombar. However, the majority of the Teleri would eventually leave Middle-earth and would go to the island Tol Eressëa, led by Olwe, who would become their king, as his brother Elwë never returned to Valinor. The 3 elven clans would develop their own differing and rich cultures, with Ingwe becoming the king of the Vanyar and Finwë of the Noldor. Following the end of his sentence, Melkor feigned repentance, and Manwë, incapable of comprehending his corruption, ordered his release. For a time, Melkor behaved once more as the true thought of Eru which he had initially been formed to represent. However, Tulkas and Ulmo, the Valar most associated with water, were slow to forgive and remained vigilant. In truth, his immense defeat at the hands of the Valar had roused even greater malice within Melkor, who sought to bring ruin to Aman. Gazing upon the paradise the elves now enjoyed, Melkor's greatest desire became the corruption of this race, and he found the Noldor the most willing to listen. Melkor spread lies among them, bringing the Valar, and particularly their reasoning for bringing the elves to Aman, to disrepute. He claimed the Valara neglected to inform the elves of the coming of the race of man, and a vast portion of the Noldor now believed that the Valar had stolen their birthright, Middle-earth, by bringing them to Aman to allow the men to inhabit those lands exclusively. The Noldor would begin to openly dissent against the Valar, with chief amongst these dissenters being Feanor, the firstborn son of Finwë. Born in Valinor during the Years of the Trees, Feanor drew so much strength from his mother Miriel that she voluntarily left her life to go to the halls of Mandos. After some time, his father Finwë would remarry an elvish woman, Indis, who bore him 4 further children, Fingolfin, Finarfin, Findis and Irimi. Feanor disliked his mother-in-law and wasn't fond of his half-siblings. He lived apart from them during this time as an apprentice to the master smith Martan, learning his craft at the feet of the Valar Orli himself. Martan taught him much of metallurgy, and he would soon marry his daughter, Nirnaeth, who bore him 7 sons. Feanor spent the majority of his time either in solitude or among his children, who were completely loyal to him. He became restless, exploring the majority of Aman, and continuously crafting new and increasingly masterful works. The greatest achievement of Feanor was the creation of 3 breathtaking gems, Silmarils. He captured the intermingled light of the 2 trees of Valinor and sealed it into 3 large diamond-like gems. Their beauty brought great praise to Feanor, and he came to love these gems above all else, coveting them with immense greed, ignoring that the light which ensured their beauty was not of his own making. He would vainly put the jewels on display one day, before fearing for their welfare the next and guarding them from all but his closest family members. His greed and jealousy would eventually cause him to keep the jewels under lock and key at all times. In spite of his immense hatred and fear of Melkor, Feanor became the loudest Noldor expressing discontent with the stewardship of the Valar, who were distracted by this young princeling, which allowed Melkor to continue his work in the background unperturbed. The Valar did not act immediately, as was their way, and were only roused to action when Feanor threatened his brother Fingolfin with violence, causing them to summon the elf to the Ring of Doom to answer for his actions. Feanor claimed that Melkor had convinced him that his half-brother sought to usurp his heirship to his father's position and to take from him the Silmarils. Tulkas immediately departed in search of his hated enemy, but Melkor could not be found. Although he was provoked by Melkor, Feanor's actions and their consequences remained his own, and the Valar exiled him to Formenos in the hills to the north of Valinor, and he went away taking with him an immense treasure, including the Silmarils. In a show of support, Finwë renounced his kingship and joined his son in exile, refusing to take up the mantle of rulership again so long as Feanor remained in exile. Sometime later, Melkor came to Formenos feigning friendship in an attempt to wrest from the elf his most prized possessions. Feanor saw through this and refused the Dark Lord's platitudes, shutting the doors of Formenos. Fearing the ill portents of this visit, Finwë reported the incident to the Valar, who once again failed to catch Melkor. The latter fled, unwilling to face the might of his counterparts, before coming to Avatar and finding Ungoliant, a primordial the origin of which remains unknown, who took the shape of a spider of gigantic proportions. Melkor promised the great spider that he would finally satiate her unrelenting hunger and led her back to Valinor. 7 years after Feanor's exile, the Valar decided to reconcile with the Noldor and announced a great feast to which the exile was also invited. During the feast, Fingolfin recognized the seniority of his brother before the gathered crowds, and Feanor begrudgingly accepted his acknowledgement. Their father Finwë did not get to see this, as he had stayed at home, keeping to his promise to remain in Formenos until his son's exile was over. Unfortunately for the Valar, they had left the trees unguarded, allowing Melkor to use a great spear to pierce them. Ungoliant started feasting upon the sap which flowed from the foul gashes, drained the trees and poisoned them, causing them to wither and die, plunging Aman once more into darkness. The Valar, realizing that the only way to restore the 2 trees was through the Silmarils, asked for them from Feanor, who refused to give them up of his own free will, stating that forcing his hand would make them no better than Melkor. This all-encompassing darkness caused fear and despair across Valinor, and in this confusion, Melkor slayed Finwë, stealing the Silmarils and Feanor's other gems. However, the Silmarils were of immense purity, and they burned Melkor's hands with unimaginable agony. Still, he refused to release them, and was brutally burned. With the Valar chasing them, Melkor and Ungoliant fled north, cloaked by the unlight of the latter. Crossing the grinding ice of the Helcaraxi, they made their way to Middle-earth. Here they came to the region of Lamoth, and Melkor sought to abandon his companion. Ungoliant quickly saw through Melkor's ruse, demanding that he surrender the gems in order to satiate her hunger. However, the Valar refused, prompting Ungoliant to attack. Empowered from draining the 2 trees, she was able to weave her dark webbing around Melkor. The cries of pain and woe this drew from the Dark Lord awakened the Balrogs from their sleep in Angband's darkest depths. They swiftly came to their lord's aid, driving away the great spider, who fled before their might. Melkor, anticipating that his actions would not come without consequences, began to rebuild his fell fortress of Angband to stand before what was yet to come. Upon learning of what had transpired, Feanor cursed Melkor, naming him Morgoth, or Black Foe of the World. Ignoring his exile, Feanor, the now king of his people, returned the city of the Noldor to Tirion and gave a dark speech. "Fair shall the end be," he cried, "though long and hard shall be the road. Say farewell to bondage, but say farewell also to ease. Say farewell to the weak, say farewell to your treasures, more still shall we make. Journey light, but bring with you your swords, for we will go further than Tauros, endure longer than Tulkas. We will never turn back from pursuit. After Morgoth to the ends of the earth. War shall he have, and hatred undying. But when we have conquered and have regained the Silmarils that he stole, then behold, we alone, shall be the lords of the unsullied light, and masters of the bliss and the beauty of Arda. No other race shall oust us." His rage blinded him, causing the new king to include many of the lies Morgoth had fed him, and simultaneously unfairly blaming much of his suffering upon the Valar. While this alone roused the anger of his people, what was to come next would forever alter the future of Arda. Feanor swore an oath upon the name of Eru Ilúvatar himself. Be he foe or friend, be he foul or clean, brood of Morgoth or bright Valar, elder or Maya or aftercomer, man yet unborn upon Middle-earth, neither law nor love nor league of swords, dread nor danger, not doom itself, shall defend him from Feanor and Feanor's kin. Whoso hideth or hoardeth, or in hand taketh, finding keepeth or afar casteth a Silmaril. This swear we all. Death we will deal him ere day's ending. Woe unto world's end. Our word hear thou, Eru All-Father. To the everlasting darkness doom us if our deed faileth. On the holy mountain herein witness, and our vow remember, Manwë and Vada. As the oath of Feanor against him was being sworn, the newly renamed Morgoth set about strengthening his position by restoring his mighty fortress of Angband. Preparing for the expected backlash of the Elves, Morgoth hastily rebuilt his armies, breeding a vast, innumerable horde of orcs and other foul denizens, while simultaneously mounting the Silmarils into his Iron Crown. Despite these preparations, the fury of Noldor would surprise even the fallen Valar. The oratory skills of Feanor had swayed the majority of the elves gathered. However, it was not long before dissent broke out as to who should lead such a host to Middle-earth. Although Feanor was technically the High King, many Noldor disliked him, and his younger half-brother Fingolfin was seen as a greater unifying force, due to the love which the vast majority of the Noldor bore him. Fingolfin was not eager to embark on an expedition, but he had already sworn an oath to uphold his brother's rights as the eldest, and also feared that Feanor's rash and selfish actions would lead his people to a disaster. At the same time, his son Fingon had been utterly swayed by Feanor, and urged his father to join the expedition. So they set out, with Feanor leading the first host, Fingolfin marching at the head of a second, larger host, and Finarfin commanding the third, much smaller and more reluctant group. Every 10th Noldor decided to stay in Tirion, either for the love of their home or the love of the Valar. Feanor just now realized that he had no way of transporting his army. Middle-earth and Aman were at this point connected by Helcaraxe, a region which was immensely treacherous and bitterly cold even for the resilient elves at the height of their power, and the shifting ice was deemed to be impassable for a force this size. Thoughts then turned to the construction of a mighty fleet to ferry the Noldor. However, there were no shipwrights among them, and even if this had not been the case, the construction process would have given Morgoth too long to prepare for their coming. Feanor instead made his way to the home of the seafaring Teleri, Alqualonde. The Teleri didn't want to leave Aman, as they prized these finely wrought white vessels above all else. Feanor lectured the Teleri that they owed the Noldor for instructing them in the correct manner to construct buildings and cities. But the lord of the Teleri, Olwe, would not be swayed, and urged Feanor to remain in Aman. A furious Feanor refused to accept this, and understanding that much of the Noldor had been easily manipulated by his oratory, he once again made use of his charismatic presence and convinced the host to aid him in taking the ships by force. The Teleri resisted, putting up a staunch defense of their home, throwing many of the Noldor into the sea and driving back the far more heavily armed host 3 times. It is at this point the less impassioned second host, led by Fingolfin, came upon the battle as it continued to rage before Alqualonde. Believing the Teleri were the aggressors, his larger force joined the fray, allowing the ships to be wrested from their owners' control. Many of the mariners were slaughtered. A Maya of the Inner Seas, Ossi, associated with the Lord of Waters, Valar Umo, was deeply outraged due to his love of the Teleri. Although he was prevented from intervening directly in the battle, Ossi summoned terrible storms in retribution, causing many Noldor casualties. This divine retribution was furthered by the emergence of a figure which is believed to have been Mandos himself, who uttered the words that would later be known as the Doom of Mandos in response to the first kinslaying. "Tears unnumbered ye shall shed, and the Valar will fence Valinor against you, and shut you out, so that not even the echo of your lamentation shall pass over the mountains. On the house of Feanor the wrath of the Valar lieth from the west unto the uttermost east, and upon all that will follow them it shall be laid also. Their oath shall drive them, and yet betray them, and ever snatch away the very treasures that they have sworn to pursue. To evil end shall all things turn that they begin well, and by treason of kin unto kin, and the fear of treason, shall this come to pass. The dispossessed shall be they forever." This exiled the Noldor from Valinor, and placed a curse upon them that the war against Morgoth would bring nothing but misery to their people. The Noldor were now utterly forsaken, and would no longer receive either welcome or aid from Valinor. Feanor and his house were cursed, with Mandos foretelling a great degree of suffering and hardship to be their lot, in no small part due to the oath sworn to regain the Silmarils at any cost. The figure also made it clear to all gathered there that the war against Morgoth was to be hopeless, as the combatants, being merely elves, could not hope to overcome a Valar. Listening to the doom of his people, a heartbroken Finarfin, who had not participated in the kinslaying, turned his host back to cursing Feanor. This smaller host was pardoned by the Valar, with Finarfin now serving as the High King of the Noldor in Tirion. Meanwhile, Morgoth made his first move in what came to be known as the First Battle of Beleriand, wherein the Sindarin Elves, who had not travelled to Valinor, had to fight the forces of Morgoth while the Noldor still remained in Aman. Morgoth sent forth 2 great armies to seize the southern territories of the Sindarin Elves. These hosts passed through the Vale of Sirion and east between Aros and Gelion. King Thingol of Doriath maintained a well-armed force, having defended Beleriand from countless horrors coming from the north, but despite his preparations, he faced a number of setbacks. The western host of orcs plundered much of West Beleriand, ravaging the countryside, and Lord Círdan of the Havens of Fallis marched out to meet them but was soundly defeated. He was then forced to retreat behind the walls of Eglorest and Brithombar, which were besieged, effectively cutting Thingol off from his allies in the west. Detachments from both of Morgoth's armies then entered Thingol's territory, but the elven defences held here. The King of Doriath's main focus was placed upon the bulk of the Orcish forces, which were assaulting his ally King Denethor of the Lyquendi, who was hard-pressed to hold them at bay. Denethor had answered Thingol's call to arms, but his people were lightly armed and no match for the arms and armour of Angband. The Lyquendi were soon pushed back to the Amon Ereb, where they were to make their last stand against a swirling sea of vicious orcs. They gave a good account of themselves, but were slain to an elf before they could be relieved. When Thingol's forces arrived, they were so enraged by the destruction of their allies that the orcs stood no chance against their might, and they were slaughtered, with only a small number surviving, only to be slain by the dwarves of Mount Dolmed. Although this was nominally a victory, the Havens remained under siege, and Thingol summoned all the Sindar who wished to live in peace to the forests of Rhegion and Neldareth. Thingol's wife, Maiar Melian, had some power, and she used her magic. Hereafter, the lands of Thingol became enclosed under her protection by the magical barrier which came to be known as the Girdle of Melian, in a land forever after known as Doriath. With no aid forthcoming, the havens remained under siege, and with the Lyquendi king dead, the remainder of his people returned to their forests in Osiriand, pledging to live in secrecy, distrusting outsiders and never naming another king, while some would go to Doriath, merging with the elves residing there. Meanwhile, Feanor had defied the doom of his people and continued onwards, heading northwards. The temperatures dropped off steeply, and the skies continued to darken, indicating that they were now approaching Helcaraxe. At this point, many of the already reluctant Noldor began to express their discontent. Osse's storms had destroyed much of the fleet, and there were no longer enough ships to bring all of the Noldor to Middle-earth at once. The doom of Mandos still hung over them, and none among them wished to be left on a man while the rest crossed. Feanor noticed this bubbling discontent, as well as the logistical issues which now plagued his mighty force, so he took counsel with the only elves he truly trusted at this point, his sons. Those loyal to Feanor still maintained control of the remaining fleet. Therefore, as the dissension continued to grow, the High King simply left all those whose loyalty to him was not absolute in a man, slipping away quietly one night with the ships. This force arrived at Losgar, in a land known as Lamath, to the far west of Beleriand. Upon their arrival, Feanor's eldest son, Maithros, asked who was to bring the ships back to ferry the remainder of their people. In response, his father cruelly decided to burn the ships and abandon the rest of his kinsmen. Maithros was not happy with this course of action, but refused to speak up to his father. He stood stoically gazing upon the burning fleet. The world at this point was still flat, and as such, Fingolfin's host could see the flames in the distance, making them aware of the treachery of their kin. The choice was presented to them to either return to Tirion in disgrace or make the treacherous crossing over the Helcaraxe. They decided upon the latter in order to give them the opportunity to confront the errant Feanor. A further contributing factor to this decision was the unwitting participation of Fingolfin's warriors in the kinslaying. They remained unsure as to how they would be judged should they return to the Valar. This brutal journey across the grinding ice sheets was a lengthy and costly affair that took the lives of many of the Noldor, increasing their animosity towards their supposed High King and his followers. With the arrival of the Noldor to Beleriand, the War of the Jewels began, with the first battle coming as a preemptive strike on the part of the Dark Lord. He became aware of the coming of Feanor and his host. The gates of Angband were swung open, and a vast horde of the foul denizens of the Dark emerged, with Morgoth's orders to assault the elves before they could attain a proper foothold and erect effective defences. This battle came to be known as the Battle Under the Stars, or Dagor Dagorath, as the sun and the moon had not yet been created. The battle started when the Noldor arrived unexpectedly at the Firth of Drengist, passing through the gate of the Noldor into Hithlum, and encamping upon the northern shore of Lake Mithrim. Although the Orcish horde far outnumbered the elves, the Noldor were still empowered by the light of Valinor, and easily beat them back, leading to a hasty retreat. The ever-rash Feanor was not happy with such a victory, and led his host in hot pursuit of the Orcs, who retreated north through Ardgallen. In an attempt to take the vengeful Feanor by surprise, Morgoth's forces, which had been besieging the havens of Fallis since the First Battle of Beleriand, marched north to attack the Noldor from the rear. However, a force led by Feanor's third son, Celegorm the Fair, intercepted and ambushed them at Eithel-Sirion, trapping the Orcs between two Noldorin hosts. The Orcs fought with all the vicious brutality of an entrapped rodent for 10 days, while encircled at the fens of Serek, but they could not hope to match the gleaming host of elves that descended upon them. The Orcs were slain, until only a minuscule group of them persisted and fled, and the reckless Feanor, whose wrath reached its zenith at this point, pursued even this small group. His anger overrode his wisdom, and in his attempt to catch the remnants of Morgoth's army, he passed too far from the main portion of his own force, and seeing this, the Orcs turned and faced the High King of the Noldor at the very edge of Dor Daedaloth. With the proximity of the field of battle to Angband, the orcs were soon reinforced by a group of Balrogs, who quickly slew the elves who stood with their High King. Despite his faults, Feanor embodied much of the power and glory which defined his race, and stood alone against the very greatest of the Dark Lord's servants, refusing to bend or break in spite of their fell power. While his struggle was heroic in every sense of the word, it remained doomed, as he took many wounds yet continued onward undaunted. Feanor's ferocity required the very lord of the Balrogs, and the strongest of its kind to ever walk the lands of Middle-earth, Gothmog, to mortally wound the High King. Just as this fiery beast looked set to slay Feanor, his sons came to his aid, driving off the Balrogs and orcs, rescuing their father. They hurried from the battlefield, carrying their father to safety. However, Feanor asked them to stop, knowing that the wounds he had sustained would take his life. Looking upon Angband, he cursed Morgoth thrice, but his defiance would die with him, as when gazing upon the immensity of the fortress, he finally realized the truth of Mandos's words, that the Noldor alone could not overthrow the Dark Lord. Still, he instructed his sons to maintain their oaths and avenge him. As he passed on, the fiery spirit which had so defined him left his body, burning it to ash. Immediately after this skirmish ended, the moon rose, and with the rising of such light among the skies came Fingolfin and his second, even larger force of Noldor, arriving in Lamoth. Here they were attacked by a large force of orcs, which had initially been sent by Morgoth to attack Feanor's host from the rear in what came to be known as the Battle of Lamoth. Fingolfin was caught unawares by this ambush, and before he managed to drive off the Dark Lord's force, his son Aegon was slain, sparing the Noldor to pursue the orcs and completely destroy them. It was not long after the Dagor Nu'in-Gileath and Feanor's passing that an envoy from the Dark Lord came to the Elves acknowledging defeat. This envoy offered terms that included the possible return of a Silmaril. Maethros was cautious in going out to meet this embassy though, and brought with him more troops than was deemed necessary. His caution was well founded, but his preparations proved to be inadequate, as Morgoth had also expected treachery and sent a greater force, including a number of Balrogs. When the two groups met, the elves were slain en masse, despite fighting valiantly, and Maethros was captured. Morgoth quickly sent word to the Noldor that if they were to forswear their oath and turn aside from the path of vengeance, Maethros would be released unharmed. The elves were not so easily fooled, however, and sent no answer, knowing Maethros would never be released in spite of their actions. Morgoth's response was a brutal one, much in keeping with his nature. Maethros was hung from the face of a precipice of Thangorodrim by the wrist of his right hand, using a band forged from unbreakable steel, and was forced to hang from this steep point in immense pain while he gazed upon the plains where his people were unable to come to his aid, due to the impenetrable fortifications the Dark Lord had erected. A further complication, and what would ultimately prove to be Maethros' salvation, came in the guise of the internal divisions of the Noldor. Following their victory at the Battle of Lamoth, Fingolfin chased down the surviving orcs, who had caused the death of his youngest child. They chased them to the very fortress of Angband. However, the forces of the Dark Lord did not come out to meet the elvish threat. This was not due to the threat posed by Fingolfin's host, but rather the first rising of the sun, as this creation of the Valar Aului forced the servants of Morgoth to cower within the halls and dungeons of Angband. While this was viewed as the triumph of elven valor over the deafening darkness of Morgoth, none among the elvish peoples could be truly aware of what this rising was to symbolize. A chronicler writes, "And Anar the Fire Golden, fruit of Lorelin, they named the sun. But the Noldor named it Vasa, the heart of fire, that awakens and consumes, for the sun was set as a sign of the awakening of men and the waning of the elves." Still, the coming of the sun and the moon meant that the First Age had begun. Fingolfin then led his host to the northern shores of Lake Mithrim, where they came into contact with the Feanorian element of Noldor, whom they had not seen since their great betrayal. tensions between the two factions threatened to lead them into a civil war, were it not for the heroic actions of the son of Fingolfin, Fingon. Maethros was the cousin of Fingon and a great friend of his, in spite of the animosity between the two factions. Hearing of his dear cousin's imprisonment, Fingon endeavoured to rescue him from the immense suffering of his captivity. Oddly enough, he was aided in this endeavour by Morgoth himself. In response to the emergence of the sun and the moon, Morgoth was left with little option but to blanket the skies around Angband with an almost impenetrable set of clouds, formed primarily of ash and smoke, in order to shield his servants from the damage which the light could cause them. Still, the servants of the Dark Lord displayed their inherent cowardice by refusing to leave Angband, as they were still left in fear of the newly emerged lights. So the valiant Fingon approached Angband, aided by the darkness of the ash clouds, with the cowardly orcs allowing him to reach Thangorodrim without encountering any resistance. However, as Angband remained virtually impenetrable, Fingon instead decided to sing a song of defiance, refusing to give in to the despair Morgoth had hoped to instill in all who came to gaze upon his abode. This proved fortuitous, as Maethros, hearing the song, joined in, allowing Fingon to locate his cousin. However, when he neared his friend, Fingon realized that he could not save him. Unwilling to continue to live in perpetual despair and anguish through his imprisonment, Maethros begged Fingon to shoot him. Though it broke his heart to consider the loss of his friend, Fingon acquiesced to the request. However, before he loosed the arrow, he prayed to Manwë to grant the arrow speed in order to reduce Maethros' suffering. This prayer and plea for mercy was heard by Thorondor, the king of the Eagles, who prevented Fingon from engaging in yet another kinslaying, before flying him up to Maethros' side. Here, a further terrible realization that the band could not be broken led Maethros to once more beg for death. Instead, Fingon severed his friend's hand, allowing them to escape on the back of Thorondor, who returned them to their kin. Here, the true courage and compassion displayed by this son of Fingolfin stayed the impending disaster of civil war. Maethros recovered from his wound swiftly, and in gratitude for the rescue, and as an attempt of sorts to atone for his father's betrayal, Maethros relinquished all claim to the High Kingship, making his uncle Fingolfin the High King of the Noldor, an act his brothers were in no way happy about. Seeing that this may cause issues down the line, Maethros moved the more prone to anger and rash decision-making of his brothers to an area around the Hill of Hammering, where he would rule what would come to be known as the March of Maethros. Despite his miraculous recovery, Maethros never forgot nor forgave the suffering which was wrought upon him, and this drove him to become an even greater and more deadly swordsman with his left hand than he had ever been with his right. Furthermore, upon his lands he raised an imposing fortress, with the dual purpose of separating his fiery brothers from the people of Fingolfin, and also because he wished any attack from Angband to fall upon him first, so he may avenge his ill treatment at the hands of the Dark Lord. Meanwhile, under the capable stewardship of Fingolfin, who became the first High King of the Noldor in the 7th year of the First Age, many mighty kingdoms were established in Beleriand, which would prove to be a match for the continued assaults of Morgoth. The next such great test for the Elvish race came in the Dagor Dagorath, which was the third great battle fought in the First Age. While Morgoth's legions were initially terrified by the emergence of the sun and the moon, they soon overcame this fear. The Iron Mountains would spew forth flame, as Morgoth sent forward many smaller groups of orcs, who first made their way through to the Pass of Sirion and then to Maglor's Gap. They would fight a number of minor skirmishes along the way, as they penetrated deeply into the areas of East and West Beleriand. They were ultimately destroyed by the southern Noldor forces in conjunction with the Elves, who were led by Círdan of the Phallus. However, this was naught more than an ill portent of what was yet to come. The Elves, though immensely powerful, were far from a unified front outside of the Noldor. Doriath remained protected, and as such shut away from the wider world, with its people unwilling to fight. The Lyquendi of Aseriand also refused to fight any further battles after the loss of their leader Denethor in the First Battle of Beleriand. In the 60th year of the First Age, the main force of orcs sallied forth from Angband. Immense in size, it spilled forth into Dothonion, where the twin sons of Finarfin, Angrod and Aegnor, barely held them at bay. The time they bought preventing the innumerable hordes of orcs from sweeping over the highlands of Dothonion proved pivotal, and gave enough time for Fingolfin and Maethros to rally their respective forces in what would be a devastating counterattack. They met the legions of Morgoth on the plains of Lothlan and Ardgallan, trapping the orcs between them in a hammer and anvil type affair. This envelopment left the orcs hopelessly outmaneuvered, with Fingolfin coming from the west and Maethros coming from the east. The majority of Morgoth's host was slaughtered wholesale, with some orcs attempting to break out and escape towards the safety of Angband. The elves, still furious from the pillaging of their lands by the orcish raiding parties, pursued them all the way to the fortress, and in sight of the gates of Angband, cut each and every orc down without mercy. Dagor Dagorath, which can be translated as the Glorious Battle from Elvish, represented the first ever complete victory of the elves over the machinations of the Dark Lord, and is seen as the starting point of the watchful peace which would come to be known as the Siege of Angband. Siege is however a misnomer, as it was a 400-year-long Noldor blockade of Angband. The elves were unable to actually assault the fortress due to its immense size and fortifications, and instead merely battled any parties of orcs that attempted to sally out in the intervening period, as the encirclement was still incomplete. Still, the elves were strong, and the impact of these small sorties was considered negligible by them. This would ultimately prove to be their undoing, as the forces of Morgoth, which emerged from the impassable north flank of the fortress, which was near the unguarded Iron Mountains, were able to take prisoners. Morgoth could then coerce these prisoners and bring them to his side, a fact the Noldor remained ignorant of. Fingolfin considered taking direct action against the fortress. However, he underestimated the true power of Morgoth and never earnestly engaged in such a strike, preferring to watch the realms of the elves flourish under the long peace. The majority of elves did not wish to engage in such action either, believing the cost in the lives of their people to be too great. Unbeknownst to them, they did not even possess the strength to overthrow Angband. According to the author, for the Noldor did not yet comprehend the fullness of the power of Morgoth, nor understand that their unaided war upon him was without final hope, whether they hasted or delayed. While this point in the First Age represented the great epoch of the strength of the elves, the rising of the sun and moon in the sky symbolized that their time as a dominant race, even at this point, would eventually be eclipsed. The elves were not the only creations of Eru who stood against Morgoth, and the dwarves aided them in the costly First Battle of Beleriand. They forged great alliances with the elves, with both peoples prospering from the trade which ensued, allowing the creation of great halls and masterful pieces of metalwork, including the invention of the famous dwarf mail and the finest steel the still young world had ever bore witness to. The most prominent of these holds were Belegost and Nogrod in the Blue Mountains, and the great halls of Khazad-dûm in the Misty Mountains. Even more consequential in the battles to come, however, was the emergence of the race of Man, or the Edain, in Hildorian, following the first rising of the sun. Unfortunately, Morgoth acted quickly, corrupting many of these early men prior to their migration. This migration involved the separation of the first men into two hosts, one which went north, reaching the Sea of Rhûn, with the second group moving southwest. This northern host endured a further schism, with the lesser folk dwelling in the hills to the southwest of the sea, and the greater folk living in the woods on the northeastern shores. Meanwhile, the southern group began to speak an entirely different language, and were joined by strange peoples, whom they referred to as Droog. After a period of time, the lesser and greater folk resumed their migration, crossing Ravenian, while the southern host of men reached the White Mountains. During the crossing of Eriador, the greater folk acted as the vanguard. However, they would eventually be surpassed by the lesser folk, who under the leadership of Balan were the first to cross the Blue Mountains and reach Beleriand. The following year, the southern tribe, led by Haldad, crossed the Blue Mountains and was followed by the Greater Folk, led by Marak. Initially, these peoples settled in Estolad, within the lands of Amrod and Amras, with many befriending the Elves living in Beleriand and entering their service in return for land and title. In this way, it came to pass that the Edain dwelt in the lands of the Eldar, some here, some there, some wandering, some settled in kindreds or small peoples, and the most part of them soon learned the Grey Elven tongue, both as a common speech among themselves and because they were eager to learn the lore of the Elves. But after a time, the Elf kings, seeing that it was not good for elves and men to dwell mingled together without order, and that men needed lords of their own kind, set regions apart where men could live their own lives, and appointed chieftains to hold these lands freely. They were the allies of the Eldar in war, but marched under their own leaders. Yet many of the Edain had delight in the friendship of the Elves, and dwelt among them for so long as they had leave, and the young men often took service for a time in the hosts of the kings. It is at this time that the divisions between the race of man were firmly established, leading to the creation of 3 houses of man. Firstly, the House of Beor, who were dark-haired and of stout build, resembling the Noldor above all the other races of elves. They were initially discovered by the son of Finarfin and the lord of Nargothrond, Finrod Felagund, who brought them to the lands of the Noldor lord Amrod. They would remain fiercely loyal to the House of Finarfin, and later took up residence in the lands of Dothonion. The second house of the Edain would come to be known as the Haladin, or House of Haleth. They were dark-haired, but of slighter and smaller build than the first house, and were immensely reclusive in nature. As a result, they preferred to stay separate from the other men, and would be granted permission to settle in the forest of Brethil in Doriath, and preferred to generally stay out of wars. The final house was initially known as the House of Marak, due to their leader of the same name. However, it would later come to be known as the House of Hador, after one of the greatest of the elf friends among their number. The Hador were the tallest of the 3 houses, and sported golden hair resembling the Vanyar elves. They were an extremely numerous tribe of a warlike nature, which caused the Green Elves of Assyrians to fear them. They first settled in Estelad before migrating to the Ered Wethrin, or Mountain of Shadows, and finally making their home in Dor Lomin. Their loyalty lay with the High King himself, Fingolfin. While at first, the peace provided by the siege allowed the Elves and the Edain to grow ever closer, the seeds of Morgoth's taint and corruption were already being sown by his servants. To corrupt or destroy whatever so arose new and fair was ever the chief desire of Morgoth, and doubtless he had this purpose also in his errand, by fear and lies to make men the foes of the Eldar and bring them up out of the east against Beleriand. The weakness of men to stand before this corruption and remain unaltered by its malice and hatred would ultimately prove the undoing not only of the siege, but also the last great time of peace to be enjoyed by the elves of Middle-earth within Beleriand. The Noldor defences had held against all assaults the Dark Lord had sent their way following their great victory in the Dagor Dagorath. This forced Morgoth to change tact, as he had realised orcs alone were no match for the besiegers. Instead, he relied on spies to decide his next significant foray into Beleriand. The superiority of the elves at this time was evidenced by the green grass which had begun to grow even at the gates of Angband. This was purely symbolic, as Morgoth had bred an innumerable force of orcs and other fell beasts within the expanse of Angband. Still, something greater than orcs would be required to take on the elves, and Morgoth created the first dragon. The Noldor, unaware of the creation of a beast of such unprecedented power, had even considered launching an assault upon the gates of Angband. Yet despite the best plans of Fingolfin, the doom of Mandos still hung over the Noldor, and even at the height of their powers, such a victory lay beyond their grasp. While nearly all of the Elven lords had rejected this plan due to the immense losses that would be incurred, they remained unaware of the futility of their continued struggle, even when their position was at its most secure. Morgoth had been aware of his strengths, yet he arrogantly underestimated the combined power of men and elves, which prompted him to assault the alliance before he had amassed enough force to destroy the Free Peoples. The Dagor Dagorath was to begin upon a bitterly cold night in the middle of winter of the year 455 of the First Age. At this point in the 4 centuries-long siege, the elves had become laxer in their vigilance, which was to prove nigh on catastrophic for their people. On a night in which the watch was particularly lax, in no small part due to the fierce intensity of the cold, Thangorodrim and the Iron Mountains loosed a flood of flame and noxious gases. The green grass which had grown over the past 400 years across Ardgallen was consumed, to be replaced by a vast sweeping desert, which was renamed Ó'hÁinle, the gasping dust. There came a time of winter, when night was dark and without moon, and the wide plain of Ardgallen stretched dim beneath the cold stars, from the hill forts of the Noldor to the feet of Thangorodrim. The watchfires burned low, and the guards were few. On the plain, few were waking in the camps of the horsemen of Hithlum. Then, suddenly, Morgoth sent forth great rivers of flame that ran down swifter than Balrogs from Thangorodrim, and poured all over the plain, and the mountains of iron belched forth fires of many poisonous hues, and the fume of them stank upon the air and was deadly. Thus Ardgallen perished. Many of the elves were killed immediately by this unprecedented attack, while the survivors fled. The elven horsemen rode south desperately to warn their brethren of what came in their wake. Their primary consideration, however, was merely survival. The legions of Morgoth followed the fires, and their composition primarily consisted of orcs, of such numbers the elves had never before witnessed, supplemented with Balrogs and Glaurung, the father of dragons, the most brutal of the Dark Lord's servants. Morgoth's strategy was simple, yet exceedingly deadly, even in the face of the formidable defences the elves had erected during the Great Peace. The haste of the advance was so great that the ring of fortifications, which consisted of the individual elven kingdoms, was isolated and forced to fight alone. Though many would have despaired in the face of such darkness, the elves and their Edain allies steeled themselves for the fight to come, with only Valar to provide solace. Despite their bravery, the highlands of Dothonion were overrun in short order. The Free Peoples made the orcs pay for every inch of land they took. According to our chronicler, the sons of Finarfin bore most heavily the brunt of the assault, and Angrod and Egnor were slain. Beside them fell Bregolas, lord of the house of Beor, and a great part of the warriors of that people. Upon the plain of Lothlan, many of Maglor's horsemen were burnt to a crisp by the intense flames of the Father of Dragons. Now practically undefended, Maglor's Gap was taken by the legions of orcs who followed Glaurung. This gave the Dark Lord passage to Beleriand. Maglor took with him what warriors had survived the onslaught and retreated to Himring, where they provided vital assistance to Maithros. The fortress, supplemented by the bright blades and the ash-stained hauberks of Maglor's riders, withstood the onslaught. Maithros hefted his blade in his only hand, cutting a bloody swath through the legions of the Dark Lord wherever it was required of him. The situation remained desperate on all fronts, however. The ferocity of the sons of Feanor, Celegorm and Curufin alone could not hold the pass of Aglon, and they were forced to retreat in the face of the Black Legions of Morgoth. With the sons of the greatest scion of the Elvish race unable to stand in their way, the orcs streamed through Mount Rerir and moved into East Beleriand. They eventually despoiled the landscape and slaughtered the elves and Edain who resided there. Glaurung then polluted and defiled Lake Hellevorn, permanently marring its beauty. Caranthir, the darkest and most brutal of the sons of Feanor, realized the futility of the defense of his position and retreated back to the hill of Amon Ereb. There, he and Amrod, Feanor's youngest son, had constructed formidable defenses to be used as the bedrock of the counter-offensive to come. This counterattack allowed for a methodical and slow-paced approach to reclaim the despoiled lands of eastern Beleriand, and was only made possible through the courage displayed by Maglor and Maithros to the north. Here the Dark Lord's forces broke as a wave upon a cliff top, the brothers unwilling to bend or break before this tide, allowing their kinsmen the breathing room necessary to either hold or break forward. The ferocity of Maethros in those days was unmatched, allowing him to initiate his counter-offensive, and he reclaimed the Pass of Aglon as a result. This action plugged a glaring gap in the Elvish lines, which effectively denied the denizens of the Dark entrance into Beleriand through this avenue. In the western reaches of the Elvish lines, Minas Tirith's proud and stoutly built watchtower stood its silent vigil upon the Pass of Sirion. King Finrod Felagund built this tower, and its command lay with Orodreth, son of Finarfin. Having been made aware of the breaking of the Siege of Angband, Finrod hastily amassed a mighty host and marched to reinforce the pass. The king was caught unawares by an innumerable orcish rabble and ambushed at the marshy fens of Serek, where the orcs inflicted a heavy toll upon the elves, which effectively avenged the brutal destruction of their ancestors during the Dagor Dagorath. The numbers of orcs were so great that the king himself was almost slain, if not for the timely intervention of King Barahir and the men of Dorthonion. Barahir had become aware of the plight of his elvish allies and descended upon the orcs, reaping a brutal harvest of black blood and misshapen bodies, which allowed him to rescue the king. Finrod, who had barely escaped with his life, owed a debt of gratitude to this man of the House of Beor, one which he could never truly repay. Yet as a form of immediate compensation for the bravery of the Edain, Finrod bestowed upon Barahir one of his rings. This would eventually become known as the Ring of Barahir, and was passed down through generations of man, eventually reaching a certain Aragorn, son of Arathorn, the future King Elessar. In conjunction with the ring, Finrod also swore a solemn oath on that bloody day that he would answer if Barahir or his kin called for aid. After this exchange, Finrod led what remained of his host and people south to Nargothrond. Barahir would not so quickly leave his home to the vile machinations of the servants of Morgoth. This great king of the Edain fought with every ounce of his being against what seemed to be the great doom of the alliance of men and elves. The struggle was brutal, with the men of Dorthonion unable to match the seemingly endless tide of orcs, which continued to sow death and destruction. The Edain of the House of Beor slowly died, almost to a man, which left a band of 12 men to Barahir, with which he would continue the fight. The remaining women and children fled to the forest Brethil, though their path was long and dangerous. Fortunately, however, the mountain forts of the mountain range of Ered Wethrin surrounding the region of Hithlum were able to hold. The assault upon these well-wrought and valiantly defended bastions was a horrifying sight to behold, as the garrisons barely held, in no small part due to the protections afforded by the mountains against the fires of Morgoth. The Dagor Dagorath had brought crashing down the watchful peace and the Siege of Angband. The roiling rivers of flame and hosts of misshapen, cruel orcish warriors, which followed in its destructive wake, had scattered the sons of Feanor across the north. These brave warriors harnessed the ferocity and prowess of their forebear to hold the line despite near cataclysmic casualties. However, this was not the end of the catastrophic losses the Elvish people would suffer during the Fourth Great Battle of the War of the Jewels, as word had reached the High King of what had occurred. The High King of the Noldor, Fingolfin, one who stood upon the very highest echelon of the Elvish people since their coming in the wake of Feanor's fury, was overwrought with grief and despair. The immense casualties detailed to the High King threatened to overcome him, as he believed that his people could never recover from the ruination which had been visited upon the Noldor. Yet from the depths of his desperation, Fingolfin emerged bearing a rage of such inexpressible fury that he was likened to the Valar Orome. The High King threw all caution to the wind. In early 456, he mounted as swift a steed as he could find, set his eye upon the darkness threatening the destruction of the Free Peoples, and rode north to meet it head-on. None dared halt his advance as his steed carried him across the once green plains of Ardgallen, now forever desolated by the malice of Morgoth, until he came to the gates of Angband. The High King dismounted, and with bravery unmatched since the very artificer of the Silmarils had drawn his final breath, challenged the Dark Lord to single combat. Fingolfin smote upon the gates of Angband and cried out his challenge for all to hear. and although Morgoth remained near the apex of his strength, he hesitated. In those days, the Dark Lord was deemed to be the mightiest of all things in this world, yet he hesitated and knew the most mortal of emotions in that brief moment. Faced with the righteous fury and incredible courage of one of the mightiest warriors ever to grace the lands of Middle-earth, the Dark Lord Morgoth knew the chilling iciness of fear that pierced his very being. Yet the challenge issued by the High King could not remain unanswered. In the depths of Angband, Morgoth arrayed himself. He donned black armor and took up his mighty warhammer Grond, the hammer of the underworld. The massive gates of Angband swung open, and the Dark Lord strode forward to meet his foe, as his servants watched on expectantly. Undeterred by the inescapable doom of Mandos, Fingolfin knew no fear and drew from its sheath the blade Ringil. According to the chronicler, Fingolfin gleamed beneath it as a star, for his mail was overlaid with silver, and his blue shield was set with crystals, and he drew his sword Ringil that glittered like ice. The duel commenced, with the combatants making a direct tilt for one another. Morgoth hefted Grond, attempting to end the conflict with a single blow, and each strike of the hammer of the underworld brought with it the fierce intensity of a lightning strike, leaving a smouldering crater where it struck the ground. Yet Fingolfin displayed the grace and poise characteristic of his people and avoided each blow. Calmly he struck Morgoth back, before nimbly avoiding yet another killing blow from Grond. 7 such strikes were landed upon the Dark Lord, with Ringil biting with an icy chill each time it struck, and it is said that the craters left by Grond were filled with the blood of the Warhammer's wielder. Despite the strength of the High King, he was just an elf, and his opponent was one of the mightiest of the Valar. Fingolfin grew weary, and his weariness was to be his downfall. On 3 separate occasions, the Dark Lord made contact with his fearsome strikes, and in each instance, the High King rose to his feet and continued the fight. None could discredit the strength of character this required, yet each time Fingolfin rose, his feet were less steady, and his evasions of the hammer strike increasingly ragged. Courage alone would prove insufficient in discrediting the doom of Mandos, and on that day it was proven true that no power of the elves alone could defeat Morgoth. Fingolfin, in his weariness, became less and less aware of his surroundings, and, in a desperate attempt to evade Grond once more, stumbled into one of the craters the hammer had created. Morgoth now knew that victory was imminent, and descended into the crater. Here he placed a great armoured boot upon Fingolfin's neck. This ended the life of the High King. However, with what energy remained, Fingolfin struck out one last time with the icy blade Ringil. His last sword stroke left a brutal impression upon the heel of the Dark Lord, who had already been weakened by grasping the Silmarils and in the labours required to corrupt Arda. The elf's strike left Morgoth with a permanent limp. Having slain the High King of the Noldor, Morgoth's undeniable malice shone through in the actions which followed. He took the body and broke it, with the vile intent of feeding what had indeed been a noble challenger to his wolves. Yet this would not come to be. The King of the Eagles, Thorondor, unwilling to let such an indignity come to pass, swooped down from the skies and slashed Morgoth's face with his fierce talons. This caught the Dark Lord unawares, which allowed the King of the Eagles to reclaim the High King of the Noldor's broken body. Thorondor brought the body to a mountain top that overlooked Gondolin's hidden city within its protective valley. Turgon, heartbroken for the death of his forebear, raised a cairn to guard over Fingolfin's remains, and Fingon, with a deep-wrenching sorrow within his heart, took upon himself the title of High King of the Noldor. The elves would never make songs celebrating the valiant battle a mere elf had waged against a being of such unquantifiable power as Morgoth, for they endured such heartbreak and despair even at the thought of his passing. Nor did the orcs ever create crude or boastful songs to jeer the loss of their foe's great High King, even though the victory belonged to their master. Morgoth, though victorious, would bear the limp and wounds inflicted upon him by Fingolfin and Thorondor until the very dying days of the War of Wrath. The aftermath of the Dagor Dagorath was a stalemate of sorts. Although Morgoth remained nominally the victor, the victory threatened to be Pyrrhic if he did not proceed cautiously. The Dark Lord's losses were significant, as the Elves had already begun a successful, if measured, counter-offensive. He had underestimated the valor and strength of the Elves, whose spirited resistance had not been accounted for in his plans. The actions of the Edain and their bravery, perhaps despite or maybe due to their mortality, had also prevented the complete victory Morgoth sought so desperately. As a result, he withdrew the main host of his Orcish legions within the gates of Angband, and began to devise a strategy to bring the Free Peoples unnumbered tears. Among the tales of sorrow and of ruin that come down to us from the darkness of those days, there are yet some in which amid weeping there is joy, and under the shadow of death light that endures. And of these histories most fair still in the ears of the Elves is the tale of Beren and Luthien. We pick up our story in the immediate aftermath of the Dagor Dagorath, 2 years after the initial conflict had devolved into a stalemate. The Isle of Tol Sirion bore upon it the finely wrought fortress of Minas Tirith, which had resisted this initial assault under the capable stewardship of Orodreth, nephew of Finrod. Still, the island, which guarded one of the most assailable routes into Beleriand, was never far from the gaze of Morgoth. So the Dark Lord sent his most able servant, the greatest of the Maya who turned aside from the light, Sauron, to take it. Orodreth could not withstand the assault, despite his best efforts, and withdrew from the island to Nargothrond with what forces now remained to him. What had once been a fair isle was despoiled by Sauron, and would be known as Tolin Gawhoth, a haven for his werewolves, a home to foul magic. On this Isle of the Werewolves, Sauron began to consolidate his power with his 2 mightiest servants, Drauglin, the sire and mightiest of the werewolves, and his very herald, the vampire Thoringwethil. However, in the highlands of Dothonion, the resistance of Barahir and his companions was unrelenting, despite their increasingly difficult situation. The outlaw band consisted of Barahir's son Beren, his nephews Baragund the Elder and Belegund the Younger, Rauruin, Dairuin, Dagnir, Ragnar, Arthad, Urthel, Hathaldir the Young, Gildor, and Gorlim the Unhappy. This group caused untold damage to the forces of Morgoth in the area from their base of operations in Tarn Eluin, infuriating the servants of the Dark Lord. In response, they were unrelenting in their attempts to hunt down the final remnants of this proud people. Their methods were brutal, as they effectively treated their prey as mere animals, but they were continually frustrated in each attempt to bring Barahir's band to retribution. The company continued to fight for some 5 years, killing an immense number of the orcs. Yet this could not continue indefinitely, as courage alone could not turn back the unending orcish tides that desolated their homeland. In FA 460, one of the last men of Ladros left in Dothonion, Gorlim, son of Angrim, went out to hunt while the company was camped in the south of Ladros. Before the coming of the Great Flame, this had been Gorlim's home, and while out on the hunt, he went to see the ruin of what had once been his home. He gazed through a window and was treated to a vision of his wife, Eiluned, who was supposedly dead. This vision had dire consequences for Barahir's company, as Gorlim decided to search for his wife in his heartbroken state. He came out of hiding and was soon waylaid and taken captive by orcs, who brought him in chains before the lieutenant of the Dark Lord, Sauron. The latter's cunning in those days was unmatched, and he poured honeyed words into this forlorn man of Ladros, promising that Eiluned would be returned to him. All that would be required of him was to give up the location of his friends. With a heavy heart, Gorlim agreed and revealed the position of Barahir and his companions. Yet it seemed that in these days, betrayal could only be rewarded with further betrayal. Sauron told Gorlim that the vision he had come across was naught more than a spectre that he had devised. His wife, the most precious thing Gorlim had believed to be left to him, was already dead. "Nonetheless, I will grant thy prayer," said Sauron, "and thou shalt go to Eiluned and be free of my service." And so Gorlim was executed without mercy, as Sauron turned his eyes upon one of the greatest thorns in the side of the armies of Morgoth. Sauron's forces ambushed the men of Barahir upon the Tarn Eluin, as they were slain to a man, except for Barahir's son, Beren. Fortunately for father and son alike, Beren had been engaged in an errand away from the camp when the orcs assaulted and brutally destroyed the company. Beren came upon the remains of his father and was stricken with grief. He knew that such a great man required a fitting burial. Yet his father's hand had been severed, and with it, the greatest heirloom of their house, the Ring of Barahir, was lost without any chance of reclamation. As Beren set himself to the task of raising a cairn for his fallen father, Gorlim appeared before him as a spectre. The traitor revealed his misdeeds and attempted to make amends. He informed Beren of what had happened to the ring, and then bid him farewell before returning hopefully to the side of his slain wife. With this information in hand, Beren would return the favour in kind for his orcish foes. He hunted down the orc band responsible for the murder of his father and friends, killing the orc chieftain Gorgol the Butcher. In doing so, he achieved what solace he could attain given the circumstances, and reclaimed his father's severed hand with the Ring of Barahir with it. In the aftermath of this successful ambush, Beren would make a life for himself as he slaughtered many of Morgoth's servants. He became a friend of the birds and animals of the forest during his 4 years in which he acted as a solitary outlaw. Beren would not hunt or kill any of these beasts, reserving his strength at arms solely for the servants of Morgoth. This son of Barahir feared not the final embrace of death, only that he would be taken captive by those he sought to receive the ever-growing price now put on his head. His position within the only land he had known as home became untenable when Sauron began to pursue him. A price had been placed upon his head by Morgoth, which was matched by the bounty placed upon the crowned head of Fingon Felagund. Beren proved so effective in his guerrilla tactics that Sauron was granted an army to track down the last of Barahir's company. He would supplement this force with werewolves, among them the greatest of their number, Draugluin, the sire of their kind, and such fell beasts that contained within their being spirits of a horrifying nature, which Sauron had bound within their bodies. Therefore, Beren was forced to flee south through the horrors of the Ered Gorgoroth and the forests of Nan Dorgotheb into Doriath, where he was able to reach the girdle of Melian. The Ered Gorgoroth, and the Dongotheb in particular, would have caused any lesser man's imminent and brutal slaughter. In this dark and terrible place, the offspring of Ungoliant now made their home, trapping all living beings who foolishly delved too deeply into the area. These spiders were monsters of such a dark and ancient nature that they were born in the long dark before the sun's rising, and they hunted Beren silently throughout his journey. Yet he would endure and make it through relatively unscathed to Doriath, where he would meet and become instantly entranced by Luthien. Luthien was a princess of the Sindar and the beloved daughter of the Elvish king Thingol and the Maya Melian. This chance meeting would begin the greatest love story in all of the great ages of Middle-earth, while simultaneously setting in motion events that would have devastating consequences for the race of elves and the Edain. Luthien, also called Tinuviel, the Nightingale by Beren, was known as the most beautiful of all the children of Iluvatar, embodying the grace and perfection most characteristic of the Elvish peoples in their heyday. She was the only daughter of one of the greatest Elvish kings in all Beleriand, and a being of immense power due to her mother being of the Maya, so it came as a shock to everyone that she fell in love with an Edain outlaw who had nothing more to his name than his courage and strength at arms. The news garnered a particularly frosty reception from Thingol, who tacitly accepted their betrothal should Beren meet the bride price. This price, however, was one even a man of Beren's stature and courage could not possibly hope to attain, as Thingol wished to receive a Silmaril from Morgoth's Iron Crown in return for his daughter's hand. Beren had once known anguish and despair, yet Luthien provided the salve for such woe, and even faced with the impossible, Beren would not allow the darkness of his fate to overwhelm him so long as the chance of a life with Luthien lay before him. For little price, he said, do elven kings sell their daughters, for gems and things made by craft. But if this be your will, Thingol, I will perform it. And when we meet again I shall hold a Silmaril from the Iron Crown, for you have not looked upon the last of Beren, son of Barahir. With this talk of defiance, the quest of the Silmaril began, and Beren immediately made haste to Nargothrond. Here, he asked for the counsel of Finrod Felagund, the elf who owed his very life to Beren's forebear Barahir. Felagund knew that such oaths as the one he had sworn on that bloody day could not be set aside so quickly, and as such, he passed to his brother Orodreth the crown of Nargothrond. The sons of Feanor, who dwelled within his kingdom, Celeform and Curufin, watched proceedings keenly, as Finrod, Beren and 10 loyal companions set out along the Narog, and travelled to its very source within the Falls of Irvin. There they came upon and slaughtered a band of orcs. Afterward, Finrod utilised all of his craft to disguise the company as the now deceased orcs, to potentially pass through the Tolin Gawhoth without being detected. Yet the cunning of Sauron was too great. Having had his suspicion aroused by their conduct, the greatest servant of the Dark Lord stripped the companions of their disguises and took them prisoner, following a long and protracted duel with Finrod through song. In the deepest pit of the fortress, Sauron sent his werewolves to devour the brave companions of Finrod one by one, to ensure they divulged the purpose of their quest. Yet they remained loyal. Before long, the only 2 survivors were Beren and Finrod. When the time came for Beren to be eaten, Finrod Felagund, unwilling to let the son of the man who had saved his life be murdered before his very eyes, attacked the werewolf with his bare hands. The struggle was fierce, with the unarmed Finrod eventually striking down his foe, though at a high cost, as he was mortally wounded in the encounter. In the deepest, darkest pit of the very fortress he had once constructed, one of the wisest and most beloved of the Noldor's life ended, but he kept his oath with his final breath. Hope had just been extinguished for the son of Barahir, yet upon his capture, Luthien had felt a crushing weight upon her heart and set out in pursuit of her great love. Unfortunately, she met Noldorin princes Celegorm and Curufin alongside their hound Huan. The princes offered their help, but Celegorm fell in love with the princess, captured her and took her to Nargothrond. Yet the great hound Huan had become entranced by the elf and spoke aloud for the first time. He granted her his counsel and helped her to escape. They made with great haste to Tolin Gawhoth, arriving at the hour of Felagund's death. This arrival drew a cruel smile to the lips of Sauron, who foresaw the great reward he would receive for Luthien's capture. Morgoth would look upon his servant with great favour if he were to bring such a prize. Beren's quest now hung upon a knife's edge, with no more than the hound of the Valar Huan standing in Sauron's way. In order to capture Luthien, Sauron sent all of his werewolves, including their great sire Draugluin. Yet Huan would not yield before them. The great hound of the Valar gave not an inch, and slaughtered each and every assailant who came to take the woman he so deeply adored. Sauron watched on as his servants were brought low by the hound, and knew that the situation would require his own intervention. The future Dark Lord took the form of a great and formidable wolf as he engaged Huan in combat. Yet even he could not defeat the Hound of the Valar, and was forced to yield the island. This left Tolin Gawhoth in the hands of Luthien, who cleared the taint of the land and freed Beren. The pair then buried Finrod and left the island behind them. Unfortunately, now that the danger had seemingly dissipated, the ever-loyal Huan had to return to his master Celegorm, depriving them of a formidable ally in the struggle to come. Yet his loyalty was to be tested, as Celegorm and Curufin crossed paths with Beren and Luthien near the forest of Brethil. They aimed to kill Beren and take Luthien captive. However, Huan was unwilling to allow such a foul act to be committed. Beren then took from Curufin his horse and knife, Angrist, and gave him permission to return to his people humbled. Yet the malice of Curufin remained, and he took from his brother his bow and fired upon Luthien, forcing Beren to dive before the arrow. Beren was wounded and was about to be killed, but Huan drove off the brothers. He also brought with him a herb that Luthien used to save the life of her love. Following that, they returned to Doriath. In Doriath, Beren entrusted the life of Luthien to the guardianship of Huan, as he knew he had to return to the north to finish his quest of taking the Silmarils from the Dark Lord Morgoth. He now believed this would be his final act, and as such, he sang the farewell song of parting, Yet aid came unbidden as Hurin and Luthien returned to his side. Huan spoke for only the second time, stating that Beren would no longer be able to save Luthien from her fate. "From the shadow of death you can no longer save Luthien, for by her love she is now subject to it." So he allowed her to accompany him further as they took upon themselves the guise of Draugluin and the bat-like messenger of Sauron, known as the Ringwithil, to pass through the Anfalglith without being accosted. As the pair reached the very gates of Angband, weary beyond belief, a previously unknown threat lay before them. Following the retreat of the elves from the Ardgullen, a venomous new warden had been placed before the fortress, a wolf of immense proportions, Carcharoth, also called the Red Maw, who had already heard news of Draugluin's demise and hence was suspicious of the pair. Yet Luthien, through her magic, was able to command the wolf to sleep, and the duo was able to descend to the very depths of Angband before coming face to face with the Dark Lord in his throne room. This hall, patrolled by Balrogs, was filled with horrors never witnessed before by the eyes of the Free Peoples, and the very strength of the gaze of Morgoth robbed Luthien of her disguise. Yet Luthien's courage shone through once more, as she was undaunted by the vile horrors which she now faced, and instead of cowering beneath the weight of her doom, she offered to sing for the Dark Lord. As she evaded his sight, she began to sing a piece of such unimaginable beauty and blinding power that Morgoth was forced to dream of the void, and alongside the rest of his court, fell into a deep, darkened slumber. Beren recognized what must be done, and put aside his disguise, taking from its sheath the blade of the son of Feanor, Angrist, and taking from Morgoth's crown a Silmaril. Yet this mere man deigned that if he could garner a single Silmaril, he could bring with him all three. His very blade was to betray him, however. Angrist snapped with a sharp fragment of the finely wrought blade striking the cheek of the Dark Lord, which caused him to arouse and awaken the legions of Angband from their slumber. The gravity of their situation became clear to Beren and Luthien immediately, which caused them to flee with all haste to the surface. Yet they had merely left the frying pan and emerged instantly into the flame, as Carcharoth, who was created to take on the Hound of the Valar Huan, was now awake and furious at the deception of Luthien. Beren attempted to drive him off using the light of the Silmaril, which momentarily tempered his rage with a sliver of fear. Yet this was not to last, as the blackened spirit of the beast drove him once more into a rage. Carcharoth grasped the right hand of Beren within his great maw, severing it and consuming the Silmaril. This seared the innards of the mighty wolf, and he fled south, emitting such howls of madness as to drive fear into the heart of any of the Free Peoples he was to encounter. According to our chronicler, so terrible did he become in his madness that all the creatures of Morgoth that abode in that valley fled far away, for he slew all living things that stood in his path, and burst from the north with ruin upon the world. Carcharoth was designed as such a beast of chaos and ruin that his very fangs were laced with a potent and fatal venom, which left Beren mortally wounded. The quest, it seemed, was to end in heartbreak and despair. Yet unbidden came Thorondor with his eagles, and from the blackened skies of the Anfalglith, they saved the duo from the grasps of the legions of Angband. They bore Beren and Luthien south, passing above the glimmering jewel of the hidden city of Gondolin. Yet even this heartening sight could not assuage Luthien's despair for the imminent passing of the great love of her life. The eagles left the pair in the glade where they had first met in Doriath, and Huan came once more to their side. There they tended the son of Barahir as he lay racked by dreams of such pain and anguish that a lesser man would have been taken by them. But as the despair of Luthien reached its apex, the eyes of Beren fluttered open and he unexpectedly awoke. The name Ō'hÁinle, which meant the one-handed in Sindarin, was bestowed upon the most valorous of men. There they dwelt for a time in such happiness and joy, yet Beren could not set aside his oath to Thingol, and he returned Luthien to his father. News of their return had spread far and wide in the interim, so therefore, upon their arrival in Menegroth, they had garnered a sizable welcome. They recounted the tales of adversity and woe which had befallen them since they had initially departed. Astonished by the perseverance and strength a mere man had displayed in the face of an impossible task, Thingol softened in his attitude towards the son of Barahir. Now he held it in his thoughts that no power of elf or man, Maiar, Valar, or any other such being upon the face of Arda could stand between the fate of his daughter and this man of Dorthonion. Before the very throne of her father, Beren took the hand of Luthien, and all seemed to be well for a time, yet their peace and joy were not to last. For from the north came the howling Carcharoth, the Red Moor, as he devastated the lands he made his way through. As he was empowered by the Silmaril of Feanor, even the girdle of Melian could not prevent his entry into Doriath. A party was assembled to confront the foul beast, before he brought ruin and devastation upon the land that Thingol, as king, had sworn to defend. The company consisted of Huan, captain of the March Warden Rangers, Mablung, chief of March Warden Rangers, Beleg Strongbow, Beren and Thingol himself. As they rode out to meet with a being of such immense power that the outcome of any encounter remained firmly upon a knife's edge, a great darkness fell upon the heart of Luthien, who now saw all colour, beauty and life drained from the world. Near the northern waterfalls of Escalduin, the party met with the Great Wolf. Carcharoth launched his immense frame upon the king, yet Beren placed himself between Thingol and the taker of his right hand. In doing so, he saved the king of Doriath's life, but was mortally wounded himself. The Great Wolf was eventually slain by Huan. However, the Great Hound of the Valar gave his own life in the process, bidding a fond farewell to his dear friend Beren. Following this morose parting, Mablung ripped open the stomach of the wolf and took from Carcharoth the Silmaril, placing it in the one remaining hand of the son of Barahir. Beren turned to look Thingol in the eye and bade him take from him the Silmaril. The king eventually acquiesced, and Beren uttered his last words. Now the quest is achieved, and my doom full wrought. The survivors of the party brought his body back to Menegroth, and Luthien came forth to meet the company. She now felt grief unequalled, and asked of her love to wait for her beyond the Western Sea, and despite his dire condition, his eyes fluttered open once more so that he could look upon her one last time. With his death, the quest for the Silmaril was at an end, yet the tale of Beren and Luthien was yet to reach its final conclusion. Beren's spirit lingered within the Hall of Mandos, in the hope that he may one day yet see Luthien upon the dimmest shores of the Outer Sea, so that he could bestow upon her one final farewell. From those shores the spirits of all men were to depart the world never to return, as was the necessity of the gift of Iluvatar. Heartbroken beyond all belief, the very spirit of Luthien left her body and made its way to the halls of Mandos, where she knelt before the Valar themselves and sang a song of such woe and sorrow so as to move even Mandos to pity. Yet even with the power afforded to him, Mandos could not alter the fates of the children of Iluvatar, so he turned to Manwë, who further sought the counsel of Iluvatar, so moved was he by the plight of Beren and Luthien. This counsel allowed two choices to Luthien. For her valour, the extraordinary nature of the labours she had achieved throughout her lifetime, and the grief she had been forced to bear throughout, she could be permitted to stay in Valinor. There, all of her pain and sorrow, which she had endured throughout her life, would be forgotten. There was one important caveat for this option, however. Beren could not follow her along such a path. The second option would be a return to Middle-earth with Beren, where she would live out a mortal life with no guarantee of joy. They would both be subject to a second death following the end of their mortal lives. Despite this, she chose to face such a second brush with death for the sake of Beren. In doing so, she forsook the Undying Lands, and so it came to be that Luthien Tineville and Beren would live out a mortal life together as the fairest of the elves forsook her gift of immortality for the love of a man. Soon after this exceptional decision on Luthien's part, which had been taken in the aftermath of the return of a Silmaril, word reached Maethros of their quest. In an act that none of the sons of Feanor had up until this point been able to replicate, Maethros had become convinced that Morgoth was far from the invincible foe they had once imagined him to be. This brought hope to the fiercest of the sons of Feanor, who now believed it possible to end for good and all the domination of Morgoth. This alliance of the great houses of the Elves and Edain would come to be known as the Union of Maethros. In the Dagor Dagorath, the sudden onslaught of Morgoth had caused the loss of the entirety of the north of Beleriand. The new line in the sand, some 20 years after the defeat of the Free Peoples, consisted of the fortified strongholds of Nargothrond, Hithlum and Himring. This line was further substantiated by Gondolin, which still lay hidden within its veil, unable to be assaulted or even located by the forces of the Dark Lord. While the Dagor Dagorath had inflicted crushing casualties upon the Elves and their allies, a strength that Maethros yet hoped to harness remained. In the year 468 of the First Age, Maethros was able to bring his cause to Elves, men and Dwarves, able to set aside the deserved reputation of the Sons of Feanor for division. The Dwarves of the Blue Mountains supplied the armies of the Union, as well as forging brutal instruments of war. The preparations of Maethros and his alliance even led to word reaching the hidden city of Gondolin. Here, Turgon began to make his own arrangements, as despite the city's hidden nature, he didn't want the Union of Maethros to stand against the might of Morgoth alone. Yet the wounds inflicted by Maethros's brothers and his father, Feanor, were not so easily forgotten. Orodreth refused to lend his aid to the Union due to the evil wrought by Celagorm and Curufin, which inadvertently caused the death of Finrod, which had poisoned the ruler of Nargothrond against the sons of Feanor. Likewise, Thingol had sworn an oath in which he would never take up arms alongside the sons of Feanor again. His disdain was further enforced by the arrogant demands of Feanor's sons to give them the Silmaril retrieved by Beren and Luthien. Although Melian had counselled Thingol to surrender the jewel, he had begun to covet the Silmaril and refused. In response, Celagorm and Curufin promised to destroy Doriath should they be successful in the battle against Morgoth, forcing Thingol to strengthen his border defences to ensure the brothers' wrath was not visited upon his lands. Therefore, only a token force came to the aid of the Union from the realms of Doriath and Nargothrond. Against the command of Orodreth, from Nargothrond came a minor company with Gwyndor at its head, who joined the Union in the hopes of avenging the capture of Gelmir during the Dagor Dagorath. Only the March Wardens, Mablung and Beleg, made their way from the Girdle to join in the supposed great deeds which now lay ahead. In the absence of a true uniting force in the now deceased Fingolfin, the Elves were fractured. Undeterred, Maethros set his mind to the task at hand. An able tactician, he used all that was left at his disposal and invited the newly arrived Easterlings to join his force. The head of the Union divided the strength available to him into two separate forces to attack Angband. Maethros was to lead his slightly larger army to the dusty plains of Anfalglith, and in doing so, he would draw out the true force of Morgoth's host. He would then engage them on the once grassy knolls of that plain, and this would then allow Fingon's hidden army to emerge from the Ered Wethrin and flank the Dark Lord's hordes, utterly routing them. Maethros took command of the force in the east, bringing with him all his brothers to act as his lieutenants in the battle to come. The eastern army was composed of the formidable, heavily armed and armoured dwarves of Novgorod and Belegost, Maethros's elves and Bor's men of the Himring, and the men of Amon Ereb, commanded by Caranthir and Ulfang. The western host, commanded by Fingon, also included men and elves of Hithlum, elves of the Falas, the minor contingents of Nargothrond, Beleg and Mablung of Doriath, and the Haladin of Brethil. Maethros believed that with the force he had amassed, the very gates of Angband could be sealed shut, ensuring that Morgoth would be permanently driven underground, never to re-emerge and make war upon Elf or Edain again. The Union began its move north with clinical efficiency. The combined forces easily cleared the Orc bands who had terrorized Beleriand and Dothonion, before reaching a suitable area for a final muster. While this seemed to be a victory for the Union, the hasty retreat of the Orcs before the formidable alliance alerted Morgoth to their intent, and he drew to him his most trusted lieutenants to provide him with counsel against what was to come. Maedhros had shown his hand too early, prior to full mobilization, and this would prove detrimental. Further spies within the combined forces of the Free Peoples could also be found within the Easterlings. Chief among them, in a grand conspiracy to derail Maedhros, was Ulfang and his companions. These traitors were to provide the information necessary for Morgoth to array his armies in such a way as to counter Maedhros' well-laid plans in short order. As a result, a gargantuan host, with Glaurung and his brood at its head, was sent to attack Maedhros' host, and Fingon's army remained unaware of this counter-maneuver. As Fingon arrived to the designated point of the Ered Wethrin, smoke and flame began to pour forth from Thangorodrim and the Iron Mountains. This caused the heart of every elf and man gathered there to sink, as they became aware that the Dark Lord had uncovered their plans, and in doing so, obtained the upper hand. As doubt began to fester within the ranks of Fingon's host, hope once more came unbidden from the south, as Turgon came to the aid of the Union, bringing with him some 10,000 warriors of Gondolin. The hopes of the Union were once more rekindled, yet even as the battle hung in the balance, the doom of Mandos would yet bear down upon all who fought against the overpowering darkness. Morgoth was aware of the locations of both armies, and the method in which Maedhros hoped to use Fingon's host as a hammer against his anvil. In order to draw them out, Morgoth sent a massive army of orcs to taunt them down from the hills, yet even this force was but a mere fraction of what he could bring to bear, and as such would act as a mere decoy. Fingon was a wise commander, however, and refused to give in to the taunts of the orcs, instead keeping his forces hidden as Maedhros had ordered. Yet disaster was to strike the Western army, as the leader of the Orcish army sent forth a group of riders to parley with the Elves. Among their number was Gelmir, brother of Gwyndor, who had been tortured and blinded by the Dark Lord's servants. This enraged Gwyndor and the host from Nargothrond, yet what was to come would drive them into a fury. To draw out the Elvish host, the riders began to dismember Gelmir, with Gwyndor and his company in the front line able to witness the entire torrid affair. Driven mad by the cruel and brutal death inflicted upon his brother, Gwyndor broke formation and charged wildly into the Orcish lines, accompanied by the warriors of Nargothrond. Their fury was so intense that the vastly outnumbered elves cut a bloody swath through the Orcish centre, but they did not stop there, as their momentum drove them ever onwards. Fingon at this point recognised that the fury of Gwyndor had begun to seep into the remainder of his host, and knew that restraining them was a fool's errand. The leader of the western host sounded the charge, and the entire force was committed to the fray. The swiftness of Fingon's decision negated Morgoth's cunning, as the charge was so brutal in its haste that the entire Orcish army was annihilated before the Dark Lord could send sufficient reinforcements. Gwyndor's fury ensured that the charge would continue right to the very gates of Angband, where the guard was slaughtered by his company, and they strode through the very outer gates of the fortress. Within the depths of Angband, upon his throne, Morgoth, the most powerful being in all of Middle-earth, once more knew fear, as he visibly trembled while Gwyndor and his company pounded upon his gates. Ever in the forefront of the battle went Gwyndor and the Elves of Nargothrond, and even now they could not be restrained, and they burst through the gate and slew the guards upon the very stairs of Angband, and Morgoth trembled upon his deep throne, hearing them beat upon his doors. Yet they were quickly surrounded by a swirling tide of foes, who trapped them within the courtyard. All were slain bar Gwyndor, who was taken as a captive. Fingon valiantly attempted to reach them, but it was in vain, and his efforts left the host brutally exposed. When Morgoth released his true strength from many secret doors throughout Thangorodrim, the attempt of the Elvish army to save Gwyndor was to cost them dearly. Fingon was forced to retreat from Angband's walls, with immense casualties being wrought upon his troops. In particular, the rearguard, composed of the men of Brethil, was destroyed almost to a man, and among the fallen was the Lord of the Haladin, Haldir. While this initial encounter was a brutal setback for the Free Peoples, it was the fourth day of the battle in which the Nirnaeth Arnoediad, or Battle of Unnumbered Tears, began. Fingon's forces had continued to retreat, yet casualties were likewise mounting. However, early on the fourth day, this host was reinforced by Turgon's 10,000, who had refused to join the reckless charge earlier in the conflict. The Gondolin phalanx brought the Orcish advance to a stuttering halt, as it broke through their lines, allowing them to meet with Fingon's personal guard, among them the son of Galdor, Hurin. With the aid of the warriors of the Hidden Vale, the army of Angband was driven back long enough to allow an unmolested retreat to ensue. While the western host may have earned a brief respite, the eastern host would enjoy no such thing. Maethros had been utterly defeated by the innumerable hordes of Morgoth, combined with treacherous Easterlings led by Ulfang the Black. Ulfang and his sons were to lose their lives in the ensuing battle. However, the damage had already been done at this point, and the combined treachery, in conjunction with the brutal flames of the dragons, would have led to the complete destruction of the host if not for the dwarves. The denizens of Belegost, who were naturally resistant to heat and fire, while also being clad in iron masks providing extra protection, made up the rearguard of the host. Their king, Azagul, recognized that if they did not intervene, Glaurung would continue to wreak untold havoc upon the surviving elves and Edain. He therefore took decisive action, and with his warriors formed a ring around Glaurung, buying precious time for their brothers-in-arms to escape. Their weapons were so finely wrought, and wielded with such strength and valour by the dwarves of Belegost, that not even the armoured hide of Glaurung was impervious to their axe strikes. Infuriated by the unending hail of blows that continued to rain down upon him, the great dragon brought low Azagul and crawled over him with his mighty frame. The king of the dwarves remained an unyielding opponent even in his final moments, however, and with the last ounce of strength available to him, he ran the master-crafted dagger, which he had kept at his side throughout the battle, across the stomach of the mighty beast. This caused Glaurung to let out a long and loud cry of pain, and flee the field in agony, as he brought with him all the beasts of Morgoth, who had been harrying the fleeing elves and Edain up until this point. The dwarves, heartbroken at the loss of their beloved king, picked up his broken body and carried it upon their stout shoulders in a solemn procession as they marched the entire way home. The fury and ferocity of the dwarves were unmatched, and no servant of the Dark Lord was willing to impede their progress. The sacrifice of the dwarves on that day saved all 7 of the sons of Feanor through their rearguard action, even though their host was now scattered throughout Osiriand and all hope of victory had now passed before them, as neither elf nor Edain could overcome the doom which now lay before them. With Maethros and the sons of Feanor utterly routed in the east, Morgoth's forces who had engaged them now made their way with the utmost swiftness to engage the remaining forces of Fingon. They would arrive just as the elves had begun to withdraw, and in order to prevent any form of orderly retreat, they engaged them immediately. The elves fought valiantly, yet the very herald of their destruction, Gothmog, soon arrived upon the field of battle, accompanied by his troll guard. In an attempt to bring a hasty end to any form of an organized defense of the elvish position, Gothmog immediately engaged Fingon in single combat. The battle-hardened elf proved to be a match even for the High Captain of Angband and Slayer of Feanor, matching him blow for blow and refusing to yield even an inch against such a formidable foe. Unfortunately for the western host, the Balrogs knew nothing of honour, and another of Gothmog's company restrained the noble elf from behind with his flaming whip. Gothmog then approached the leader of the remaining army of the Free Peoples, and with his black axe split Fingon's skull in twain, and with his passing, the valiant resistance of Elf and Edain deteriorated into an utterly lost cause. It is at this point that Hurin saw that the field was lost, and urged Turgon to flee with all haste to Gondolin, for as long as the hidden city remained, Morgoth's victory could not be complete. He gave his vow to cover their retreat, essentially offering to sacrifice his life, so that a hope, no matter how dismal it may seem, would persist. The king agreed with a heavy heart and made his withdrawal, as Hurin and those men of Dor Lomin who had survived the onslaught so far erected a living wall of spear and shield across the fens of Cerech. This noble sacrifice on their part allowed the battered and broken remnants of the elfish contingent to make it back to the Valley of Gondolin without giving away its location. The men of Dor Lomin sold their lives dearly in the dying embers of the War of the Jewels, with the field littered with orcish bodies as the rearguard's numbers dwindled until none except Hurin remained to continue the fight. With the oath to fight to the last to protect Turgon and his people at the forefront of his mind, Hurin fought on alone. With his sword and spear now lost to him, he hefted a great axe that belonged to a slain orcish captain, and brought low 70 of the enemy's number with this crude weapon. Every time the blade rose and made a sickening impact upon the unending tide of the great enemy, a mighty cry would usher from Hurin's lips, Ori Interluva, day shall come again. 70 times was the stirring call heard upon that black day, yet even this formidable scion of a warrior dynasty could not stay the coming of the night and the terrors which were soon to be loosed upon all he held dear. Among this group were a great number of the troll guard of Morgoth, whose caustic blood caused the axe to be destroyed as it simply began to fade away in Hurin's hands. This would prove to be the end of the final ounce of resistance in northern Beleriand. As he was left effectively unarmed, Gothmog captured the last of the rearguard of Dor Lomin and brought him in chains to Angband. Following on from the Nirnaeth Arnoediad and the shedding of the unnumbered tears by Elf, Edain and Dwarf in equal measure, Morgoth had effectively achieved as complete a victory as he could have imagined. The power of the Free Peoples to engage him in open combat was utterly broken. All of the people of Hithlum had been destroyed, and the sons of Feanor scattered. All Beleriand bar Doriath, still within the protection of the Girdle of Melian, had been razed by the orcish rabble, and the havens of the Falas had also been sacked. Morgoth paid little heed to the surviving kingdoms of Nargothrond and Doriath, for he knew that they posed little threat to him now in their diminished states. Morgoth further displayed his cruel guile by betraying his Easterling allies as he trapped them in Hithlum under penalty of death, which deprived them of the newly won fertile lands of Beleriand. Yet the victory was not entirely complete due to the time won by the living wall of the Dor Lomin, as the newly crowned High King of the Noldor, Turgon, and his city, Gondolin, remained hidden from the gaze of the Dark Lord. In the hopes of discovering its location, Hurin was brought to the Dark Lord, yet he would not reveal the city's location and instead mocked Morgoth, insisting he would never betray Turgon. In response, a curse of titanically terrible proportions was laid upon Hurin and his kin, with the valorous man of Dor Lomin bound to a chair upon Thangorodrim, where he would be forced to watch the brutal tale unfold before his very eyes. Now sit there, and look out upon the lands where evil and despair shall come upon those whom you lovest. Thou hast dared to mock me, and to question the power of Melkor, master of the fates of Ada. Therefore with my eyes thou shalt see, and with my ears shalt hear, and never shalt thou move from this place until all is fulfilled unto its bitter end. Following on from the Nirnaeth Arnoediad, the Free Peoples of Middle-earth reached their lowest ebb since the coming of Feanor and the Noldor to the shores of the continent. The great victories and hard-won equilibrium which had been established in the intervening years had all been for naught, as the doom of Mandos still hung upon the Free Peoples, removing any chance of overcoming the impending darkness which spread from the gates of Angband with a slow, unceasing certainty which none amongst the Free Peoples could halt. Yet even at this point in Tolkien's mythos, whereupon the night was at its darkest, the efforts of those who had come before, who had so freely given their lives in the service of a greater cause than themselves, were not in vain. For as long as the slightest sparking ember of hope remained to those who persisted, the future would remain far from set. It is through the lens of cruel beauty that the First Age of Middle-earth and the War of the Jewels cement themselves as the bedrock upon which the fantasy genre now rests, and such is to be J.R.R. Tolkien's great legacy. I am the elder king Melkor, first and mightiest of all the Valar, who was before the world and made it. The shadow of my purpose lies upon Ada, and all that is in it bends slowly and surely to my will. But upon all whom you love my thoughts shall weigh as a cloud of doom, and it shall bring them down into darkness and despair. Wherever they go, evil shall arise. Whenever they speak, their words shall bring ill counsel. Whatsoever they do shall turn against them. They shall die without hope, cursing both life and death. The Curse of Morgoth upon the children of Hurin. Turin was the sole son of Hurin Thalion and Moren Elethen, with a younger sister named Urwen, nicknamed Lalaith because of her easy demeanour and frequent bouts of laughter. By comparison, he was an old soul with a sullen nature, and it was only on rare occasions that he was to speak. This mood was not improved when Lalaith passed away early in their childhood due to a plague. The situation in Dor Lomin was to worsen spectacularly following the Nirnaeth Arnoediad, as the ever-deceitful Morgoth had betrayed his Easterling allies by ensconcing them within the less fertile lands of Hithlum. Frustrated by their place of low standing, despite their vital role in the Dark Lord's ascendancy, the Easterlings kept the Northerners in a state of perpetual repression. Morwen, pregnant with the final child of Hurin, surveyed the ever-darkening days of her people and decided upon a heart-breaking course of action. She would send Turin away to be fostered within King Thingol's halls in Doriath. The path was not an easy one. However, the safety of Turin and his companions was practically assured when they came upon one of the most formidable elves of that period, Beleg Cuthalion. He provided the weary company with food and guidance, and brought them to the halls of Thingol. Here, Turin would gaze upon the great marvels of Menigroth, a feat which had only been achieved by one human, Beren, one of the greatest of his kind. When Turin met Thingol, he was welcomed with great honour due to the feats of his father Hurin and his kinsman Beren. He was placed upon the king's knee, which was a sign that Thingol had adopted the boy as his own son. This was all the more surprising following the loss of his Luthien. Many elves believed that the actions of Turin's kinsman Beren played a role in the death of the king's daughter. Still, Thingol proclaimed, "Here, son of Hurin, shall your home be, and in all your life you shall be held as my son, man though you be. Wisdom shall be given you beyond the measure of mortal men, and the weapons of elves shall be set in your hands. Perhaps the time may come when you shall regain the lands of your father in Hithlum, but dwell now here in love." Thingol's wise wife Melian attempted to bring Morwen to Doriath in order to avert the doom of her children, yet the latter would not abandon her people so lightly, and instead sent the great dragon helm of Dor Lomin. Thingol would safeguard this mighty relic of the House of Hador until such a time when Turin would be able to wield it as the head of his household. During this period, Turin learned much from the elves, particularly from an elf maiden named Nellis. Although the great darkness within his heart was lifted for a time, during his 9-year sojourn within Doriath, his restlessness was to return. His thoughts would often return to his mother and sister. He had never met Nienor, of whom he knew only that her beauty had become such that she was now considered a flower in the grey north. During this stay, Turin had matured into a fine representative of the House of Hador, with his stature surpassing even the elves of Doriath. His strength and hardiness earned him great renown within the kingdom. From Beleg he learned much, and had begun to show signs of the peerless warrior and woodsman he was to become. Yet his manner and inherent sadness often held him back from forging friendships among the denizens of Doriath, which, combined with his more impressive characteristics, led one elf to envy and begrudge him. Still, King's counsellor Cyros seemed unable to provoke the young man, and the silence with which he answered his cruel jests only furthered the jealous grudge which the elf held against the scion of the House of Hador. Turin's 17th year was to prove a deciding one, bringing to an end the comfortable existence he had enjoyed within the girdle of Melian, as ill tidings now came from the north. Morgoth's power had grown exponentially, to a point at which all of the north now lay within his grasp, and no further word from the messengers of Thingol would come regarding the land of Dor-lómin. So Turin, who still has not reached manhood, took from the king the great dragon helm of his father and his father's father, and ranged far and wide alongside his mentor Beleg. Such was the fury and the weight of the doom which lay upon his shoulders that word soon raced throughout the lands of the north that Hurin himself had returned from the very depths of hell to wage war upon those who had wronged his people. 3 years would pass, with Turin devoting himself entirely to the cause of striking back against the Dark Lord, and in this time he began to care little for his appearance, or even the seat he had once held at the side of his foster father. On one of his seldom visits to his former home in Menegroth, he came within its halls only to discover that Thingol was in fact absent. Weary from his journeys, Turin took the first seat he could find, which happened to be by the side of the elders of the realm. Saeros arrived late, and presumed that pride caused Turin to take such a place. The councillor then began to belittle and torment the man of Dor-lómin, with one particular jest as to the quality of their womenfolk finally provoking Turin. At this, he cast his drinking vessel at the face of the elven councillor and drew his sword. If it were not for Mablung, he would have attacked Saeros. Sufficiently calmed by Mablung, Turin sheathed his blade and left without a word. Angered by his fellow elf's conduct, Mablung decreed that should any further ill come from the encounter, it should lay at Saeros's feet. However, the latter was not abated by such words, and attempted to waylay Turin as he left the kingdom. Unfortunately for the elf, the years spent in the wilderness had made the young man wary of such tactics. Seeing Saeros from the corner of his eye, Turin moved aside, and his strike split the elf's shield in twain. The fight which ensued was fierce, yet Turin combined the agility of an elf with far greater strength. He disarmed the elf, and with him now at his mercy, he threw the councillor to the ground and stripped him of his clothing. Saeros cried for help, and fled into the forests with Turin in mock pursuit. The councillor, fearing the wrath of Turin, ran ahead with such pace that when he came to a stream and failed in his leap across it, he crashed into the rocks and died instantly. Hearing the commotion, Mablung and the other elves came upon the scene, unaware of Saeros's attack. They asked Turin to go with them to face the judgment of Thingol. However, the son of Hurin was unwilling and left the kingdom with none eager to stop him for fear of further bloodshed. None among the people of Doriath knew where Turin was now headed, for he had kept his course secret until he came across an outlaw band based in the south of Brethil. He identified himself only as Naithan, or the Wronged, and as he was now in the full vigour of his manhood, the outlaws quickly realized that he far outstripped any of them in terms of strength of arms, and did not object to him joining their company. His prowess was further evidenced when the leader of the group insisted on terrorizing an innocent woman. In response, Turin slew the man, assuming his role as leader of the group. From now on, the band would only hunt orcs, and with Turin at their head, they would instill fear in all who served the Dark Lord within the region. Meanwhile, Thingol and Melian finally returned to Doriath, and the king called upon his councillors to direct his foster son's judgment. Mablung spoke at length, but could not forgive the slaying of Saeros despite the taunting. As a result, the king was about to pronounce his judgment, which would not favour his adopted son. At the last minute, however, Beleg burst into the hall and made overtures to be heard by his king. When this was accepted, he brought Nellas, who had witnessed the beginning of the fight. Her testimony would prove vital in exonerating Turin, and having questioned her at length, Thingol would pardon his adopted son and task Beleg with returning him to Doriath. Armed with the mighty black blade Anglachel, forged from the metal of a falling star, Beleg set forth with the blessing of Thingol and Melian. Beleg, unceasing in his efforts to find his dear companion of old, continued the search long after all other messengers of Thingol had given up the pursuit, and in FA 487 he came upon the band at the outskirts of the Amon Ruth. He was promptly captured and tied up here, for Turin was not with the band. Fortunately, he soon returned and had his friend released, despite the protests and continued distrust towards the elf from his lieutenant Andrug. Beleg initially attempted to have Turin return to Doriath with him. However, Turin showed the steadfast loyalty of his house, saying that he would not leave his men to their fate. As such, Beleg returned to Doriath in order to inform the king that his foster son was alive. In the meantime, Turin came upon the petty dwarves Mim and his son Kim. These were some of the last of their kind, a group of minor dwarves that came from the ancient Hold's exiles. The band hastily captured Mim, but in the scuffle, Androg accidentally slew Kim, which left the surviving father bitter and rageful. In exchange for his freedom, Mim was forced to share the halls he dwelt within on Amon Ruth with the company. He also received a payment of ransom for the death of his son. This is the reason behind the halls being nicknamed the House of Ransom. That winter, Beleg returned to Turin and won over many within the band through his aptitude for healing. Beleg also brought with him the dragon Helm that Turin had left in Doriath, so the region became known as Dor Cuathol, or the Land of Bow and Helm. Turin took up a new name in this epoch of his life, Gorthol the Dread Helm. Here the warrior would bring great fame and renown to the band, drawing many new recruits. As a result, a vast swath of western Beleriand was freed from the evil that had held the land in sway for so long. Yet the rage of Mim was to ensure that the curse of Morgoth would once more wreak havoc upon the House of Hador. The petty dwarf decided to get his revenge, so he met with the orcs, providing information fatal to Turin's band. His conditions included the return of his halls, iron and gold for all those caught, that Beleg was imprisoned and left to him, and that Turin was allowed to go free. Yet the conditions were somewhat altered by the orcs, who decided they would take Turin to Angband. To guarantee his cooperation, the orcs took Mim's surviving son, Ibn, hostage. So the petty dwarf led the orcish company to the halls of ransom. Although this was a surprise, the sentries bought the band a fraction of the time needed to prepare a defense. The orcs were initially driven back by the ferocity of man and elf, yet before long, the company was forced to retreat within the halls and roll a large stone across its entrance. Here, Andrug revealed a hidden stair, which led to the flat summit of Amon Ruth, where the small group of orcs who had made their way up the outer path were driven from the ledge. A last-ditch defense was mounted against the orcs now scaling the summit. However, there was little cover, and many of Turin's company were feathered by black arrows from below. Andrug was mortally wounded in such a manner. As only Beleg, Turin and 10 other men were left alive, they withdrew to the center of the summit, and, with their backs to a standing stone, started a desperate last stand. Their numbers dwindled until none but Beleg and Turin survived. These two were taken captive as the orcs ravaged the halls. While Turin was taken to Angband, Beleg was left to Mim, who was angered further by the sacking of his home. Unbeknownst to the petty dwarf, Andrug yet lived, and this valiant warrior had crawled inch by inch through the dead bodies of his comrades. Having already set his initial misgivings of the elf aside through the long war they had waged against the dying of the light, he saved his life, thrusting his blade towards the deceitful dwarf, who subsequently fled. With the last of his strength, Andrug cut the fetters which bound his comrade. As Beleg turned to heal his friend, the last of the men of the company bade him farewell, stating, "My hurts are too deep even for your healing." Beleg was now left alone among the slain, with only a frail hope that Turin yet lived. However, the elves of Beleriand had long since learned to live with naught more than a fool's hope to guide them. In the aftermath of the Battle of the Halls of Ransom and the death of Andrug, Beleg sought out Turin among the dead to give him a fitting burial. When he realized that his old friend was not among the slain, Strongbow deemed a flicker of hope yet remained to him. Beleg tracked the orcs to the highlands of Taor Nufuin, where he came upon a sleeping elf, Gwyndor, the son of Gwylin, an escaped slave of Angband after the Battle of Unnumbered Tears, brought low by the vile machinations of the torturers of the Dark Lord. Gwyndor informed Beleg of a small company of orcs just ahead of them. The broken elf attempted to dissuade Beleg from pursuit. However, the latter would not leave his friend to his fate. Beleg continued onwards until he came across the camp of the orcs, who now caroused in celebration of their victory and set out only wolf sentinels to alert them of any oncoming foe. A great storm came from the far west, disguising the ambitions of Beleg and Gwyndor. In the brutal darkness of the night, Beleg shot dead 4 of the wolf sentries to the southern side of the encampment, before making his way into the camp and slaughtering those who were awoken by their entrance. Gwyndor and Beleg bore the fettered Turin from the campsite. As Beleg began to cut loose the bond which kept Turin, the blade Anglachel bit into Turin's foot. Turin immediately sprung upon his would-be assailant, slaying Beleg Cuthalion. A great lightning strike then illuminated the scene, evidencing to Turin that he had slain his friend, which caused him to scream aloud in such sadness that it would awaken the orcs. However, Turin and Gwyndor managed to escape the servants of Morgoth. Gwyndor roused Turin, saying he would aid in burying Beleg. This action renewed within Gwyndor the strength and virtue of his people, so he guarded and guided Turin away from the area where he had committed his most heinous deed to date. He brought him to the pools of Ivrin, where the madness of Turin was cured, allowing him to weep for all the woe he had wrought upon those he had loved. At this point, Gwyndor bestowed upon Turin the blade Anglachel and asked the Edain to come with him to his home, Nargothrond. Due to the standing Gwyndor previously held within the kingdom, Turin was accepted into the kingdom of Orodreth. He took upon himself a new name, Agarwain, son of Unmath, which in the Sindarin tongue meant bloodstained, son of ill fate. He did so in the hopes that he would be able to mask his identity and so avoid the dark cloud which held perpetual sway over his family. The finest smiths available within the halls of Nargothrond then reforged Anglachel, and in the process, a new name was required for the blade to remove the taint the blade now bore following the death of Beleg. The blade therefore came to be known by the name Gurthang, or Iron of Death in Sindarin. As Turin embodied all that made the House of Hador foremost among the Edain of those days, the attention of the daughter of Orodreth, Finduilas, was drawn to him. Yet despite her beauty, Turin spurned her advances, as she had once been his friend Gwyndor's beloved before his imprisonment. As Gwyndor's star continued to wane within the kingdom, the man he had brought from the brink of madness assumed an ever more prominent position within Nargothrond, becoming a counsellor to Orodreth. Although he was now in adulthood, Turin had never fully tempered the rage and darkness within, and his thoughts turned ever northwards. Turin advocated for an abandonment of the secrecy that had allowed the kingdom to survive in the aftermath of continued setbacks against the Dark Lord. Turin's bold defiance of the norms that had served the kingdom's people for so long soon got him the ear of the more prominent elves of the kingdom, with Orodreth foremost among them. This drew the ire of Gwyndor, who had witnessed firsthand the strength of the Dark Lord and the cruelty he could bring to bear if sufficiently challenged. As a result, the two friends were put at odds with one another in the council meetings of the king, and in time, Gwyndor would come to rue the decision which had brought the son of Hurin to his home. For Turin's words, passionate as they were, came to win the day and spur the king to action. Though mortal men have little life beside the span of elves, they would rather spend it in battle than fly or submit. The defiance of Hurin Thalion is a great deed, and though Morgoth slay the doer, he cannot make the deed not to have been. Gwyndor's hard-won wisdom was thus ignored, and his position among the king's councillors was diminished. Orodreth, inspired to act against the great foe of his people, prepared to meet the Dark Lord's forces once more in the field, and strike a significant blow against the darkness which now engulfed much of North Beleriand. A great collection of arms was amassed within the halls of Nargothrond. At the urging of the still disguised Turin, a masterfully wrought bridge was constructed to provide a crossing over the Narog from the doors of Felagund. This would allow much hastier travel of warriors to the guarded plain, where most of the fighting was to take place. In this period, Gwyndor fell even further into disrepute due to his undeserved reputation for cowardice and the infirmity which continued to plague him from the wounds inflicted upon him within the depths of Angband. By contrast, Turin had grown into the fullness of his manhood, and his physical strength and courage drew the admiration of all within the kingdom. To ensure a stray arrow did not fell their valiant champion, Turin was outfitted with masterwork dwarven armor, and within the depths of the armories of Nargothrond, Turin found for himself a gilded dwarven war mask. Turin, having donned this array of impenetrable armaments, would instill such fear among the orcs that they would flee without even giving battle. Despite all preparations, the forces of King Orodreth stood as naught more than a flickering flame before the impending crescendo of Morgoth's vengeance upon the House of Hador. For some 5 years after Turin had arrived within his halls, a warning came from the Valar Ulmo himself through messengers of Círdan of the peril in which the kingdom now found itself. Unfortunately, Turin, who had assumed the role of commander of Nargothrond's armed forces, counselled against a tactical retreat and the dismantling of the bridge, believing that the forces amassed could now stand against any host Morgoth could bring to bear. Soon after the messengers who had borne such warnings to Nargothrond had departed in search of Turgon of Gondolin, an orcish host had moved against the men of Brethil, routing them and slaying their lord Handir. In doing so, they secured the crossings of Teiglin, and so the Dark Lord's hosts could amass reprisals in the Pass of Sirion without fear. Here a vast horde of orcs was gathered, with Glaurung, the father of dragons, at its head, and with the coming of autumn, the people of Nargothrond were to know the wrath and malice of the Dark Lord. First, the great Drake despoiled the Eithel Ivrin, followed by the burning of the Taleth Durnan as he passed into the guarded plain of Nargothrond. The elves of that fair kingdom would not bend in the face of such overwhelming odds, and with Turin at their head, they met their foe in the field. However, Glaurung's might in those days was so great that none but their mighty Edain captain, by virtue of his dwarven armor, could stand before the dragon. For upon the fields of Tumhalad, the forces of Nargothrond were routed. The pride and might Turin had instilled upon the elves of that kingdom withered as fruit upon the vine, and before the day was at its end, Orodreth himself lay dead upon the field of battle. Gwyndor too was mortally wounded, and if not for the intervention of Turin, for all fled before his might with great haste, his life would have come to a brutal end at the hands of the orcs. Bearing away his friend, Turin was forced to leave him to his fate, as Gwyndor lay the blame of that bloody day at his feet, and tasked him with saving his beloved Finduilis. Now, if thou love me, leave me. Haste thee to Nargothrond, and save Finduilis. And this last I say to thee, she alone stands between thee and thy doom. If thou fail her, it shall not fail to find thee. Farewell. Making with all haste possible, and gathering to him what elves still remained, Turin arrived too late to save the kingdom of Nargothrond. For the bridge he had advocated for and shown such pride towards was to be the unmaking of the people he had been tasked with defending, as it was so finely wrought that it could not be quickly dismantled. Glaurung, with the full force of his flame, brought low the doors of Felagund, and a brutal and bloody sack ensued. The remaining garrison was routed, while the women of Nargothrond, Finduilas among them, were taken captive, intending to bring them to Angband. Turin already failed the kingdom by allowing the shadow of his doom to bring such a mighty people low, and he could not countenance its survivors facing the immeasurable anguish of Angband. The bearer of the dragon helm of Dor Lomin drove back all who dared face him, and their number was few to begin with, as naught more than a handful dared to face this son of Hurin in his full might. However, the curse of Morgoth was not so easily evaded. As he made his way towards the captives, Turin suddenly found himself alone upon the bridge, as his companions had either fled or been slain in the desperate attempt to recover the enslaved. Just as it seemed Turin would be able to save the womenfolk, Glaurung emerged from the doors of Felagund at Turin's back and spoke, drawing away the warrior's attention. Turin's eyes bore a great flame within them, and reflected upon the edges of Gurthang as he stood alone yet unafraid and returned the great dragon's gaze, which was to prove his undoing. Glaurung was a being of immense strength, yet his guile and capacity for deception were the sharpest of the talons available to him, and Turin was transfixed, as if turned to stone by the witchcraft of the great drake's eye. Unable to move, Turin was forced to endure the vile machinations of Glaurung, who spoke vile mistruths that the Edain believed wholeheartedly due to the spell which now lay upon him. The dragon then gave a signal, and the orcs drove their captives as cattle across the bridge, among them Finduilas, who cried aloud and reached out for the unmoving Turin. However, the dragon would only release Turin when the captives were far from his reach. As soon as the bearer of the dragon helm was released from the dragon's glare, he cast himself at his great foe. Glaurung initially attempted to dissuade Turin from such action by speaking of the immediate peril his mother and sister now found themselves in, yet this was not sufficient, and Turin struck out with his black blade, attempting to take the dragon's eye. Glaurung moved with speed, belying his great size and avoiding the blow. He was impressed with the courage of the lone man he now faced. Speaking naught more than poison once more into the ears of this mighty Edain, he convinced Turin to leave Finduilas to her fate. "Haste you now, son of Hurin, to Dor Lomin, or perhaps the orcs shall come before you once again. And if you tarry for Finduilas, then never shall you see Morwen or Nirnaeth again, and they will curse you." Turin turned and sped away to the north to save his mother and sister, which drew a laugh from the great dragon, who had achieved the aim of his lord through such a masterful deception. In the act of symbolic desecration, Glaurung destroyed the very bridge which had brought low the kingdom of Nargothrond, and made a hoard of the great wealth which had been amassed there, resting upon it for a while. Turin, meanwhile, made his way ever northward, with the poisonous deception of Glaurung still ringing in his ears, despite the coming of a brutal winter. With each step he took, Finduilas' cries of anguish could be heard ever louder, yet the image of Dor Lomin, destroyed and his kin slain, drove Turin, son of Hurin, ever closer to his doom. Following a long and arduous trek through the frozen wilderness of Beleriand in the harsh winter, Turin finally came to the land of his birth, and found himself a stranger among his people. The Easterlings had asserted their rule over Dor Lomin, with Turin's people now becoming the serfs of the region. Coming to his mother's home, he found it to be a pale reflection of the former dwelling of Hurin, as the Easterlings had sacked it. It was occupied by their chief Brodda, who had taken Turin's kinswoman Erin as his wife. Having been informed that his mother Morwen had made her way south with his sister Nirnaeth in tow a year and 3 months ago, Turin was driven to immense anger and drew his black blade within the great hall. In the blink of an eye, Turin grasped the chieftain in his arm and placed Gurthang to his throat. Only then was the deception of Glaurung revealed. Norwen and Nirnaeth had made their way to Doriath in search of the bearer of the dragon helm. At that moment, as the deception faded in an instant, the cries of Finduilas could be heard in a brutal pitch to the perpetually cursed son of the House of Hador, yet it would be too late to append the cruel dictates of fate. Turin threw Brodda at the other Easterlings, breaking the chieftain's neck. A battle ensued within the hall, and Turin slew 3 more Easterlings in a heartbeat. The men of Dor Lomin, who were enslaved for so long beneath the cruel yoke of their oppressors, rose up, and with their aid, Turin killed many Easterlings. Turin then left Dor Lomin, and although the Easterlings hunted him, he could hide out the brutal winter with a number of the men of his father's former domain, who had decided to live as free men rather than thralls to the Easterlings. As Turin turned to view the land of his forefathers one final time, the plumes of smoke rising from Dor Lomin indicated that in a final act of defiance, Erin had set the Great Hall on fire and ended her life in the process. One of the men of Dor Lomin explained that Turin had misjudged his kinswoman Erin's patience for weakness. Many a man of arms misreads patience and quiet. She did much good among us at much cost. Her heart was not faint, and patience will break at the last. When the snow melted, Turin, now at a crossroads and uncertain of what course to take, came upon the much depleted men of Haleth within the forest of Brethil. Following multiple encounters with the forces of Angband, they had been significantly reduced in number, and were now so few to now mainly reside within a bare wooden stockade named Brandir, under their liege lord Brandir, son of Handir. Devastated though they may have been, the men of Brethil were far from a broken people, and some of the woodsmen who lived within the Brandir continued to strike against Morgoth by hunting his orcish warbands. As Turin made his way through the forest, he heard a confrontation of man and orc, and quickened his pace to lend his aid. A small band of men had been trapped by a much larger orcish rabble, and would be slain to a man in their current predicament. Turin began to make a great noise, as if to indicate a large group of men were on their way to reinforce the weary defenders. Then he uttered a cry to initiate the charge. When Turin emerged from the tree line with Gurthang in hand, his appearance caused most of the orcs to take flight, with the remaining being chased off by the surviving men of Brethil. However, the victory was fleeting for Turin, as he inquired about Finduilis, and their leader Dorlas relayed the sad tale. Having followed the progress of the slow-moving orcish force which had come from Nargothrond, the men of Brethil conducted an ambush, and as the orcs were assaulted, they began to slaughter their captives. For Finduilis, a particularly brutal end was envisaged by her captors, as they fastened the daughter of Orodreth to a tree using a spear. Her final words were to tell Turin of her resting place. As a result, they buried her in a mound upon a hillock at the crossing of Teiglin, and when Dorlas and his company brought Turin to the mound, he broke down into such inconsolable grief that they believed him to be dead. At this point, the men of Brethil realized that the Black Sword himself had saved them, and they then brought him back to the Brandir. Their liege lord Brandir, despite the reservations he maintained due to the curse which lay upon the shoulders of the man brought before him, still tended to Turin, and he woke once more in the spring. The courage of his forebears was awakened in Turin, and a new optimism for his future with it. All my deeds and past days were dark and full of evil, but a new day is come. Here I will stay at peace, and renounce name and kin, so I will put my shadow behind me, or at least not lay it upon those I love. From that day, Turin decided he would now dwell within the Brandir, and take a new name, Turambar, or Master of Doom. He set aside Gurthang, and would instead fight with the spear or bow, as he continued to hunt the orcs, and defend the mound of his beloved Finduilis, which came to bear the name Hulth Anelith. This mound of the Elf Maid came to be an area much feared by the warbands of Morgoth, who would only tread upon it in great numbers, and even then suffer dire casualties at Turin's hand. In Doriath, however, word had long since reached the kingdom of the fall of Nargothrond. Many within the Girdle believed that Turin lay among the slain, but hesitated to investigate due to the presence of Glaurung within the halls of Felagund. This infuriated Morwen, who worried about her son's fate, whom she had entrusted to the elven king Thingol, who would not risk his people to uncover his current whereabouts. Despite the urging of Melian to not leave the Girdle, Morwen would not be stopped. Leaving Nienor with Doriath, she set out to find her son. Thingol would not have her dragged back to the kingdom, as it was not his way, so instead, a company of battle-hardened watchwardens with Mablung at their head was sent out to follow and protect the wife of Hurin. Once she reached the Sirion, a wide and swift river, Mablung had to reveal himself and offer his aid, as Morwen did not know how to cross. As the company began to cross at the Twillit Meris, another rider was spotted. Nienor had also left Doriath, unwilling to have others risk their lives while she remained safe. Despite an argument between mother and daughter, Nienor would not be swayed, and so she joined the expedition, seeking out the truth of Turin's fate, and that of the kingdom of Nargothrond. When they finally reached the river Narog, Mablung led a company of a score of elves to ford the river. However, Glaurung was aware of their presence, and drove off all but Mablung as he emerged from Nargothrond. The latter evaded detection by hiding under a rock and waiting for the dragon to pass over the rocky outcrop before fording the river. Unfortunately, the remaining 20 elves tasked with protecting Morwen and Nirnaeth looked upon the dragon's might and bade their wards to mount and flee. An ill wind blew the vapours of the dragon across the fog-strewn plain, which drove the horses to madness, separating the company as they lost control of their mounts. In the chaos of the retreat, Nirnaeth's horse stumbled, throwing her to the ground, and she decided then to return to the hill upon which they had initially been camped, hoping Mablung would return. Having reached the summit where the fog was at its thinnest, Nirnaeth was surprised by the appearance of Glaurung, who immediately caught her gaze, allowing him to use his powers to bend her will to him. The dragon then besmirched her brother's name, claiming he was little more than a coward who abandoned the womenfolk to the orcs, and Nirnaeth reacted with an outburst which revealed her identity. This caused Glaurung to laugh, and with the utmost cruelty of purpose, he took from the daughter of Hurin her memory as all grew dim to her, and she collapsed. Meanwhile, Mablung had explored the halls at length, and fearing the return of Glaurung, left the halls. During the crossing of Narog, he was spotted by the Great Drake. However, the power expended in breaking the will of a member of the House of Hador had left the dragon weary. Instead of killing Mablung outright, he bade him make his way to the hilltop to see what had become of his charge. Mablung made with all haste to the Amonefia as Glaurung returned to his horde. When the elf arrived, he found Nirnaeth near comatose, but when he took her hand, she stirred and allowed him to lead her away from the hilltop. Left with little choice, Mablung brought Nirnaeth eastwards, although she remained unresponsive and soon fell and lay still. Hope was returned to Mablung when 3 of the company came upon them and granted him aid. The journey was a slow one due to Nirnaeth's condition. However, the farther they drew away from Nargothrond, the more strength returned to her. After many days of travel, they came to the western border of Doriath near Teiglin. Taking a rest before crossing into the Girdle, they were set upon by a band of orcs, and Nirnaeth fled into the forest. Mablung was unable to find her despite his valiant efforts, and returned to Doriath with grief in his heart. He was absolved of all blame for the matter, as Melian stated, "You did all that you could, and none other among the king's servants would have done so much. But by ill chance you were matched against a power too great for you, too great indeed for all that now dwell in Middle-earth." Despite this reassurance, the guilt of the loss of Morwen and Nirnaeth remained a heavy burden, and for 3 years, Mablung ranged from the Eret Wethrin to the mouths of Sirion fruitlessly in search of his charges. Following the orcish ambush of Mablung and his companions, Nirnaeth had fled so far that she reached the burial mound of Finduilas. In a brutal storm, a company of the men of Brethil, led by Turambar, came upon her. While he initially believed her to be a wraith in the terrible conditions, Turambar showed great kindness for the silent maiden, innately understanding that a terrible story lay behind her current malaise. She was then given the name Niniel, or Maid of Tears, and looked up and shook her head before repeating the name, which was the first word she had spoken since her encounter with Glaurung. The next day, she was brought to the Ethelbrandir. However, she fell under a severe fever on the journey, which required Brandir to utilize all his healing skills. She would sleep peacefully only when Turambar sat by her side. In the period after her sickness, she was required to learn the art of speaking again, and she took to this with great intelligence and continued joy at her progress. At this time, Brandir fell madly in love with Niniel, but she viewed him as a brother, and it was to Turambar that her heart was given, as they remained unaware that they were siblings. When she came to full health once more, much to the chagrin of Brandir, Turambar asked for Niniel's hand in marriage, with the leader of the men of Brethil counselling against the union due to the shadow which lay upon Turambar. When Brandir revealed who Turambar was and the fate of Nargothrond, Niniel hesitated, though when the spring came she agreed to marry him, and in the midsummer they were wed. Their joy was not to last, as Morgoth, tired of the defiance of the men of Brethil, tasked Glaurung with bringing fire and death to the forests where they made their home. This left Turambar in a dire predicament, as he remained uncertain whether his intervention would aid the stricken men of Brethil or bring his doom to bear upon them. Initially, he did not ride out to face the orcs, as Æthelsbrandir was not threatened. However, Dorlas and his warriors suffered in the early confrontations in the absence of their finest warrior. Dorlas returned from one such skirmish and showed his wounds to his friend, and Turambar took up the black sword Gurthang once more, and drew to him a force of hundreds of woodsmen. With Turambar at their head, they massacred the orcs and hung their bodies from the trees at the crossing of Teiglin. A second host was ambushed. Surprised by the wielder of Gurthang and the numbers of the woodsmen, they were annihilated, with only a tiny remnant returning with ill tidings to Nargothrond. Spring came, and with it the conception of Turambar and Ninil's first child. However, once more, joy was to be stripped from them. News reached Æthelsbrandir of the coming of Glaurung, who had begun to burn the forest down to draw out his great foe Turambar. His progress was brutal in its efficiency, and before long, Glaurung had reached the Teiglin, which gave Turambar an idea to slay the great beast. Taking with him Dorlas and a relative of Brandir, Hunthor, as the only men brave enough to face the dragon, Turambar set out despite the protests of Ninil, and before long they came to the Nen Girith. Here, Turambar revealed his plan. Gauging Glaurung's current path, he believed that Glaurung would have to pass over a gorge known as the Cabed Enaras due to its great size. Despite the misgivings of Dorlas as to the location upon which they wished to strike, the trio moved at dusk to face one of the mightiest of all Morgoth's servants. In the meantime, Ninil, fearing for her husband and ignoring the counsel of Brandir, set out with a company of other concerned women to attain tidings of the encounter with the dragon. The lame Brandir, upon his crutch, followed in pursuit, well aware that the curse of Morgoth would bring nothing but despair to his beloved, and hoping he could potentially avert such a disaster. Turambar and his companions soon came to Cabed Enaras, and the incredible noise of the river Teiglin disguised their movements, such that even the keen ears of Glaurung could not pick them out. During the initial phase of the climb towards a position that would give them the best chance of felling Glaurung, Dorlas's courage failed, leaving Turambar and Hunthor to complete their task. As they continued their crossing, the reek of the dragon was as such to make the two men dizzy, causing them to slip, only barely clinging to the tree stems. At the top, they waited for Glaurung to arrive and lodge himself in a favourable position during his crossing. Even the dragon's movement was brutal and violent, and had the duo been any closer, the burst of flame he let out would have slain them. Yet they survived, and quickly began to clamber along the cliffside to reach the dragon. The ever-fearless Turambar hastened towards his foe, and in the process slipped, only to be saved by Hunthor. As he began to thank his companion, a great rock fell upon his head, and his corpse tumbled into the Teiglin. Turambar rued the curse which lay upon him and had slain such a brave man, yet he steeled himself for what lay ahead. Drawing to him all his courage and hatred for the dragon, Turambar was imbued with great strength and swiftly moved to the optimal point. He did so just in time for the dragon's underbelly to drop downwards into the gorge as he dragged his great weight across it. Turin then drew his sword and thrust it to the hilt into Glaurung's gut. The scream Glaurung let out shook the entire forest, and the thrashing which accompanied his final moments threw Turambar loose. And if not for his strength of will, he would have also been slain. Turambar once more braved the crossing, made his way to his dying foe, and looked upon him devoid of pity. He then walked forward and spoke freely of his hatred for the dragon, before drawing Gurthang from his gut. With this, a spurt of black blood shot forth, severely burning his arm. The cries he let out then caused the dragon to stir, and when Glaurung made eye contact, it was with such incomparable malice that Turambar felt he had been struck by an arrow and fell as one who had died. Ninil soon came upon the scene, with Brandir following her far behind, and went straight to her beloved despite her fear of the stricken dragon. His appearance left little doubt in her mind as to his fate, and despite hearing a faint breath, She believed that Turambar now lay dead, and so she began to cry and weep. Brandir arrived at the scene too late, as the cries of Ninil had roused the dying dragon, and with his dying words, he revealed her true identity. The dragon's death removed the spell he had cast upon her, and as a stunned Brandir watched on, Ninil bade her brother farewell, now realizing the truth of their incestuous union. Farewell, O twice beloved, a Turin Turambar Turin Ambatanan, master of doom by doom mastered, O happy to be dead. She then began to run, despite the cries of Brandir, and made her way to the Cabed en Arras, and here she cast herself into the Teiglin, and died with an all-consuming grief in her heart. The gorge would be renamed the Cabed na Eremath, or the Leap of Dreadful Doom. However, this was not the end of that day's woes. Brandir returned to his people, and on the journey he came upon Dolas, who was still ashamed of his failure to follow Turin through the gorge. Brandir acknowledged his cowardice, berating his lesser, and as a result enraged the warrior, who, as he looked set to strike the leader of his people, was struck down with the short sword of Brandir. Disgusted by the bloodshed, Brandir dropped the blood-soaked blade to the forest floor and continued back to his people. Once more amongst their company, he would bring the ill news of the day to them, before stating that the forest would no longer be known as Brethil, but rather Sachnirchin Hurin, or the grave of the children of Hurin. Unbeknownst to them, Turin yet lived, and with the death of Glaurung, he had begun to stir as the dragon's power faded. Weary beyond all measure, he was forced to use Gurthang as a crutch, and came to the Nen Girith, where he met those who were readying to collect his corpse. Brandir then told Turin of the death of his beloved, and although he would not believe it at first, his anger at Brandir and accusations that he now lied drove the latter to reveal Ninil's true identity. Then a great rage overtook Turin, and he drew Gurthang from its sheath. Brandir, unarmed as he was, did not allow fear to overtake him and didn't flee, allowing the black sword to kill him. Those who witnessed the slaying fled from Turin in fear, and he was left alone, causing him to wander mad with grief through the forest, trying to convince himself that his sister still resided within Doriath. This illusion came crashing down around Turin as 12 elvish huntsmen, with Mablung at their head, came across the weariest of warriors within Beleriand. The tidings that Morwen and Nienor had left the girdle in search of Turin shattered what strands of willpower remained to him, and in his grief he cursed Doriath before fleeing from the huntsmen. Mablung ordered that they follow him, but Turin outran his pursuers with ease, and came to the Cabed na Eremath. Here he was unwilling to sully the waters in which his sister now lay, and instead drew Gurthang one final time. He said to his blade, "Hail, Gurthang, iron of death, thou alone now remainst. But what lord or loyalty dost thou know, save the hand that wieldeth thee? From no blood wilt thou shrink? Wilt thou take Turin Turambar? Wilt thou slay me swiftly?" And the blade responded, "Yea, I will drink thy blood, that may I forget the blood of Beleg my master, and the blood of Brandir slain unjustly. I will slay thee swiftly." Turin placed the hilt on the ground and cast himself upon the black sword, ending his life. Too late did Mablung come upon his friend, and when the men of Brethil came down from the Nen Girith, they told him of what occurred. In their sadness, the Edain began to weep, and Mablung, having learned of his great failure, and thinking back to the sacrifice of Hurin at the Battle of Unnumbered Tears, placed an all-encompassing weight of guilt upon himself. The dragon's remains were burnt in a great pyre, and Turin's body was placed upon the shoulders of his companions and burned within a high mound, with the shards of Gurthang beside him. A great grey headstone was brought some time after, and upon it were carved in the runes of Doriath the names Turin Turambar Dagnir Glaurunga and Nienor Niniel. Having learned of the death of his children, Morgoth finally released Hurin from his bondage, and in his wandering, he came to the forest of Brethil. Coming to the Cabed na Eremath, Hurin would not look upon the great stone, for he knew what was carved upon it even then. He had also noticed that he was not alone, for a fellow aged wanderer sat in the shadow of the headstone. Even when they drew back their hood and revealed a beaten-down visage, Hurin did not recognize the wanderer. However, the instant they locked eyes, he knew her to be his wife, Morwen Elethen, who informed him that she too was now spent and would pass with the setting of the sun. Hurin did not respond and instead sat beside the stone with Morwen in his arms, and as the sun went down, she sighed and clasped his hand. Then she was still, and Hurin knew she had passed, leaving him alone and broken beneath the shade of the headstone of his children. Our chronicler concludes this story with these words: "Here ends the tale of the children of Hurin, longest of all the lays of Beleriand." Hurin had been released from Morgoth's prison in FA 500 following the death of his children Turin and Nienor under the pretense of Morgoth's pity, as the Dark Lord acknowledged that he had defeated one of his most defiant adversaries. However, as was always his way, the Dark Lord instead hoped that the woe which had befallen the children of Hurin would have poisoned the mind of his captive, and he would facilitate the creation of greater chaos and strife upon whichever path he would now tread, and in doing so, bring low those few who now resisted Morgoth following the Nirnaeth Arnoediad. Unfortunately for the free folk, not even Morgoth himself could have imagined the destruction to follow in Hurin's wake during the final years of his life. Hurin returned to Hithlum and his former home of Dolomin. He was to find a land much changed in his absence. The peoples who had once prospered under his wise rulership were kept beneath the cruel yoke of the Easterlings, led by Lorgan. The cruel overlords of this region initially did not recognize this tragic hero of a long-forgotten battle, and instead feared him, believing Hurin to be one of Morgoth's most trusted servants. Seeing now that the House of Hador lay in ruins, Hurin was forced to turn his back upon the land of his fathers, and he was to be joined by 7 outlaws in his journey south. The company made their way to the Vale of Sirion, where Hurin would abandon his companions and seek out his former lord, Turgon of Gondolin. After searching for an entrance to the city, Hurin soon began to despair, as King Turgon initially kept the entrance closed, as was the strategy which had kept the city hidden throughout the preceding years. This infuriated the aged warrior, whose weariness soon brought anger, as he cried out against Turgon and his hidden city. Unbeknownst to Hurin, this was to bring with it death and destruction of unquantifiable proportions, as he was being watched and had inadvertently revealed the city's general location to Morgoth's spies. Seeing now that he had been abandoned by the elf for whom he had sacrificed all, Hurin turned aside and left the area. Only too late then did Turgon send the eagles to bring Hurin within the Vale and the protection of Gondolin. From that day onwards, Morgoth was to set a vigil upon the region, in the hopes of finding a way to raze the last great bastion of defiance within Beleriand to the ground, all inspired by the woe and heartbreak which forever lay upon the House of Hador, almost akin to a funeral shroud. From here, Hurin made his way to Brethil, where he bore witness to the tombstone of his fallen children and the final moments of Morwen's life. This was the final straw for Hurin, who was now engulfed by an all-encompassing fury and sought to enact vengeance upon all those who had failed his offspring. The first group to feel his wrath would be the Haladin, who were now ruled by Hardang, who detested the House of Hador due to the petty rivalries present among the Edain in these days. Therefore, upon Hurin's arrival, Hardang assaulted him, yet even in Hurin's advanced age, he remained a potent warrior and could easily injure Hardang. However, Hurin was taken captive and set to be tried for his crimes at the 301st Folkmoot of Judgment. The crimes he was charged with included the wounding of Hardang, ungrateful and discourteous conduct towards the guards who had found him in Ó'hÁinle, and entering Brethil to slay Hardang at the behest of the Lord of Angband. However, Manthor, the captain of the guard and master of the North March, who had befriended Hurin following his discovery at the Ó'hÁinle and during his imprisonment, would speak on Hurin's side. Therefore Hardang, who sat upon the Angbor or Doom Rock alongside his lieutenant Avrank, would argue at length with Manthor and Hurin, with the opinion of the Haladin swaying between both sides as the trial continued. Manthor conducted an eloquent defense on Hurin's behalf, culminating in the accused's heartfelt testimony. He would speak of the deaths of his wife and children having drawn him to the grave and brought half of those gathered to his side. The trial results were to bring further bloodshed to the Forest of Brethil, as a civil war of sorts among the Haladin erupted. The Hall of the Haladin was razed to the ground, with Hardang and Avrank barely emerging from the flames with their lives, only for the fleeing chieftain to be struck down by a spear lodged firmly between his shoulder blades. With his death ended the line of Haldad, and most of the survivors were to follow Hurin, who now led them towards the ruins of Nargothrond, seemingly abandoned following the death of Glaurung. However, unbeknownst to those who had made their way to the desolate shell of a once mighty elven kingdom, the halls of Nargothrond had not been entirely abandoned. For now, the caves were occupied by Mim, the petty dwarf, as he had claimed the great hoard of Glaurung following the dragon's death at Turin's hand. Hurin, facing the dwarf who had caused much misfortune to his offspring, was filled with great anger. The father of Turin then asked the dwarf to reveal his identity in order to confirm the subject of his anger, and this exchange was to seal the doom of the last of the petty dwarfs. "I am Mim, and before the proud ones came from over the sea, dwarves delved the halls of Nulakhistin. I have but returned to take what is mine, for I am the last of my people." "Then you shall enjoy your inheritance no longer," said Hurin. "For I am Hurin, son of Galdor, returned out of Angband, and my son was Turin Turambar, whom you have not forgotten. And he it was that slew Glaurung the dragon, who wasted these halls where you now sit, and not unknown is it to me by whom the dragon Helm of Dor Lomin was betrayed." Hurin, entirely overcome with rage and wrath of an insurmountable nature, ignored the desperate pleas of the petty dwarf and slew Mim before the gates of Nargothrond. This drew from Mim a final curse that the dragon horde would bring naught else but woe and misfortune to those who would take possession of it. With Mim's passing, the last of the petty dwarves of Middle-earth went extinct, ending these exiled cousins of Durin's folk for good and all. The details as to who slew the dwarf, the nature of the horde, and the size of the group of outlaws vary in the retelling. Yet the most crucial detail remains. Hurin's band would take the now cursed dragon horde from the halls. The curse upon the horde would soon drive the Haladin who accompanied Hurin mad, and they quickly turned upon one another, with many of them slain on the journey through petty squabbles over the division of the wealth of Nargothrond. The broken Hurin cared little for the wealth he now possessed, and continued on a direct course toward those he blamed most for his family's suffering. The former wielder of the dragon helm of Dor Lomin came to the girdle of Melian and sought to enter into Doriath to ensure that Thingol was made aware of his failure as a ward to his wife and children. Hurin was found by the border guards of Doriath, who barely recognized this grim and aged warrior, yet they brought him still to their lord within the Thousand Caves. Thingol likewise struggled to recognize Hurin, the man who had once stood at the forefront of what it meant to be of the Edain in the days before all hope had been lost in the struggle against Morgoth. However, the realization of the man who now presented himself to the King of Doriath brought an insurmountable immensity of grief and regret to Thingol. Despite his best efforts, he had failed the House of Hador and allowed its destruction to occur under his stewardship. Thingol's greeting was filled with the respect which should be duly accorded to one of the Edain's finest, returned from years of torture wrought upon him for his efforts against the Dark Lord. Yet Hurin remained silent and reached within his tattered, dirty cloak to bring forth the greatest treasure of the now cursed horde of Nargothrond, for he presented to the King of Doriath the Nauglamir. This dwarven-forged necklace had been presented to Finrod Felagund many years prior. Its majesty was clear to all those gathered, yet the intent behind the gifting of such a fine piece of jewellery was only matched by the vile curse which lay upon it due to Mim's final words. Hurin handed the necklace over to the man who had once taken his children as wards and seen to the safety of his much-beloved wife by casting it at the king's feet. "Receive thou thy fee," he cried, "for thy fair keeping of my children and my wife." Thingol's gaze was then cast upon the jewel, which now lay upon the floor of the Thousand Caves, and although he understood the gravity of the item presented to him, he also understood the intent behind such a gift. Thingol displayed a great degree of pity, and restrained the anger which would ordinarily have accompanied such a demeaning act committed by Hurin against one of the great elven kings. Before the situation could be further escalated through the scorn which had at this point overtaken the father of Turin, Melian, in her great wisdom, spoke. Hurin Thalion, Morgoth hath bewitched thee. For he that seeth through Morgoth's eyes, willing or unwilling, seeth all things crooked. Long was Turin thy son fostered in the halls of Menegroth, and shown love and honour as the son of the king. And it was not by the king's will nor by mine that he never came back to Doriath. And afterwards thy wife and thy daughter were harboured here with honour and goodwill, and we sought by all means that we might dissuade Morwen from the road to Nargothrond. With the voice of Morgoth thou dost now upbraid thy friends. At this, Morgoth's curse upon the House of Hador, since the Nirnaeth Arnoediad and the devastation of the Union of Maethros, was broken for good and all. Hurin realised that the weight he carried for years prior should have, by all rights, lay at the feet of the Dark Lord himself. However, the former bearer of the Dragon Helm now knew that he had allowed the trials and tribulations of his recent history to taint and destroy all those he had come into contact with since the passing of his wife. Therefore, as he stared long and hard into the eyes of the Queen of Doriath and protected from the vile tendrils of Morgoth within her girdle, he stooped low and picked up the Nauglamir before handing it to Thingol, stating, "Receive now, Lord, the necklace of the dwarfs, as a gift from one who has nothing, as a memorial of Hurin of Dor Lomin, for my fate is fulfilled, and the purpose of Morgoth achieved, but I am his thrall no longer." Following this final candid interaction with the King of Doriath, Hurin turned his back on the Thousand Caves and never returned to the girdle. None stood willing to stop him, or even ask where he intended to go, for the weight of woe upon his shoulders was one none of the kingdom could bear. Nor did any of the people of Doriath take note where Hurin was now headed. This was to have devastating consequences, as Hurin, now devoid of purpose and desire to continue his existence in the absence of his wife and children, found himself in despair. In this lowest moment, the patriarch of the House of Hador decided upon his final course. Rather than bring further suffering upon those he encountered, Hurin cast himself into the Western Sea and ended the life of the mightiest warrior of the Edain. Yet despite his efforts, his final actions, influenced by Morgoth's vile taint, were to have devastating consequences for the Kingdom of Doriath, which had welcomed his kin with open arms. Thingol gazed upon the Nauglamir, and his thoughts were drawn towards the Silmaril that Beren and Luthien had brought to his kingdom. For in these days, the dwarves still made their way from Nogrod in great companies through the Kingdom of Doriath, and thought was hatched within Thingol's mind that the Silmaril could be attached to the Nauglamir. While the lust of the dwarfs was initially brought to the forefront of their thoughts by the combined view of the Nauglamir and Silmaril, they initially agreed to the works. Yet such lust amongst the dwarfs was only ever temporarily satiated. During the painstaking process, Thingol sat in silence among the smithies of Menegroth, increasingly affected by the Horde's curse, and allowed no other elf to witness the works of the dwarfs. In time the work was completed, and the reforged Nauglamir's beauty became incomparable in its splendour. Upon its completion, the King of Doriath stepped forward to claim for himself the finest accomplishment of his reign. The dwarves, however, refused the king the item they had been forging, presuming that it rightly belonged to the dwarves, as the original creators of the Nauglamir. Thingol would not accept this, believing it to be naught more than a ruse by the dwarves to claim for themselves the Silmaril, which had been won at great cost by the valiant efforts of the man Beren and elf Luthien. His words were full of outrage. "How do ye of uncouth race dare to demand aught of me, Eleuthingol, Lord of Beleriand, whose life began by the waters of Cuivenan years uncounted ere the fathers of the stunted people awoke?" Thingol stood amongst them proud and tall, yet this pride would prove to be the undoing of his reign and kingdom, for his comments had stoked the embers of dwarven lust into a full-blown rage. So it was that noble King Thingol was slain by the dwarven smiths within the very darkest depths of Menegroth. His last sight, before he passed on, was the Silmaril, now prominently displayed within the Nauglamir. The dwarven companies of those days were well armed and armoured, yet deep within Doriath they were left with no choice but to flee eastwards. However, the elves, enraged by the murder of their king, would not allow such a crime to be left unavenged, and hunted the dwarfs, slaying them at will, until the Nauglamir had been recovered and returned to the heartbroken Queen Melian. Unfortunately for the denizens of Doriath, 2 of the dwarves who had participated in the murder of Thingol had survived the pursuit and made their way to Nogrod. Here they detailed what they deemed to be an affront to their people, and the leaders of the city lamented the death of their smiths to such an extent that they were driven to rage. Thoughts of vengeance were brought to the forefront of their minds, and although the sister city of Belegost refused them aid and counselled against violence, the die had already been cast. A great host emerged from the city and headed with all haste westwards over Gelion towards Doriath. The death of her beloved husband Thingol had also impacted Melian so drastically that the girdle that had long kept the kingdom safe failed. Melian spoke only to March Warden Mablung and bade him to seek out Beren and Luthien before she finally passed across the westward sea, returning to the land of the Valar. In the absence of Melian, the leaderless elves of Doriath were left unprepared as the Naugrim, as the elves called the dwarfs, crossed over the Aros and fell upon their hated foes. The ferocity and anger of the dwarfs of Nogrod were such that they swept aside the purposeless and despairing Grey Elves with ease. Before long, the dwarves crossed the Great Bridge and made their way to Menegroth, where the Battle of the Thousand Caves was to ensue. A great many elves and dwarves were slain in this battle, foremost among them Mablung, who was laid low before the very doors of the treasury which housed the Nauglamir. With the death of the foremost captain of Doriath, Menegroth was then sacked with wild abandon, and the Nauglamir with its Silmaril was taken by the Naugrim. Word of the sack soon reached Beren and Luthien, who now dwelt upon the green isle of Tol Galen alongside their son, Dior Eluchil. Upon hearing of the fall of Menegroth, Beren, with his son in tow, headed north to the river Askar, accompanied by a great number of green elves of Assyriand. This company proceeded to ambush the returning dwarves in what came to be known as the Battle of Sarnathrad. The dwarves, laden with the spoils of war, began their ascent of the Gelion, only to be met with the blaring of elven war horns and innumerable arrows feathering the convoy. A vast number of the dwarves were slain in the early onslaught, with only a scant few escaping towards Mount Dulmed. However, they would find no respite upon its slopes, as the shepherds of the forest, the Ents, came against them with force, once more driving the host towards the woods of Eret Linden. From there, none of the Naugrim would ever emerge, as the great sack of Menegroth was avenged, and the Nauglamir, with its Silmaril, recovered. Beren recovered this trinket in what was to be his last battle, for he was the one who slew the very lord of Nogrod and reclaimed the Nauglamir. However, with his final breath, the dying dwarf laid a further curse upon the cause of the conflict, which Beren did not heed, it would seem. Following the battle, Dior Eluchil bade farewell to his parents, and with his wife Nimloth and their children, Elored, Elorin and Elwing, moved to Doriath, taking up the throne of his grandfather. The successor of Thingol would proceed to uplift his downtrodden people and restore the halls of Menegroth and the might of Doriath. However, this was not to last. For with the dying days of summer on a brisk autumn night, a messenger came and knocked upon the doors of the great hall in Menegroth, demanding an audience with King Dior. The messenger revealed himself to be one of the lords of the Green Elves, who had made with all haste from Assyriand, which provided a clue into the dire nature of the news to come. The door wards admitted him to the great hall, where the king sat alone, and, unwilling to break the deafening silence, the Green Lord handed a coffer to Dior and left wordlessly. Within the coffer lay the Nauglamir, which had graced the visage of Luthien up until this point, which broke the king's heart. Therefore, upon opening the coffer, Dior was made aware that Beren and Luthien Tinuviel had died their second and final death, leaving Arda to go to a fate known only by the race of man beyond this world. In his unknowable grief, the young king gazed long and hard upon the Silmaril. This mighty jewel represented for his people the triumph of hope over despair, through the ceaseless efforts of Beren and Luthien to overcome the terror wrought by Morgoth. In the years since, it has been theorized and accepted among the wisest of Middle-earth, the Silmaril hastened their end. As the flame and beauty embodied by Luthien when she wore the Nauglamir were such that it should not have existed in mortal lands, its brightness, in the end, bringing a final darkened day to the tale of Beren and Luthien Tinuviel. Unaware of this fact, Dior repeated his parents' mistake and clasped upon his neck the Nauglamir. In doing so, he became the fairest of all the children of the world he inhabited, with none of the Edain, the Eldar, or the Maiar of the Blessed Realm capable of matching his majesty and grace. However, this was not the end of the misfortune which would befall Dior Aluchil and his people, for rumours of the king's splendour now raced across Beleriand. As many stated, a Silmaril of Feanor burns again in the woods of Doriath. The rumour was to have devastating consequences for the kingdom, which had barely survived the earlier sacking of Menegroth, as it drew upon the king the ire invoked by the Oath of Feanor. While Luthien bore the Nauglamir, it was not an issue, for none among the Eldar nor the Nalgrim were willing to assail such a beloved figure. However, as word reached the surviving sons of Feanor of the renewal of Doriath and the pride of its monarch, the seven came together once more after years of wandering and set upon a single course of action: the recovery of their father's masterwork from the resurgent kingdom of Doriath at any cost. The issue was initially raised somewhat amicably, at least by the standards of the descendants of Feanor, as they sent messengers demanding the return of the Silmaril. However, in his pride, Dior returned no answer, which provided the only pretext the warlike Celegorm required, given the circumstances. Enraged to be rebuffed in such a manner, Celegorm riled his brothers to such an extent that they agreed upon his preferred course of action: a direct assault on the kingdom, which now lay bereft of the protection afforded by the Girdle of Melian. So began the second Kinslaying. The assault was launched in the darkest depths of a harsh winter. The brothers fell upon Menegroth, catching the defenders unaware, with the element of surprise proving the deciding factor in this instance. Cutting down the guardsmen, the great sons of Feanor fought with Dior within the Thousand Caves. Dior displayed all of his father's martial prowess, combined with the gifts inherent within all of the race of Eldar, making him a formidable foe even to the sons of Feanor. He fought as one possessed, and struck down Celegorm with his own hand, with Curufin and Caranthir likewise finding their final ends within the Thousand Caves. However, this supernatural effort to hold back the enraged sons of Feanor was unsustainable. At the conflict's end, Dior and his beloved wife Nimloth lay slain. The servants of Celegorm displayed the cruelty of their fallen master even in his absence, and seized Dior's young sons and left them in the depths of the forest to starve. Having fulfilled his oath to a certain extent, Maethros was somewhat freed from his father's power over him. As such, he repented in the face of his comrades' actions and attempted to save the children. Long did he search for them within the forest, yet to no avail, and the fates of Elured and Elurin remain unknown. Doriath was left a smouldering ruin, never to rise again. Yet in their brutality and malice, the sons of Feanor could not attain what they had long sought. A number of the residents of Doriath, Elwing among them, had survived the onslaught directed by Celegorm. With this small remnant of Dior's people went the Silmaril, and they soon arrived at the mouth of the river Sirion by sea. With the fall of Doriath for good and all, only a single realm of great enough size to prove a threat to the Dark Lord and his forces remained. Gondolin, hidden within its great valley, yet stood, with its very existence in such dark days an act of defiance. Yet Hurin's actions had forever imperiled this mighty bastion of hope amidst an overwhelming tide of despair, a tide which was soon to wash over the free peoples. To continue our tale, we need to go back a bit to the time before the fall of Doriath in the second Kinslaying in the year 506. Our tale begins with the forebear of Tuor, Huor, son of Galdor and brother of Hurin, who, in their younger years in FA 458, campaigned against the Orcs as members of a war party. However, the two brothers were cut off from the rest of the warriors of their company within the Vale of Cirion. If not for the intervention of the Valar Ulmo, the brothers would have been slain. However, he did intervene, and a great mist arose, allowing them to escape into the then abandoned region of Dimbar. From here, a pair of great eagles picked the brothers up and brought them within the depths of the hidden vale to Gondolin, where King Turgon welcomed them. For Turgon still remembered the great prophecy set out by Ulmo, that the hidden city would be aided by the House of Hador, and the king asked the brothers to stay. However, they would not be separated from their kinsmen for long, and with a heavy heart, Turgon allowed the eagles to return the brothers to Dor Lomin, on the basis that they swear an oath to keep the city's location a secret. Around FA 470, Huor was wed to Rian, a daughter of one of the other great houses of the Edain, Beor, and the pair soon conceived a son. Huor named the child Tuor even before his birth. He would never get to meet his firstborn, for a great muster had been called by the High King Fingon, and Huor left Dor Lomin for the final time. During the Nirnaeth Arnoediad, Huor met Turgon once more during the battle. However, the joy of this reunion was short-lived, as the battle soon turned against the Union of Maithros. In his final act, Huor stood side by side with his brother Hurin in a desperate rearguard action which saved the Gondolindrim host. Unfortunately, a poison arrow struck Huor in the eye, ending his life in an instant. Word of Morgoth's triumph was not long in reaching Dor Lomin, and Rian despaired as she heard nothing of her husband's ultimate fate. And so she ventured forth to find him while still pregnant with Tuor. Alone in the great wilds of northern Beleriand, she would have perished with her unborn child if not for the intervention of the Grey Elves, who dwelt in the mountains to the west of Lake Mithril. Within their domain, Tuor was born in FA 472. However, Rian could not stay and offered her farewell. "Let him be called Tuor, for that name his father chose ere war came between us. And I beg of you to foster him and to keep him hidden in your care, for I forebode that great good for elves and men shall come from him. But I must go in search of Huor, my lord." Before she could leave, the only Grey Elf who had answered Fingon's call, Anael, returned, bringing the news of the defeat. Huor had fallen by his brother Hurin and lay among the piles of the slain, which now blighted the Houth Enendengin. Rian was heartbroken and went to find her slain husband, wherein she met her end upon the waste of the Anfalglyph. This left Tuor within the care of the Grey Elves. When he came into the fullness of his manhood, he embodied much of the great strength and valour of his cousin Hurin, without the dark cloud of despair which blighted all of his days in Beleriand. By this point, the situation in the north was becoming untenable. The Easterlings, betrayed by their Dark Lord, and given naught more than the poor soil of Hithlum for their reward, began to take their frustrations out on the denizens of this region. At 16 years of age, Tuor was already a capable warrior and wished to make war upon these usurpers. However, Anael rejected such foolhardy notions. Instead, he would take his people south, through the Anonin Gelith, or Gate of the Noldor, to lands in which those in his care would be free from the tremendous reach of the Dark Lord, if only for a time. Unfortunately for Tuor and the Grey Elves, their residence in the caves of Androth had been watched by the servants of the Dark Lord, and the Easterlings tracked their march south. Not long after leaving the caves, the Elves were assaulted by a mighty force of Orcs and Easterlings, causing the company to scatter and flee. Yet despite his elven upbringing, the blood of the House of Hador flowed freely through Tuor's veins, and long did he stand his ground, slaying a great many of his foes. But even a warrior of Tuor's strength could not hold back such a tide forever, and the Ward of the Grey Elves was eventually captured and brought before Lorgan, the chief of the Easterlings, who decreed that he would hold the boy as a slave. For 3 years, Tuor endured the thraldom of Lorgan, who treated him worse than any other due to his noble birth, to break the young man and destroy the pride of the House of Hador, whose lands he had usurped. Tuor endured in the face of Lorgan's cruelty and grew even larger and stronger, yet most importantly, he was swifter now than any among the Easterlings. Therefore, when he was sent one day on an errand within the great forests of Hithlum, he turned on his captors and slew them with the axe he had been given to complete the task. From here he fled, yet Lorgan would not allow his thrall to escape so easily, and sent men and hounds after him. This proved fruitless, as during his captivity, Tuor had shown kindness to the hounds of the house, and when they came upon him, they would display naught but affection for him, until Tuor commanded them to return to their master. Tuor would make a home of sorts in the caves of Androth, and for 4 long years wreak havoc and devastation upon the Easterlings in the land of his fathers, slaying many of his would-be captors. However, he did not seek vengeance, and instead sought out the Gate of the Noldor so he could escape Hithlum, aware that the life of an outlaw did not lend itself to a long life. Ulmo once more intervened, and such intervention inspired Tuor to not tarry any longer, and to instead make with all haste for the gate, even though he had long been unable to come across it in his travels. For 3 days, Tuor followed the signs set out by Ulmo, and on the morning of the 4th day, he came across 2 elves, Gelmir and Amenas of Finarfin's people. The elves then led Tuor out of Hithlum, with Gelmir stating, "Through darkness one may come to light." Having brought Tuor from the darkness of Hithlum, the Noldor bade him farewell, and Tuor continued his journey southwards, whereby he came to Feanor's landing point in Beleriand in the echoing mountains of Lamoth, about the Firth of Drengist. Tuor would then become the first member of the Edain to set his eyes upon the Great Sea, having followed the calls of the gulls, which had long been beloved of the Teleri Elves. For the gulls had led him to the very shores of the great sea Beligea the Shoreless, having passed beyond the borders of Nevrast. This awakened in Tuor a longing for adventures of a maritime nature which would never leave him, even as the days of Beleriand grew short, and Morgoth's victory seemed inevitable. Tuor tarried a while in Nevrast, seeing that it was safe from the vile machinations of Morgoth, which even now brought ruin and despair to the free peoples through the curse placed upon the children of his uncle Hurin. Yet as this darkness spread ever further to the south, and the dying days of Nagathrond were soon to come to pass, the birds seemed to anticipate what was to be. For Tuor's peaceful existence in Nevrast was interrupted by the sound of great wings, as he witnessed 7 great swans flying in a wedge formation southwards. They wheeled about and plunged into the waters nearby as they began to pass over the Edain's head. Tuor greeted them, and before long they had set upon their journey once more, and so the man of Dor-lómin now knew that he had tarried too long in Nevrast and followed their formation southwards. He would travel for 7 days before he came upon Mount Taras and the grand remnants of what was once the abode of Turgon, the halls of Vinyamar. The swans decided his path once more, for they had corrected their course and perched upon the highest terrace of the halls above the western door. Tuor entered through this door and was awestruck by the finely wrought halls, and even more so by the armour left behind the throne. The hauberk gleamed a great silver, untarnished by the decay of time. The shield was long and tapering in an odd design. However, its field was blue, and upon it lay the emblem of a white swan's wing. Tuor accepted this elven-wrought finery, while issuing forth a challenge which would alter his fate forever. "By this token I will take these arms unto myself, and upon myself whatsoever doom they bear." Tuor would then array himself in the armour, taking with it the blade and great shield, before exiting the hall a changed man. This change was noticed even by the swans who had acted as his guide until this point, for each of them proffered a feather, and Tuor graciously decorated his helm with these 7 gleaming white feathers. The swans then left their perch and flew northwards, never to be seen again. Yet Tuor's feet now guided him as he felt compelled to head to the shore. Here, Ulmo revealed himself to Tuor, making Huor's son the only man ever to be approached directly by a member of the Valar. Ulmo would then task Tuor with reaching Gondolin and warning Turgon of what was to come. As a parting gift, he gave to the Edain he favoured above all a great cloak, which would keep the eyes of the enemy from his path, and in doing so, ensure the secrecy of Gondolin was maintained. Ulmo then called upon a great storm, and Tuor sought refuge in the hall. As he awoke the next day, he came across an elf who had survived the storm, and the shipwreck which had brought him to the halls of Vinyamar. Tuor therefore made the acquaintance of Voronwy of the Noldor, and although he initially refused to bring Tuor to the gates of Gondolin, the word of Ulmo's task changed the elf's mind. Voronwy led his young companion westwards, up the steep slopes of the terrace, and down into the northern region of Fallas. From here, they then headed eastwards to the eaves of the Ered Wethrin, where they rested and hid for a time from the roaming bands of orcs in the region. However, the cloak of Ulmo lay upon Tuor, and he questioned not the path decided upon by Voronwy as they continued ever eastwards towards Gondolin. The pair soon came to the pools of Ivrin, where they dwelt for a time. Here Voronwy despaired as to the devastation wrought by Glaurung during the destruction of Nagathrond. Yet they were soon startled by the cries which could be heard within the surrounding woods. For a tall man clad in black, his face grief-stricken, and his blade black as midnight emerged, crying out, "Ivrin, Faelivrin, Gwyndor and Beleg, here once I was healed, but now never shall I drink the draught of peace again." Yet he did not tarry long, and quickly made for the north, and in this chance meeting the destinies of Tur and Turin forever diverged, and no greater contrast can be drawn than that of Tale's End for these scions of the House of Hador. Their journey was to continue, as the pair endured the trials of their journey. Fortunately, however, this did not involve any one-sided encounters with the orcs, which now wandered freely through these lands. Tireless in their pursuit, and desperate to reach their destination with naught more than suffering and orcish warbands behind them, Tuor and Voronwy eventually came to the guarded gate of Gondolin. However, as Voronwy had predicted, the Gondolidrim, in order to preserve their very existence, stuck to the laws of their people, with an obedience which bordered on cruelty to those who dwelt outside the valley. Despite Voronwy's previous residence within the hidden city, the pair were taken prisoner and brought to the Warden of the Great Gate, who would decide upon their fates and the allowance of their entry into the city. The captain of the Dark Guard, Alemekil, decided to bring Tuor and Voronwy to the Warden to deliberate upon their fates. The pair was first marched through the Gate of Wood and informed that no stranger could go back through a gate they had passed. The company of 3 continued a half-league before coming to the second gate, the Gate of Stone. The Gate of Bronze followed this, and eventually the fourth gate, the Gate of Rithan Iron, which was the most imposing fortification in all of Beleriand, rivaled only by the very gates of Angband. Passing through the unflinching and formidable Iron Guard, the fifth gate, the Gate of Silver, followed, and at last, the final ancient gate of Turgon, the Golden Gate, lay before the company. Alemekil ensured their entrance by dint of the status he maintained among the guard, yet Tuor was struck by just how formidable the fortifications and the guards who manned the gates were. However, he still bore the warning of Ulmo close to his heart, and endeavoured to ensure that Turgon was made aware of the doom which lay at the journey's end for the Gondolindrim. Alemekil led Tuor and Voronwy the short distance to the seventh gate, the Gate of Steel, which Maeglin had wreaked after the Nirnaeth Arnoediad to cover the span of the wide entrance to the Ó'hÁinle. Alemekil strode forward to the great towers of the final gate and struck a bar, which caused a noise reminiscent of a harp to ring out. riders issued forth at this call. Yet at the forefront, far ahead of his compatriots, came a rider upon a magnificent white steed. The elf who approached the trio dismounted with incomparable grace and elegance, which left Tuor and Voronoi in awe of a being of such regal majesty. For Ecthelion, Lord of the Fountains and Warden of the Great Gate, had come forth, a mighty warrior among the highest echelons of the Eldar race of the First Age, and one for whom his mere presence demanded respect and deference. His mail was of gleaming silver. Upon his head lay a majestic helm, complete with a spike, with which was the adornment of a beautiful diamond at its point, and most imposing of all was his shield, which shimmered with the beauty of 1,000 studs of crystal. Alemekil introduced the warden to his charges, and at once Ecthelion turned his noble visage upon the stranger in their midst. The very essence of fate hung upon Tuor as a mist, which enlarged his presence to such a degree that his stature seemed to be even greater than that of the Lord of the Fountains himself. Ecthelion was wed to his duty, and duly informed Tuor that he would never leave the valley once he entered, as was the dictate of the law of his people. You have come to the last gate. Know then that no stranger who passes it shall ever go out again, save by the door of death. Tuor was undaunted by what was naught more than a thinly veiled threat, and with his head held high, responded, "Speak not ill-boding. If the messenger of the Lord of Waters go by that door, then all those who dwell here will follow him. Lord of the Fountains, hinder not the message of the Lord of Waters." Those gathered, Ecthelion amongst them, were left bewildered, for the weight of the words which Tuor had uttered seemed otherworldly in their impact upon the elves. Voronoi in particular felt that the words of Tuor came from far away in a voice of such grandeur that they carried upon the mountains and valleys to sway the Warden of the Great Gate and his retinue. Yet Tuor was left entirely unaware of the power with which his words now carried, and believed they had merely come from his own lips. However, Ulmo himself, it would seem, would not let his favoured people fall within the grasp of Morgoth while he had the power to sway events, and at that very moment the fate of Gondolin hung upon a knife's edge. Ecthelion was silent for a long time, yet as the silence hung upon those gathered outside the final gate, his awe for the man of the House of Hador who stood before him and the tidings he brought with him grew exponentially. Wordlessly, the Warden of the Great Gate bowed to Tuor, turned and placed his hands upon the gate, and it opened inwardly, confirming that the son of Huor was now to live amongst the Gondolindrim for the years to come. Tuor stepped through the great gate of iron onto a high plateau which looked out across a valley. Deep within this valley were the gleaming white towers of Gondolin, framed by white snow. Tuor, raised in the far north, was left speechless by the view of the hidden city, and stood dumbfounded for a long time as he gazed upon Turgon's domain. Yet as this silent vigil continued, the cloak which had hidden Tuor from the numerous servants of the Dark Lord throughout his travels was torn from his shoulders by the mighty winds of the high plateau. In this seemingly insignificant act of the wind, the livery of Nevrast was revealed, and those gathered were awestruck, as long ago did they remember that their king had left these garments behind the high seat of Vinyamar. With this was Ecthelion finally swayed towards the total acceptance of the stranger who had come unbidden to his gate, declaring, "Now no further proof is needed, and even the name he claims as son of Huor matters less than this clear proof that he comes from Ulmo himself." Tuor was then led to King Turgon to present before the leader of the last great free city of Beleriand the warning of Ulmo. A great crowd of elves came to the audience to gaze upon one of the only strangers to have ever been welcomed to the city. Although the city was a marvel in and of itself, none of the architecture of the Gondolindrim could match the beauty of the palace in which Turgon dwelt. For at either side of the door of this vast structure were the great trees Glingol and Bansil, one of gold and the other silver, the great offshoots of the trees of Valinor before the devastation of Morgoth and Ungoliant had been wrought upon the undying land. Turgon strode forth, clad in white, and welcomed the weary and well-travelled youth to his hidden city. Once more, Ulmo granted great power to the voice of Tuor, as he bore with him the warning of the Valar. However, Turgon's pride in the city's defences, roused by the counsel of Maeglin, as well as his certainty as to the hidden nature of Gondolin, ensured that he could not be swayed. Tuor and Voronoi were distraught by the callous dismissal of such a warning, particularly after the trials and tribulations of their journey. They now despaired as to where their future lay. Turgon, despite his pride, remained an honourable and wise leader of the elves, and after some deliberation, bade the pair to remain within the valley. Our chronicler does not detail the entirety of Tuor's stay within the realm of Gondolin. However, it is noted that on many occasions, Tuor was tested, wishing to return to the forest and listen to the call of Ulmo to return to the sea. Yet he remained, for he bore a great love for one amongst the Gondolindrim, the daughter of King Turgon, Idril Celebrimbor. Initially, such a pairing would have seemed unfathomable in the eyes of the king and his citizens. However, after many years in Gondolin, Tuor had risen to become one of the foremost members of the Gondolindrim, for he had embraced his place within the Hidden Valley and accepted instruction from Voronoi and several other prominent members of the city. In doing so, Tuor's physical and spiritual stature was greatly enhanced, in such a manner which supplemented the blessings which Ulmo had already bestowed upon him. In this time, the love between Tuor and Idril had blossomed, and fortunately for the couple, so too had Turgon's respect and admiration for Huor's son. As such, the king's blessing was granted, and Tuor was wed to Idril before the gathered Gondolindrim at the Gar Anan, the place of the gods. Joy filled the hearts of all gathered, save that of Maeglin, the nephew of the king, for he had come to lust over Idril and the station which would be afforded to him should they wed. A spiteful longing and anger soon came to the forefront of Maeglin's thoughts, which was to have devastating consequences for the hidden city and its denizens. However, the newlywed couple was unaware of the devastation to be wrought due to their love, and continued their lives within the city, bringing forth a child, Earendil, who would come to have a significant bearing upon the dying days of the First Age, and also in turn come to sire a certain Elrond and his brother Elros. Even as Tuor embarked upon the happiest epoch of his life, dark clouds loomed upon the horizon of the Hidden Valley. For the tragedy of the children of Hurin had played out unbeknownst to those hidden within Gondolin, and as Turin Turambar breathed his last upon the Black Blade Anglachel, Hurin was released from his captivity. Yet he emerged a spiteful and broken old man after enduring the combined torture of the Dark Lord's servants and that of the curse of Morgoth upon his children, which played out before his very eyes. His final days amongst the free peoples were to have devastating consequences for those he had once sacrificed all for in his desperate rearguard action. A cruel irony given his cries of Ore Enteluva, a day will come again, during the Nirnaeth Arnoediad, that his final actions would usher in one of the darkest days of the First Age. Yet it was in his cries to Turgon for aid within the Vale of Sirion that the final hammer blow was to be wrought, for in doing so, he revealed to Morgoth the area within which the most significant remaining elven kingdom persisted. Too late did the Great Eagles come to bring this broken remnant of a mighty warrior to a final form of respite, and in doing so, Hurin's final heartbreaking end was all but confirmed. From this day onwards, the Dark Lord ordered a watch to be placed upon Sirion, in order to benefit from the culmination of the curse placed upon the House of Hador. This was to pay dividends for Morgoth, as Maeglin, always seeking advancement within the kingdom, set out to search the lands outside the encircling mountains for metal deposits. This was in direct contravention to the decrees of his uncle Turgon, and in this disobedient folly, Maeglin was captured by the Watchers Morgoth had placed in the region. This elf, formerly held in high esteem amongst the Gondolindrim, had brought to the darkest depths of Angband the cornerstone of what was to be Morgoth's crowning achievement. Under the pressure of torture, in conjunction with the greed and jealousy which resided within the very core of Maeglin's soul, he revealed the location of the hidden city. Maeglin was then allowed to leave, with the hopes of becoming the king of the city under Morgoth's suzerainty, and to ensure this outcome, he would act as a spy within the city for the Dark Lord. Morgoth had also learned much from the Nirnaeth Arnoediad, wherein his impatience and underestimation of the forces arrayed against him had allowed a spark of resistance to remain amongst the free peoples. The Elves and Edain of this age had long learned to live with little more than the glint of hope upon the darkest days to persist in their struggle. Therefore, the Dark Lord knew that to ensure for good and all that he would dominate Middle-earth for the millennia to come, even this fragment of hope must be extinguished permanently. For many long years, Morgoth drew to him all the strength he could muster. Morgoth would also send his finest lieutenants, the Balrogs and vast numbers of dragons who were of Glaurung's brood, to complement the innumerable hosts of orcs that comprised most of his armies. Meanwhile, Maeglin would continue to undermine the city from within, a smile on his face disguising the evil held within his heart, which, even though she was unaware of the cause, brought a great gloom over Idril. So it was that when Tuor and Idril's son, Earendil, was naught more than 7 years of age, the hammer blow of Morgoth was to come, one which even a city as well fortified and defended as Gondolin could not withstand. The great host of Angband issued across the northern hills, which were greatest in the height of the city's hinterland, and as such was the least fortified and garrisoned against such an assault. Morgoth had brought to bear all the cunning he could gather, as the attack was to coincide with the Feast of the Gates of Summer. All of the Gondolindrim were awaiting the coming of the sun to sing uplifting songs to celebrate another sunrise free of the dominion of Morgoth. Unfortunately for the residents of the hidden city, the light was to come from the north and not the east. Therefore, the hosts of Angband were able to reach the walls of Gondolin unopposed. Despite the immense fortifications erected and the Gondolindrim's might, even before the assault had commenced, the hope of throwing back the tide was little more than a vain one. Our chronicler recounts, "Of the deeds of desperate valour there done by the chieftains of the noble houses and their warriors, and not least by Tuor, much is told in the Fall of Gondolin, of the battle of Ecthelion of the Fountain with Gothmog, lord of Balrogs, in the very square of the king, where each slew the other, and of the defence of the Tower of Turgon by the people of his household, until the tower was overthrown, and mighty was its fall, and the fall of Turgon in its ruin." As the sun rose and the battle was brought to the hidden valley in FA 510, the Gondolindrim steeled themselves to face whatever came their way. Even as the hope of their people was extinguished in one fell swoop, the denizens of the last great elven city of Middle-earth refused to bow to the terror which now threatened to engulf all who now bore arms against the great enemy. Turgon was to lead the defence as the High King of the Noldor. However, it was not long until the defenders were driven back to the citadel and slain. Ecthelion and his House of the Fountain had been held back in reserve under Turgon's direction, but upon witnessing the great destruction wrought by the forces of the Dark Lord, he went forth into the fray. The great Warden of the Gate charged at the head of his house, and met the Orcish vanguard head-on, with the impetus of a force far more significant than which he could possibly bring to bear. The Orcs were driven back with such ferocity that the gate was almost regained. However, it was at this point that the dragons of Morgoth reinforced the retreating Orcs. Ecthelion's wrath was such that his very name became a war cry of the Elves, and in his fury he laid low 2 dragons and 3 Balrogs. However, in the melee, the outnumbered House of the Fountain, supplemented by Tuor's House of the Wing, was forced to retreat. The ever-valiant Ecthelion led the rearguard action, unwilling to give even an inch of ground as his comrades retreated further into the city. His left arm was wounded, causing his shield to clatter to the cobbled streets. The great Drake Oroloke was to assault the rearguard after depositing the Balrogs he had carried upon his back. The dragon would almost trample Tuor and Ecthelion, but the former was able to wound the Fire Drake's foot, causing him to scream, spout flames, and lash out with his tail, slaying Orc and Eldar alike in the process. Injured and unable to fully defend himself, Tuor was to carry Ecthelion away to rejoin the remaining leaders of the city within the square of the palace, where a final great defense of the city was to be mounted. Although Ecthelion had been grievously wounded, he was able to heal himself by drinking from the great fountain of the king, reclaiming enough strength so as to be able to lead the defense of the hidden city once more. 7 dragons would lead the assault upon the square, but undaunted, the remaining Gondolindrim met them with all the remaining strength they could bring to bear. Unfortunately, the enemy's strength was so great that all of the defenders, except Ecthelion and Tuor, were slain. And it was here that one of the greatest duels of the age was to commence. For the very slayer of Feanor, lord of the Balrogs, Gothmog, had come forth at the behest of Morgoth and sought to lay low the most valiant of the heroes of that age. Tuor initially rushed forth to meet this towering behemoth, yet despite his own martial prowess and courage, he was easily brushed aside by the flaming blade and whip of the Lord of the Balrogs. Now all that stood between Gothmog and the Fountain of the King was Ecthelion, the Warden of the Great Gate. One of the finest remaining members of the Noldor met his foe within the square, displaying an incomparable grace and strength, despite the exhaustion which had caused his face to take upon the whiteness of grey steel. In terms of the skill displayed, their duel was only matched by Fingolfin in his doomed struggle against Morgoth before the gates of Angband. Yet as was the case in that duel centuries earlier, Ecthelion was ultimately no match for Gothmog, and was wounded by the Balrog, causing him to drop his blade. However, just as Gothmog was to end their fight, Ecthelion sprung forth and wrapped his legs around the Lord of the Balrogs. Sufficiently pinned, Ecthelion drove his spiked helm deep into Gothmog's body, causing the pair to fall into the Fountain of the King. Neither would ever emerge from these watery depths, even as the city was razed around them. Likewise, Turgon, who was among the citadel's defenders until the battle's very end, was laid low by the crushing tide of Morgoth's servants. Even this most ardent defender of the Free Peoples could not stem the tide of Morgoth's malice and cruelty. In the end, the hubris of the High King of the Noldor was to bring not only his own end, but that of his people and the city he loved with all his heart. Following this duel and the death of the High King, Tuor realized that the city's fate had been sealed, and sought out Idril and Eärendil. The vainglorious Maeglin had sought to claim Idril as his own, and laid hands upon her. Tuor arrived just in time to prevent any darker outcome, and upon the city walls the pair fought. Tuor, weakened by the struggle against the hosts of the Dark Lord, was able to draw upon some last reserve of strength, and cast Maeglin from the walls of Gondolin to his end. From here, the trio gathered what Gondolindrim they could and sought to leave the city through the secret passages in the mountains, which had been hidden beneath the dwelling house of Idril and Tuor. Glorfindel, who had fought within the square at the side of both Tuor and Ecthelion, was given command of the rearguard, a position he took to with characteristic valor, losing many warriors in the doomed defense of the refugees. However, as the group continued to make its way through the Cirith Thorunath, the second greatest of the Balrogs, Lungothin, descended upon them. Without a moment's hesitation, Glorfindel strode forth to meet his doom, aware that even though victory was an uncertain prospect, his sacrifice could ensure the survival of his comrades. The duel was conducted masterfully by Glorfindel, who held off the whip and claws of Lungothin before shattering the Balrog's iron helm. In the final moment of their fight, Glorfindel impaled Lungothin in the stomach with his blade. As the Balrog began to fall over the cliffside, he grabbed Glorfindel by his hair, causing them both to fall into the deep abyss and to their death. The King of the Eagles, Thorondor, would then recover the body, and Glorfindel was buried upon the high cliffs of the mountains surrounding Gondolin. It is said that beautiful yellow flowers grow upon his grave, despite the rocky composition of the soil, as he maintained his silent vigil over his desolated home. Tuor would lead the remaining survivors through the mountains, whereupon they would travel to the mouths of the Sirion. There, the refugees would merge with the even smaller group of survivors led by Elwing and forging for themselves a minor settlement of sorts. Word would reach Morgoth of the survivors who had made their way from the ruin of Gondolin relatively unscathed. However, in his arrogance, he thought little of these weary survivors of a destroyed kingdom, for he believed his victory to be complete, with naught more than the fractured sons of Feanor left to challenge him, and even then, their oath had brought little but woe to those who had opposed him in years past. As such, the thought of his eventual downfall at the hands of those who eked out little more than a bare existence upon the mouths of Cirion could not have entered his mind. Yet as we will come to see, darkness cannot ever truly overpower the light, if even a bare ray of hope remains to illuminate the path. In the immediate aftermath of the fall of Gondolin, Morgoth surveyed all that he had won through force of arms and the manipulation of the minds of those who had dared stand against him. For all that the free peoples had thrown against the Dark Lord, none amongst their number could bring low the great betrayer. Feanor, Fingolfin, Finrod, Turgon, Hurin Thalion and Turin Turambar had all striven to spit defiance into the very eye of the Dark Lord, yet one and all had been laid low by his overwhelming strength. Nargothrond, Doriath and now Gondolin had been razed to the ground, as Morgoth's dominion over Middle-earth had been completed through Maeglin's great deception and treachery. The few pockets of resistance which remained were of little concern to the Lord of Hosts, which now numbered in the millions, and if he were to rain death and destruction upon these enclaves, the consequences would be immediate and tragic. Yet it was to be the same hubris which proved the undoing of Turgon's fair city that would bring about the downfall of the Dark Lord. After Tuor and Idril led the survivors of Gondolin to the mouth of Cirion, they merged with the survivors led by Elwing of Doriath. The arrival of these weary refugees and the tidings they brought necessitated that a new High King of the Noldor in Middle-earth be named, with this title now passing to Gil-galad, son of Fingon. Tuor and Idril likewise assumed the titles of the first rulers of the havens of Arvenion. The elven peoples who began to flourish upon the Cirion combined the traditions of Doriath and Gondolin, forming their own distinct identity. Similarly, a love of the sea was established, as the mariners of Círdan came down from the Isle of Valar and taught them of the waves and the art of shipbuilding. It is also believed that in those darkening days, Ulmo emerged from the icy depths and pled the case of the Noldor before the Valar. He asked for forgiveness on their behalf for the suffering they had wrought and wished to end Morgoth's dominion over Middle-earth, retrieving the Silmarils in the process. Yet Manwë remained unmoved, and it is oft believed that the time was not yet come for such a drastic course of action. However, the reign of Tuor and Idril was not to last, for the former began to feel the cold, icy grip of age upon his very bones, in conjunction with a longing which appeared to come from the very depths of the sea itself. This longing grew upon his heart until he could resist it no longer, and he took it upon himself to build a great vessel in FA 525, which he named Eorami, or Sea Wing. With Idril at his side, Tuor set off on one final journey into the west, never to feature among the songs and tales of that age evermore. However, the great ballads of the ages to come would tell that alone of mortal men was Tuor to find himself amongst the mortal race with the Noldor he so adored, and his fate forever sundered from that of the race of the Edain. The mantle of leadership then passed to their son Earendil, who as lord of the peoples upon the Cirion took to wife Elwing the Fair. The couple had 2 children, Elrond and Elros, who would bear the moniker Half-Elven. Despite this peaceful existence, the longing of the sea, which had drawn the father far from his home, was to linger deep within the soul of the son. For the voyages which Earendil conducted upon the shores of the hither lands did little to quench the thirst which lay within him, for he wished to sail to the west in pursuit of his parents, and in doing so, bring to those who dwelled far from the sorrows of Middle-earth the true tidings of what now befell Eldar and Edain alike under Morgoth's rule. Earendil quickly became fast friends of Círdan the Shipwright, who dwelt still upon the Isle of Valar with his people who had survived some of Morgoth's earliest transgressions in sacking the havens of Brythombar and Eglarest. Utilizing the wisdom which Círdan possessed, the pair were able to construct a mighty ship, which came to be known as Fingolfin the Foamflower. The songs recount that this vessel was the fairest of all. Its oars were golden and its timbers white, constructed from the birchwood of Nimbrathil, and its sails were as the argent moon. The Lay of Eärendil recounted the great voyages of this young mariner, yet even as he indulged in the calling of his heart, the tale remained tinged with sadness, for Elwing was not by his side, instead staying upon the Sirion, ever in sorrow awaiting her husband's return. Such voyages brought the Lord little joy, as he could never find Tuor or Idril, no matter how far to the west he brought Fingolfin. Eärendil would eventually give up and return to the Havens. However, upon this return journey, a sudden fear came over him, and the son of Tuor made all haste for the mouth of the Sirion. For the sons of Feanor, ever bound by their oath, had become aware of the location of one of their father's jewels. Initially, Maethros refused to act upon this discovery, as he still rued his involvement in the destruction of Doriath and the unnecessary loss caused by such folly. However, his oath soon proved too great a burden, and the Silmaril was demanded to be returned to the sons of its artificer. Elwing refused in the absence of her husband, as she believed that the jewel was the reason behind the flourishing settlement that had been established upon the mouth of the Sirion. This was to have devastating consequences for the denizens of Arvernian, for the sons of Feanor were to commit their third and most brutal kinslaying in order to fulfill their twisted oath to their father. The sons came down upon the survivors of Gondolin and the very kingdom they had previously laid low, and such was the slaughter that many among their number rebelled, instead fighting to protect Elwing and her subjects. Amrod and Amras were slain in the foray, leaving only Maethros and Maglor to continue on in their pursuit of the jewels. The battle was devastating, as too late did Gil-galad and Círdan come to the aid of the beleaguered havens, bringing what survivors they could to the Isle of Valar. Elrond and Elros were to escape the ferocity of the sons of Feanor merely being taken captive. However, Elwing was not so lucky. With the Silmaril upon her breast, she threw herself into the Great Sea, rather than live to see it in the hands of Maethros and Maglor. However, the Silmaril was not yet lost, for Ulmo bore Elwing's body from the sea, transmuting her into the form of a white bird, and upon her breast shone the mighty jewel. She would then seek out Eärendil and came upon him in the black of night, falling into his arms upon the deck of Vingalit, whereupon she regained her previous visage. The pair were filled with sorrow for the loss of their home and people. Moreover, a great dread for Elrond and Elros's fate filled their hearts. Fortunately, Maglor came to love them in his own way and raised them as his own, even though the weight of the oath still sickened his soul and weakened his heart. Eärendil saw no hope within Middle-earth, and instead turned to the west, and with the Silmaril upon his brow, he brought the Vingolot ever closer to Aman. They first passed the Enchanted Isle and escaped its enchantment. They then passed the Shadowy Seas, leaving their shadows behind them. Then, moving past Tol Eressëa, they eventually anchored in the Bay of Eldamar. Here they met with the Teleri, who were amazed by the coming of a ship from the east, and allowed Eärendil to become the first living man to step upon the immortal lands. However, he would first speak with Elwing, and the three mariners who had come with him, Falathar, Elrond and Erandir, and he said to them, "Here none but myself shall set foot, lest you fall under the wrath of the Valar. But that peril I will take on myself alone, for the sake of the two kindreds." Although Elwing protested and attempted to join him, Eärendil continued onwards alone, eventually meeting Eonwy, the very herald of Manwë who brought him to the halls of Valimar. Eärendil stood before the mightiest of beings upon the face of the world and was undeterred, presenting to them the errand of the two kindreds. Eärendil asked of them pardon for the misdeeds of the Noldor, and pity for the great sorrow for which they had been forced to endure. So powerful and well-intentioned were his words that his wish was granted. The issue of Eärendil's fate was left to be decided. However, with Manwë eventually intoning, "In this matter, the power of doom is given to me. The peril that he ventured for love of the two kindreds shall not fall upon Eärendil. nor shall it fall upon Elwing his wife, who entered into peril for love of him. But they shall not walk ever again among elves or men in the outer lands. And this is my decree concerning them. To Earendil and to Elwing and to their sons shall be given leave to choose freely to which kindred their fates shall be joined, and under which kindred they shall be judged. Elwing chose to be judged among the Eldar due to the influence of Luthien, and Earendil did likewise to ensure he could remain with his great love, even though he counted himself among the Edain. Fingolfin was then brought through Valinor to the utmost rim of the world, where it would pass through the Door of Night, gaining the ability to sail amongst the very oceans of heaven. Upon such voyages through the heavens, the ship was spotted by the denizens of Middle-earth, who bestowed upon it a new name, Gil Estel, the Star of High Hope. Even with such sightings of a mighty ship which bore all the signs of possessing a mighty Silmaril, Morgoth did not foresee the force which was now being arrayed against him. For he believed his conquest to be complete, and the Noldor forever estranged from the Valar. His hubris was to be his undoing, for a mighty host had been prepared beneath the white banners of the Valar, which was composed of the people of Ingvi, the Vanyar, and those Noldor who had never departed Valinor with Finarfin, son of Finwë, at their head. A few of the Teleri were willing to aid the expedition, due to the slaying at the Swanhaven and the taking of their ships by Feanor. However, the presence of Elwing swayed them to provide enough ships and mariners to ferry the host to Middle-earth. However, none of them were willing to set foot upon the hither land. So it was that the might of Valinor issued forth under the mighty trumpets of Ó'hÁinle, and the very mountains shook at their coming. Such was the strength at arms with which they could bring to bear. This was to be known as the Great Battle, or War of Wrath. Morgoth sent forth his full strength, which had grown to such unfathomable proportions that even the Anfalglith could not contain it, and the entirety of the north was aflame with the great struggle of such gargantuan hosts. Yet such a mighty force could not stem the tide of Valinor, as even the Balrogs were slain, but for a few who fled underground, and the innumerable hordes of orcs were laid low to such an extent that they would barely threaten the world for many years to come. The few men who had survived the wars that had come before rallied to the host of Valinor. They would fight with such ferocity as to do justice to the sacrifice of Hurin, Barahir, Turin, and all other Edain who had fought so long beneath a sunless sky to ensure that day would once more come again for their descendants. However, many of the Edain threw in their lot with the Dark Lord, amongst them the people of Uldor, a fact which the Elves did not soon forget. Morgoth now witnessed his hard-won gains being washed away, as the unstoppable tide of the host of Valinor destroyed even the mightiest of his servants. This forced his hand one final time, although he would not come forth himself, as he still felt the pain of his duel with Fingolfin many years later. Rather, he would send in his stead the winged dragons he had grown in the deepest, darkest depths of Angband, and so sudden was their onslaught that the host of Valar was driven back with grievous casualties sustained. The war hung in the balance until Earendil came forth upon Fingolfin alongside all the great birds of Middle-earth, with Thorondor at their head. The night was an uncertain one, as the fate of the world hung upon a knife's edge, and the heavens themselves were filled with flame and lightning. Yet at the battle's end, as the sun dawned once more upon a sundered land, and Calagon the Black, the mightiest of Morgoth's dragons, lay dead at Earendil's hand. He was cast from the sky, crashing down upon Thangoratrim, destroying its towers in the impact. After this, the host of Valinor was poised to carry the day. Even then, Morgoth's cowardice was to rear its ugly head one final time, as instead of meeting his foe upon the field of battle, he fled to the deepest depths of Angband and sued for peace. This was rejected out of hand, and the Dark Lord was cast to the ground and bound once more with the chain of Angainor, with his iron crown fashioned into a collar. The two Silmarils were then entrusted to Ó'hÁinle, and at last Angband was purged of its vile cruelties, with a massive multitude of slaves emerging to feel the warmth of the sun upon their skin for the first time in what must have felt like a lifetime. The world was changed utterly, as the fury of the combatants had destroyed much of the north of the great continent, and as such, Beleriand sunk below the waves. And the great herald, Ó'hÁinle, summoned all of the elves of Beleriand to depart with them to Valinor as a result. Maethros and Maglor, still poisoned by their oath, refused and instead demanded the return of the Silmarils. This was rejected out of hand due to the vile deeds committed as a result of their oath, and Ó'hÁinle bade them return to Valinor to await judgment. Maglor initially wished to submit to the Valar and beg pardon for his heinous crimes, yet Maethros swayed him from such a course of action. The brothers then crept into the camp of the mighty host and slew the guards protecting the jewels, which roused the entire camp to their desperate actions. Ó'hÁinle would not allow the remaining sons of Feanor to be slaughtered, however, and allowed them to leave the camp with the Silmarils. Yet it had been proven true that in the kinslayings they had committed, the brothers had forfeited their right to the jewels, and each of their hands was burned at the touch of these mighty relics of a now bygone age. Unable to handle the despair which now engulfed him, with the realization that his oath had been in vain, Maethros cast himself into a fiery chasm with the Silmaril in hand. Maglor then threw the final Silmaril into the sea, and was left to wander the shores alone, singing of his pain and regret, never to rejoin the elves of Middle-earth. A great fleet was then constructed upon the shores of Middle-earth, which ferried the Eldar back into the west. When they finally arrived, the elves who had long resided in Beleriand dwelt upon Tol Eressëa, whereupon they could look to the west and the east. The love of Manwë was to prevail once more, however, as they were permitted to return to Valinor should they wish, and even the rift with the Teleri was mended in those days. However, not all of the elves returned, and many deigned to reside in Middle-earth. Chief amongst them was the High King Gil-galad, Círdan the Shipwright, Celeborn of Doriath, and his wife Galadriel. Elrond Half-Elven also decided to stay, choosing to live as an elf, while his brother Elros chose to assume his fate as a mortal Edain. From Elros came the great line of men, as he assumed the title of the first king of Numenor, the isle which was raised from the depths of the ocean in recognition of the men who had fought and died alongside the host of Valinor during the War of Wrath. Yet the fate of the Dark Lord still remained to be decided. As a result, he was cast through the Door of Night beyond the walls of the world into the timeless void. Here, an eternal watch was set upon these walls, while the ramparts of the sky continued to be patrolled by Earendil upon Vingolot. However, the rot and taint which Melkor had loosed upon the world could not be fully cleansed, and the fruits of his dark labours were to bear fruit in the years to come. For a new Dark Lord was to rise in his stead. The earliest period of the Second Age was one dominated by efforts of construction and consolidation in the aftermath of the Great Sundering wrought by the War of Wrath. In the first year of the Second Age, the Grey Havens were founded, and the population looked to Círdan to lead them forward. Likewise, the Kingdom of Lindon was founded in that same year by Gil-galad, who ruled as the High King of all the elves who had not gone into the west following the defeat of Morgoth. The Noldor dwelt primarily within Follindon, whereas the Sindar and those green elves who elected to remain in Middle-earth dwelt in Hallindon, a fiefdom ruled by Celeborn. However, tensions still ran high amongst the elves of that time, as a number of the Sindar, who preferred not to live under the rule of Gil-galad and his Noldor, went east to live alongside the Sylvan Elves, who were their Telerin kin. It is also likely that the surviving Edain resided alongside their elven counterparts until Numenor was raised from the watery depths. The Edain who may have dwelt here received great counsel and education from the Maia Eonwy prior to his return to the utter west, which was to benefit them immensely in their new kingdom. Of the Edain, the House of Beor had nearly been killed to a man in the gargantuan struggle they waged against the Dark Lord. Therefore, what remained of this once mighty clan merged with the Hadorians, and the unified group they assimilated into became the Númenóreans, under their first king, Elros, son of Eärendil, for the Valar had taken pity upon the Edain for their great suffering in a conflict which was never of their making. As a result, the Valar raised the island of Alenna from the depths of the ocean, and in return for their suffering, granted it to the Edain who had fought by their side during the War of Wrath. So it was that Elros, taking upon himself the name of Tar Minyatar, meaning High First King, led his people to Elena, which was to be called Numenor in the year SA 32. The Númenóreans possessed far greater lifespans, physical prowess, and, at least in the earlier days of the kingdom's history, greater wisdom than those of the men who continued to dwell upon the shores of Middle-earth. However, the ban of the Valar continued to apply to the Númenóreans, in that they were forbidden from sailing so far westwards as to no longer be able to sight their fair isle. This ban was put in place to prevent the Edain from coming to the Undying Lands, a realm which men were forbidden from entering. This ban was strictly adhered to under the wise rule of the earliest kings of Numenor, for their respect and knowledge of the Valar following the close-won victory over Morgoth in the War of Wrath was substantial. The Dwarves were also substantially affected by the War of Wrath, as the cities of Belegost and Nogrod in the Blue Mountains were effectively ruined by the upheavals caused by the mighty struggle spearheaded by the Valar. This caused the denizens of these cities to begin to migrate in SA 40 to Khazad-dûm, the realm of Durin's folk, effectively abandoning the homes which had sheltered them through the tumultuous First Age. This influx of Broadbeams and Firebeards positively impacted the culture of Daradelth, as they brought with them a substantial number of fine smiths and artisans. The chronicler, however, does not detail whether the remaining clans remained separate and distinct in their new home, or if the groups were to effectively merge into a homogeneous Dwarven identity. As the Dwarves and Elves flourished upon Middle-earth proper, the kingdom raised by Ossi, established through the great works of Ó'hÁinle and enriched to its fullest by Yavanna, began to take shape. The Gardens of Numenor were subsequently brought into being by the Elves, who sought to reward their long-standing allies amongst the Edain. 4 flowers and fountains were brought out of the city of Avaloni upon the island of Tol Eressëa, serving to create a realm of men that Hurin, Tuor and Turin, among others, could only have dreamt of during their defiant struggles. The island garnered many names, for the Valar called it Andor, or the Land of the Gift, whereas its own people oftentimes referred to it as Westernesse, due to the fact that it lay furthest west of all the lands inhabited by mortals. Its culture was one which was easily identifiable, yet in many respects alien to its ancestors, who had gladly laid down such torrents of blood to ensure the survival of their descendants. For it could not be said to be a part of Middle-earth, yet at the same time, none could truly say that it was wholly separate from the land of their ancestors. The first king, Elros, was to provide a mark by which all others who came after were to compare themselves against. For, having turned down the immortality offered to him by the Valar, Elros Tar-Minyatar came to the throne aged 90 in the mighty Númenórean capital of Armenelos. The blade Aranruth, which had once been sheathed at the side of Elros's great-great-grandfather, Thingol of Doriath, the ring of Barahir, and the axe of Tuor all became heirlooms of the kings of Numenor. Elros would also have 4 children throughout his 410-year reign, among them Vardamir Nolemon, Manwendil, Atenelkar, as well as his daughter Tindomiel, before passing in the year SA 442. Vardamir Nolemon was noted to be a scholar of exceptional talent, who despite his position as the eldest son of the king, desired not to rule, but only to continue his studies. Therefore, upon his father Elros's death, he accepted the crown of Numenor, only to immediately abdicate in favour of his eldest son Tar-Amendil. As a result, he is considered to be the second king of Numenor due to his nominal 1-year reign, and would die in SA 471, aged 410. Tar-Amendil, who accepted the kingship of Numenor due to his father's abdication, was therefore counted as the third king of Numenor. He had 3 children, Tar-Elendil, Eärendil, and his daughter Mairen, in what was otherwise an unremarkable reign. The main reason his reign had been recorded as one of note in the annals of Númenórean history is due to events which occurred on the mainland unbeknownst to the king or his subjects. Sauron had begun to reassert himself in Middle-earth beginning in the year SA 500, when he began to develop the first tendrils of strength which would be required in order to assume his role as heir apparent to the legacy of the defeated Morgoth. A stark contrast to his previous cowering before the host of the Valar and begging at the feet of Eonwy, which caused him to flee and hide rather than face his judgment in the utter west. Tar Elendil surrendered the scepter of Numenor in the year SA 590, by which his eldest son, Tar Elendil, was to come to the throne. Tar Elendil's reign was more noteworthy than that of his predecessor, for the Númenóreans during his kingship, being the fine mariners that they were, began to embark on great voyages from their fair isle. It was therefore in the year SA 600 that the captain of the king's ships, Viantor, led such a voyage to the mainland of Middle-earth for the first time in the history of Numenor. Upon landing, they discovered groups of men who spoke languages which, although related to the Númenórean tongue, differed greatly in what came to be known as Aduanic. After some deliberation, Númenórean scholars declared that this was due to the fact that these men were descendants of the fathers of the Edain. Known as the Atanatari, these men had not crossed over the Ered Luin and entered into Beleriand during the First Age, instead slowly migrating following the conclusion of the War of Wrath. Tar Elendil's succession also had some bearing over the future of the kingdom, as during his reign he had 3 children, the eldest daughter Silmaril, a middle daughter Isilmi, and the youngest son Irimon. Under the ordinary suppositions of full cognatic primogeniture, the throne should have passed to the eldest, Silmaril. However, this was not to be the case, as the laws of Numenor at the time followed the guiding principles of agnatic primogeniture, which effectively prevented women from ruling, and as a result, the eldest son yet youngest child assumed the kingship in SA 740, ruling as Tar Meneldur. Silmaril would then marry a nobleman of the vast port city of Andúnií called Elitan, and together they bore a child named Valandil, who became the first lord of Andúnií. It is from this lineage of Valandil's subsequent descendants that the lines of the exiled kingdoms of Arnor and Gondor trace their ancestors. It is also presumed that upon the succession, the blade Narsil, in conjunction with the Ring of Barahir, passed from father to daughter, eventually finding its way into the hands of a certain Aragorn, son of Arathorn. Tar Meneldur's reign was marked by further expansion of the Númenórean navy, exemplified by his son Aldarion establishing the Guild of Venturers to further such expeditions east. This guild would come to be one of the most powerful of all organizations on the island, as the Númenóreans continued to embrace their seafaring nature. During his reign, friendly relationships were established with the men of Middle-earth, who the Númenóreans called Middlemen, as opposed to their own identifier of Edain, or High Men. These diplomatic entreaties were supervised and supported by the Elves of Lindon, under Gil-galad's stewardship. A great many voyages were undertaken, which led to the first Númenórean settlements being established in Middle-earth. These temporary wayposts, unbeknownst to the mariners, would eventually become the core regions of the kingdoms in exile, Arnor and Gondor. These settlements also allowed greater contact with the Middlemen, with such interactions eventually causing the Aduanic language to merge with that of the Númenóreans, establishing Westron speech. Simultaneously, during the reign of Tar Meneldur, the kingdom of Eregion was founded by the Noldor in the year SA 750, where it was to be ruled by Galadriel and Celeborn from the capital Ostin-Ethil. This kingdom lay just outside the western gate of Khazad-dûm, and a firm friendship was soon established between the Noldor and Durin's folk, who were continuing to expand the subterranean kingdom as they continued to prosper from mining and trade. Thus it seemed that all the races of Middle-earth had found a prosperous peace for themselves in the aftermath of the devastating conclusion of the First Age. However, this was not to last, as a great evil had begun to arise once more in the east, one which would bring death and devastation once more to the free peoples. During the Second Age, Numenor prospered to such an extent that the race of man overtook the strength of the Eldar for the first time in the history of Middle-earth. Led by Aldarion, relations between elves and men continued to flourish, as Númenórean mariners traversed the continent at will. However, not all was well in Aldarion's personal life, as his devotion to the sea and travel caused a great rift in his marriage to Erendis, a tale which was to survive even the destruction of Numenor as Aldarion and Erendis, the mariner's wife. Under Aldarion's rule, the first Númenórean port upon mainland Middle-earth was established, when Vignalonde was constructed upon the river Gwathlo, To continue the expansion of the Númenórean fleets, the deforestation of the Enedwaith and Minhiriath was commenced, ensuring continued naval superiority for generations to come. Only a daughter was born to the king, Ancalame, so he changed the rules of succession. Agnatic primogeniture was replaced with equal primogeniture, allowing Ancalame to become the first queen of Númenor in the stead of her cousin Saronto, who had been heir presumptive at the time. However, even as Númenor was approaching the zenith of its power, the chief lieutenant of the Dark Lord Morgoth began to reveal himself. A new shadow arises in the east. It is no tyranny of evil men, as your son believes, but a servant of Morgoth is stirring, and evil things wake again. Each year it gains in strength, for most men are ripe to its purpose. Gil-galad in Eldarion and Erendis, the Mariner's Wife. Despite his inactivity in the earliest centuries of the New Age, Sauron had lost none of his malice and cunning. By SA 1000, he had gathered enough power to re-establish himself in the land of Mordor. Here he would build his seat, the great Barad-dûr, near the fiery pit of Mount Doom, and amass vast hosts of orcs, trolls, and many other creatures that had come to be through Morgoth's twisted machinations. Sauron was able to further twist the hearts of a number of the earliest nations of men, foremost among them the Easterlings and Haradrim, promising them wealth and power beyond their very reckoning in return for homage. Not long after the commencement of the construction of Barad-dûr, Tar Ancalame came to the throne in SA 1075 as the first Queen of Númenor, and the seventh ruler of that blessed isle. Her reign was dominated by the necessity of producing an heir for fear of the usurpation of her line by her cousin Saronto, which she was fortunately able to achieve through the birth of her son Anarion. It was during this period that Sauron made his first entreaties to the elves who had remained in Middle-earth. However, the wise High King Gil-galad initially saw through this ruse. Meanwhile, the Númenórean grip on Middle-earth was continually strengthened, as more permanent havens were constructed from SA 1200 onwards, including the haven at Lond Dare. In SA 1350, the great elven leaders Celeborn and Galadriel left Eregion in favour of Lothlorien, with their daughter Celebrian in tow, which left Celebrimbor as the Lord of Eregion. This was to have devastating consequences, as in SA 1500, Sauron, in the guise of Annatar, who claimed to be a Maya come from Valinor and having previously served Ó'hÁinle, came to visit Eregion. He quickly befriended the great smiths of Eregion, foremost among them the lord of that land Celebrimbor, who had inherited much from his ancestor Feanor. During his nearly 100-year-long stay in Eregion, Sauron mentored Celebrimbor and taught him much of the arts and magic, yet first and foremost of his teachings was of ring-making. It is in this way that Sauron deceived Celebrimbor into believing that forging the great rings of power might halt the decay of the world, which was felt most severely by the elves. During the period of forging, Barad-dûr was completed, and Glorfindel was once more reinstated to Middle-earth by Manwë, now bearing Maya levels of power. In total, 19 rings were forged by the elves, 16 of which Sauron, posing as Annatar, had a direct hand in. Yet the greatest three, bar the one secretly created in Middle-earth, were forged by Celebrimbor alone. The One Ring was forged by Sauron in the hopes that he would be able to control the elves who now bore them. However, as soon as the ruling ring was placed upon the Dark Lord's finger, the elves immediately became aware of his malicious influence and removed theirs. Sauron, furious at the failure of his plan, came against the elves with all the force available to him in the year SA 1693, in what came to be known as the War of the Elves and Sauron. Messages detailing the betrayal of Annatar, now revealed to be the lieutenant of Morgoth, Sauron, were immediately sent north to Lindon. There, the High King Gil-galad began to prepare what forces were immediately available to him, while also sending a missive to Númenor requesting aid. The war truly commenced in SA 1695, as Sauron's forces crossed the Fords of Isen and laid siege to Eregion. Celebrimbor, as Lord of Eregion, marshalled the defences of his land, while Elrond was sent at the head of a small army to reinforce the Forger of the Rings. However, the onslaught was such that by the time Elrond arrived at the capital of Ostinethil, the city had been razed to the ground, and Lord Celebrimbor lay amongst the fallen. The small force Elrond commanded, shocked to such an extent by the death of one of Feanor's descendants at the hands of Sauron, was quickly routed. But then the dwarves of Khazad-dûm sallied forth to attack the Dark Lord's forces from the rear, which allowed the mauled elves a brief respite. Elrond engaged in a tactical retreat into the Misty Mountains, where he constructed a fortress within a secluded valley that came to be known as Rivendell in the years to come. The dwarves, meanwhile, retreated into Khazad-dûm, sealing the gates, aware that even at this stage their numbers were too few to contain the might of Mordor. At this stage, Sauron had recovered all of the rings, bar the 3 which had been given to the elves. In his planning of the campaign, their recovery was foremost within his mind as a result. The Dark Lord initially believed that all 3 were in the possession of the High King Gil-galad, when in fact he had retained only 2, so the brunt of the assault was to be focused upon his enemy of old. By the year SA 1699, the vicious assault of the vast hosts of Mordor had brought all of Eriador under Sauron's thumb, while a small force was sent to besiege Imladris and prevent Elrond from counter-attacking at the rear of the host. Further, the Grey Havens were besieged, and Lindon was entirely cut off from all aid, as Khazad-dûm and Rivendell would prove to be of little use in the battle that was to come. Yet hope came to Middle-earth once more from the west, when a vast Númenórean army was deployed upon the mainland for the first time in the history of that storied isle. Tar Minastir would not see his elven friends left to fight this battle alone, and sent a naval detachment under the command of Kiatur to relieve Lindon. In these days, the average Númenórean stood on average 6 feet 4 inches tall, and was arrayed in the finest arms and armour available, which drew a stark contrast to the ill-shapen orcish hosts they were to face. Lindon was immediately relieved by the arrival of these mighty warriors and their capable commander, while further Númenórean contingents were landed at Tharbad on the Gwathlo and further south near Pelagir. Kiatur, bolstered by Gil-galad and his elven swordsmen, pushed the hosts of Sauron further south in a continuous retreat, with massive casualties being sustained near Sarn's Ford, which unsuspectingly brought them to the Gwathlo. With a second Númenórean army blocking their retreat, the vast host of Mordor, composed mainly of cowardly orcs, was left with little chance but to stand and fight. The Battle of the Gwathlo, as it came to be known, was an utterly one-sided affair. Organised ranks of highly trained, disciplined and formidable Númenóreans, believed to number some 150,000 in total, provided both the hammer and anvil of this enterprise. The armies of Sauron were, therefore, utterly devastated at the hands of the men of the West, with a small contingent attempting to escape to the east of Calenathan. Unbeknownst to this desperate few, yet more Númenóreans were to descend upon them. The destruction of the host was so complete that Sauron was lucky simply to escape back to Mordor with naught more than a token bodyguard of the 600,000 he had brought forth to annihilate the elves. The elves under Gil-galad did not leave themselves idle either, marching upon the unsuspecting besiegers of Imladris and annihilating them with the aid of a sally from Elrond's survivors. Thus, the war of the elves and Sauron ended, with Sauron's might substantially destroyed to the point it would take him a full millennia to rebuild. However, the elves also suffered dearly in this war, as Eregion had ceased to exist, and Eriador was utterly devastated by the war which had been waged upon its soil. Sauron would swear revenge upon those who had dared to resist, bearing upon his already blackened soul a particularly grievous grudge upon the land of Numenor, which had utterly humbled him. Yet at this stage the Númenórean position seemed utterly unassailable, possessing a formidable and numerous force of warriors and mariners, and a base of operations that Sauron could not hope to reach. Such was their ascendancy at the zenith of the kingdom that permanent settlements continued to be established upon the mainland, which required naught more than a paltry garrison, for none amongst the peoples of that fair isle feared Sauron. Yet a healthy dose of fear may have saved the people of Numenor much suffering and woe, for what was to come would bring an end to their peaceful and prosperous existence for good and all. Although the intervention of the Númenóreans in the War of the Elves and Sauron marked the crowning achievement of Tar-Minestyre's reign, it also represented the high watermark of Númenórean wisdom. For although Tar-Minestyre's successor, Tar-Cíartan, was highly ambitious and expanded Númenor's power and wealth by orders of magnitude, the cracks in the facade had already begun to emerge. As the continued large-scale colonization of Middle-earth continued, it brought out the great greed which lay at the heart of man. The middle men of the mainland were effectively held as thralls of their Númenórean brethren, as they were forced to pay great tribute to their overlords. All the while, the treasury of the island realm grew increasingly full of rare metals and gems, which funded immense hosts of warriors and the construction of mighty armadas. However, it was the reign of Tar-Atanamir which marked the true departure of the Númenóreans from the wisdom which had so defined their realm up until this point. Tar-Atanamir would speak against the Valar, and in particular openly question the ban of the Valar and the necessity of the mortality of men. The Valar, perturbed by the conduct of the King of Numenor, sent ambassadors to soothe the rift which had begun to emerge. However, the king pithily asked them why his mighty forebears, Earendil and Tuor, were determined worthy to live in Valinor until the breaking of the world, while mortal man was doomed to die. The ambassadors responded that his ancestors' fate was one apart from mortal man, and the Undying Lands were not capable in and of themselves of granting immortality, but were instead named such due to their inhabitants. The king was far from satisfied, and continued to argue against the love of the Valar and Elves which had long dominated Numenor, causing a schism within the Isle. Those who still loved the Elves and continued to receive them in secret became known as the Faithful, or Elendili, while many more came to resent their former allies. Perhaps the greatest indicator of Numenor's moral decline was evidenced within the succession, for Atanamir refused to abdicate, and became the first king to die while still strong in mind and body. The House of Elros, following on from this despotic and unwise reign, endured an ever-dwindling lifespan, and none again would renounce the scepter of Numenor, instead dying atop the throne. The division within Númenórean society was to become more pronounced and effectively irreparable under the reign of Tar and Calamon. During this epoch, the Elendili who initially emerged in Atanamir's reign continued to advocate for devotion towards the Valar, who had rescued their ancestors from the tyranny of Morgoth, and maintaining the bonds of friendship long shared with the Elves. In opposition, the king's men followed in the steps of their previous king by continuing to oppose the ban of the Valar and any form of friendship with the Elves. Rather, they advocated for the independence and self-determination of Numenor, having witnessed the lofty position of the Isle amongst the denizens of Middle-earth. During the reign of An-Calimon, the elven tongues were openly discouraged and no longer taught to the children of the Isle. However, as a mark of respect for the ancient customs of their people, the royal titles were still taken in Quenya. However, this was not done out of any true love of the Eldar. Further, the great eagles, who had long nested within an eyrie above the king's palace in Armenelos, were no longer fed, and as such departed the island never again to return. The rule of An-Calimon's son, Tar-Telemaite, provided a direct continuation of his father's policies, with a particular emphasis placed upon obtaining Mithril and bringing it back to the island kingdom. Upon his death, his daughter, Tar-Vanemeldi, assumed the throne. Tar-Vanemeldi's reign was dominated by an indifference towards rulership. Rather than attending to matters of state, the queen favoured culture and arts, and left much of the business of ruling to her husband, a nobleman by the name of Herakelmo. Upon Varemeldi's death in SA 2637, the throne should have passed to her son Alcarin. However, as a symptom of the nation's decaying morality, Herakelmo usurped the throne. He would rule for 20 years as Tar Andukal. However, he was not considered legitimate, and no records of his rule persisted, with royal chroniclers recording that Vanemeldi's rule was immediately followed by Alcarin's. Tar Alcarin's reign, bar the impact of the usurpation, was mundane in the extreme. During his tenure, an uneasy peace persisted between the king's men and the faithful. However, as the ignorant opulence of the Númenóreans persisted, matters upon the mainland had begun to take a darker turn. Sauron's power had begun to grow exponentially, to the extent that the very mention of his name drove terror into the denizens of the lands which bordered Mordor. While Númenórean power spread throughout Middle-earth, with large settlements being constructed, such as Umbar in the south and the faithful-dominated Pelargir further north, Sauron's servants continued to multiply. It was in these days that the blind eye of Númenor allowed for the Nazgûl to appear and serve their lord in dark and despicable ways. Elcarin was succeeded by his son Tar-Kelmekil, whose reign was barely noteworthy, apart from the fact that he became the first Númenórean king to record an Adunaic equivalent to his name. For in the Númenórean tongue, he was known to his subjects as Ar-Belzagar, which served to signify the continued alienation of the Númenóreans from their elven counterparts. Kelmekil was then succeeded by his son Tar-Amadin, who was the last king of Númenor to take their name in Quenya. In private, his followers referred to him as Ar-Abatarik. Tar-Adamin's son broke with this most ancient of traditions, rejecting the name Tar-Herenumen in favour of the Adunaic Ar-Adunakor, forever ending the usage of Quenya names amongst the rulers of that fair isle. However, the name he chose was considered blasphemous in both languages by many, as it translated to Lord of the West, a title which was reserved for the King of the Valar, Manwë. During Ar-Adunakor's reign, the elven languages were no longer made use of, and nor were they taught to the children of the island. Consequently, boats from Tol Eressëa arrived ever more rarely, while the numbers of the faithful who continued the traditions of old and maintained secret friendships with the elves increasingly dwindled. This was due to the fact that the king had begun to persecute those amongst the faithful, actively punishing all those who openly spoke the elven tongues. The kings who followed would continue the policies which had come to dominate Númenórean politics, which led to a dramatic increase in the power of the king's men and increased persecution of the faithful. Under the reign of the 23rd king of Númenor, Al-Gimilzor, the use of the elven tongues was forbidden upon the island of Númenor. The White Tree was neglected, and the kings of Númenor would never again make a pilgrimage to the Hollow of Eru, despite protests from the Elendili for a return to the policies of old. So distrustful was the king that he moved the faithful from their ancestral home in the haven of Andúnië to the secluded eastern edge of the island Romena, where a strict watch was placed upon them. However, in secret, his wife, Inzilbeth, counted herself amongst the faithful and taught her eldest child their ways. Inzilbeth was a descendant of the fourth king of Númenor, Tar-Elendil, an aged and wise lineage. However, their second son, Gimilcad, rejected the teachings of his mother and older brother, instead coming to count himself amongst the king's men. Tar-Palantir, which meant far-sighted, came to the throne in SA 3177, and also maintained the Adunaic name Ar-Inzilidun, which meant the Flower of the West. He had come to power at a time of great unrest and darkness, which swirled throughout the very fabric of Númenórean society, threatening to engulf it long before the tides ever rose around that fair and storied island. In contrast to his predecessors, who had long since turned from the light of the Valar to focus upon their insatiable greed and the need to create an empire upon the shores of Middle-earth, Tar-Palantir sought to save his people from damnation. Tar-Palantir repented for the sins of the now deceased kings, taking his name in Quenya, tending once more to the White Tree, and honouring Eru Ilúvatar, using the long-neglected ancient practices of earlier kings. Despite this, no response came from the Valar, and the view of Tol Eressëa from the Tower of Tar Minestir remained shrouded. As such, unrest became the defining factor of Tar-Palantir's reign, and would also define his succession. Yet even amongst his staunchest enemies and detractors, Tar-Palantir was recognised as a peerless seer, who rightly prophesied that the fate which was to befall the White Tree of Nimloth was tied irretractably to that of the House of Elros. Tar-Palantir's daughter, Tar-Miriel, sought to continue this reconciliation, having inherited her father's great wisdom and love of the elves. Alas, this was not meant to be, for in SA 3255, her throne was usurped by her cousin, Ar-Pharazôn, who married Miriel against her will and renamed her Ar-Zimrafel, or High Jewel Daughter. Ar-Pharazôn was the son of Gimilcad, who had led the faction of the king's men during the reign of Tar-Palantir. His pride, in conjunction with the teachings of the king's men, would lead him far and wide, wherein he would win much renown as a captain of men through the wars waged against the Middlemen. His decision to wed his cousin against Númenórean law and usurp her throne was a direct byproduct of his ever-escalating pride, and he would wield his power with an iron fist. Initially, he persecuted what remained of the faithful. However, his attention was soon drawn to the mainland, as Sauron had begun to call himself the Lord of Men, which necessitated the coming of the King of Numenor to Middle-earth once more. By the time the rule of Ar-Pharazôn misguidedly came to be, the Second Age of Middle-earth had found itself in an era of intense uncertainty. Although Sauron had once more been able to raise great armies and establish himself as the Lord of Mordor, his status was little more than that of a paper tiger. Moreover, while the Elves remained a formidable force in and of themselves within the waning days of the Second Age, they could still be overwhelmed by the vast tide of orcs which Sauron could draw to his side. However, if Sauron had engaged in such an assault, the Númenóreans would be obliged to intervene, not for their love of the Elves, a love which had long since withered, but due to their inherent sense of superiority. The Númenóreans could brook no challenge to their might. Such was the intensity of their arrogance that should Sauron reach out to crush their long-deserted allies, they would come in such might so as to render resistance moot. This uneasy stalemate was to come to a sudden end with the coming of the mightiest army of the Edain which had ever and would ever be assembled. As the Dark Lord had begun to assume further titles which he believed would befit the station of a being of his majesty and splendour. Amongst these newfound titles were the Lord of the Earth and King of Men. These were mere titles and meaningless words, yet their impact upon the continent of Middle-earth was as momentous as the waves which sunk Beleriand in the end. Ar-Pharazôn had been described as a man of great beauty and stature after the image of the first kings, indeed in his youth not unlike the Edain of old in mind also. Although he may have looked every inch a king, he lacked that very essence of what it meant to be a true ruler, and for this his people would suffer dearly. Therefore, upon hearing that another bore such titles in direct opposition to his own rule, combined with the attacks Sauron had begun to launch upon Númenórean settlements upon the coast of Middle-earth, the king lurched unsteadily into action. Although the chronicler does not detail the actual numbers involved in the maritime landings of the Númenóreans, the sheer might of the army of men was truly astonishing. For as Ar-Pharazôn crested upon Middle-earth's shores in Umbar in SA 3261, at the head of the Númenórean host, he gazed upon Mordor, truly confident that there was no other possible outcome but that of a Númenórean triumph. The Edain soon departed the harbour city and made towards the plains of Gorgoroth. Yet unlike their ancestors in the Battle of the Gwylltho, no great battles were to be fought, and no honour in battle was to be won. When Sauron's blighted hordes beheld the size of the force arrayed against them, the Dark Lord's armies simply abandoned him, unwilling to be annihilated at the hands of the mightiest warriors of their age. As such, Ar-Pharazôn was able to simply walk into Mordor, allowing Sauron to truly comprehend the true strengths and weaknesses of the race of men. For rather than flee from their might once more in the hopes he could build a force capable of matching the might of Numenor in the field, Sauron now knew that Numenor's demise must come from within that fair isle rather than without. To that end, the successor of Morgoth allowed himself to be captured, throwing himself at the feet of the King of Numenor and begging forgiveness. Had it been the king's predecessor, the wise seer Tar Palantir, the Dark Lord may have been slain in that moment. But Ar-Pharazôn was a man who was deficient in foresight and abundant in arrogance. Such was his hubris, his unshakable belief in his own power and supposed wisdom, that he thought that in that instant that he could now contend with a Maiar and shackle him in some lowly cell upon his island home. As a result, Sauron was brought to Numenor in chains, which led many within the king's court to believe that the great foe of the race of man had been laid low. Although Sauron was to initially feign his unhappiness at this development, he secretly delighted in his own cunning, now believing victory was all but assured. After a mere handful of years, Sauron's cunning and intense charisma allowed him to rise from a lowly prisoner within the dark pits of Numenor to an advisor at the right hand of the king. Such was his influence upon the courts of Ar-Pharazôn that in the kingdom founded by Elros Half-Elven himself, it was not long before many within the court were openly worshipping the previous Dark Lord Morgoth. It is he whose name is not now spoken, for the Valar have deceived you concerning him, putting forward the name of Eru, a phantom devised in the folly of their hearts, seeking to enchain men in servitude to themselves. For they are the oracle of this Eru, which speaks only what they will. But he that is their master shall yet prevail, and he will deliver you from this phantom, and his name is Melkor, Lord of all, giver of freedom, and he shall make you stronger than they. Sauron to Ar-Pharazôn. In spite of the corruption which lay at the festering heart of what had once been a kingdom and a people of such purity of purpose, the island prospered. However, this prosperity came at a dreadful cost. As the hearts of the people of Numenor were internally poisoned, their outward actions began to reflect this taint. The middlemen, who had once been treated as long-lost kinsmen, if never of the same station as that of the Númenóreans, were hunted, captured and enslaved. Many were brought to Numenor in chains, not unlike Sauron had once been carried to the island. Yet their end was far more cruel, for many were slain with the utmost indignity as sacrifices to Morgoth. The symbolic moral destruction of the kingdom came with the felling of the beautiful white tree of Nimloth, whose lumber was used to christen the mighty temple of Morgoth with a pyre of unholy flame. This structure, which Sauron had raised within the very heart of the capital of Armenelos, emphasized the dark descent of these days, for it was mighty in form, yet rotten to the very core of its intent. The temple was composed of a mighty dome, 500 feet across and 500 feet high, with walls 50 feet thick at the base. Although the roof of the dome was covered with a glorious silver facade, this quickly charred and blackened due to the smoke of the ritualistic rites, evidencing in microcosm the moral decay and decline of Numenor. The chorus of screams which oft emerged from its lofty interior were an intermingling of the human sacrifice of middlemen and the faithful alike, at the decree of its high priest Sauron. The Lord of Andúnië in these days, Amandil, recognized the vast corruption within the very being of his people, and as such withdrew to Romena. This last bastion of the faithful had become a fearful backwater, due to the ongoing persecution of those who now dwelt there, begun years earlier, and intensified under the callous cruelty of Sauron. This persecution was to intensify, as the spectre of death loomed ever larger upon the arrogant Ar-Pharazôn. As time passed, Ar-Pharazôn leaned more and more heavily on the advice of his immortal counsellor Sauron, who advised the monarch to make war upon the Valar themselves and seize the immortality he so desired. Consequently, a mighty fleet was assembled over a period of 9 years in order to steal for mankind the immortality which it had never been intended to possess. However, Amandil had become aware of the plans of his foolish liege and spoke with his son Elendil, seeking counsel from him. The final course he deliberated upon was to take the route of his ancestor Eärendil and beg for the forgiveness of the Valar in person. As such, he engaged in a ruse whereby he and 3 close servants sailed east as if they were making their way to the coast of Middle-earth, before altering their course. The ship would then head west, so Amandil could potentially save his home from the great downfall which now awaited it. In the end, this journey came to naught, for Amandil and his ship were never seen nor heard from again. As a result, Elendil assumed the leadership of the faithful, and prepared his people so that they could survive the doom which now awaited them. Just prior to this immense undertaking, the dome of the great temple of Morgoth was cracked as lightning unleashed by Eru himself came down upon the temple. However, the Dark Lord remained unbowed before such a show of might, and placed himself upon the top of the dome, defying the lightning, defying Eru, and in the eyes of his followers becoming a god. By SA 3319, the Great Armament, as it had become known, was readied, and Ar-Pharazôn boarded his flagship, Alcarandas, and the fleet departed. After braving the cruel seas, the host landed upon the shore of Aman, making their camp upon the green hillock of Tuna, which inspired great fear in the Valar, who now worried for the safety of the Valinor. However, the Valar were forbidden from killing the men who had now invaded their shores. nor could they bring to bear any form of force. As such, Manwë, the chief of the Valar, called upon Eru Ilúvatar to bring relief to the denizens of the Undying Lands. Ilúvatar duly answered, opening up a great chasm in the sea between Numenor and Aman, which swallowed the great armament, entrapping them within the Caves of the Forgotten, where they would remain until called upon during the Dagor Dagorath. Numenor itself was subsequently drowned in the great wave caused by the opening of the Abyss, which also destroyed the body of Sauron, depriving him of the ability to assume a fair form ever again. Ilúvatar would go on to break the world, changing it once more, turning Arda from a flat to a round shape, and removing Aman and Tol Eressëa from the world forever, so no mortal sailor could ever reach the true west for the final declining days of Middle-earth. Yet hope remained, as not all of the citizens of Numenor were lost to the flood. 9 ships of the Númenórean faithful were able to flee to Middle-earth, and they were led by Elendil and his 2 sons Isildur and Anarion. When their forces were separated, the majority of the contingent landed in the south, and would form the Kingdom of Gondor, with the remaining ships landing in the north of the continent to create the Kingdom of Arnor. The survivors merged with the remaining Númenóreans who had colonized the regions in question during the apex of Númenórean power. Sauron also survived the downfall of Numenor, although his strength was much reduced. He was able to flee to Mordor and retain the One Ring. The 2 Númenórean nations in exile were linked with the King of Arnor holding the title of High King and maintaining ascendancy over their Gondorian counterparts. 2 fortresses were built in the region of Gondor to act as a bulwark against Mordor, Minas Ithil and Minas Tirith. In the meantime, Sauron had finally regained enough of his strength in order to take physical form. Becoming aware of the newly established exile kingdoms, he quickly took action to destroy them. In 3429, his armies attacked Gondor rapidly, besieging Minas Ithil and the capital of Gondor, Osgiliath. Minas Ithil was lost soon after, as the city's defenders were overwhelmed by the Orcish numbers, who took the city with relative ease. While Anarion held the line in Osgiliath with the force that he had hastily assembled, Isildur rushed north to inform his father Elendil of the attack. Anarion was successful in repelling the invasion force and sending them fleeing into the woods of Ithilien. Taking counsel with the elven leaders, the last alliance of men and elves was formed, with Elendil and Gil-galad providing leadership for each of their races respectively. 2 years were spent raising sufficient forces in order to match the hordes of orcs that the Dark Lord could bring to bear. Their forces amassed at the watchtower of Amon Sul at Weathertop, before moving to Rivendell and joining with the forces of Elrond there. From here, the Great Alliance crossed the Misty Mountains, and were joined by contingents of elves from Mirkwood and Lorien, as well as an army of dwarves of Khazad-dûm, and the army of Gondor led by Anarion, fresh from pushing back the assault on Osgiliath. With this, the war was joined, and the alliance seemed poised to end the influence of the Dark Lord upon Middle-earth for good and all. Such was the might of the great host that it would remind the likes of Elrond of the great War of Wrath itself. I remember well the splendour of their banners. It recalled to me the glory of the elder days and the hosts of Beleriand. So many great princes and captains were assembled. And yet not so many, nor so fair, as when Thangorodrim was broken, and the elves deemed that evil was ended forever, and it was not so. The first pitched battle took place at the plains of Dagorlad, outside of Mordor, in the year 3434, with supreme command of the Alliance forces being granted to Gil-galad. However, this grant of command triggered the arrogance of the elves, namely that of the kings of Mirkwood and Lorien, Oropher and Amdir respectively. As both forces deployed their formations, one of the main advantages the last alliance possessed was their cohesion and discipline, for which the elven swordsmen in particular were famed far and wide. Yet the two aforementioned kings, angered by Gil-galad's command, broke formation and charged wildly at the immense force of orcs and foul beasts, attempting to garner fame and fortune by their exploits. Despite making early gains and driving the orcs back by the sheer force of their strength at arms, the numbers and sheer brutality of their foe soon led to casualties among the elves. Before long, the elves who had foolishly charged into the forces of the Dark Lord were pushed back, leaving the fate of the battle on a knife's edge. His plan disrupted by the folly of his comrades, Gil-galad acted decisively, supporting the errant elven contingent with the weight of the entirety of what the free peoples of Middle-earth could muster. The leadership of Gil-galad ultimately saved the day, and the war effort as a whole, as the forces of Sauron were decisively beaten, leaving the Dark Lord on the back foot for the remainder of the war. Yet this battle was as costly as they come, with Amdir, Oropher, and a vast contingent of Mirkwood and Lorien forces lost due to the folly of the two kings. This left the area permanently scarred by the mass of human, elven, dwarven, and orcish casualties, which now blighted the landscape, forever transforming the region into the Dead Marshes, an area avoided by all but the most desperate. Thranduil and Amroth would take the titles of Kings of Lorien and Mirkwood from their slain fathers, respectively. Taking little time to regroup, Gil-galad sensed the golden opportunity which now beckoned, and following the counsel of the other leaders of the alliance, Elendil and Elrond chief among them, a decision was taken. The Black Gates were besieged, and soon breached due to the sheer might of the force which now moved even further into Mordor, defeating each force which Sauron sent to face them. While ultimate success was not yet guaranteed, the forces of man, elf and dwarf were buoyed by each victory, and with their morale soaring, their greatest challenge now loomed before them. Despite severe losses, they maintained an advantage, which prevented this war of attrition in a plateau to the north of Mordor called Udun from halting their progress. For, with the two mightiest warriors of their day at the head of the host, it seemed that little could stop the last alliance from achieving its final purpose. For it was oft said that, against Aeglos, the spear of Gil-galad none could stand, and the sword of Elendil filled orcs and men with fear, for it shone with the light of the sun and of the moon, and it was named Narsil. Yet against the imposing fortifications of Barad-dûr, shining swords and spearheads could accomplish little. Initially, attempts were made to storm Barad-dûr, but this failed almost immediately due to the immense fortifications which Sauron had erected in order to prepare for just such a situation. The fortress was created by the dark magic of Sauron, which held it together, and was composed of battlement after battlement, and had taken close to 600 years to construct, and was without any shadow of a doubt the greatest fortress in Middle-earth. The sight of it drove fear into the besiegers, and cast doubt upon their ability to seize the victory they so desperately required to end the threat posed to all those who resided within the free realms of Middle-earth. This fortress was also bound to the One Ring, and as long as the ring persisted, it would remain impossible to fully destroy it, adding to the mounting logistical complications which such a siege could pose to Gil-galad and Elendil. The siege would go on for 7 years, with massive casualties dealt to the forces of the last alliance. Countless sorties of orcs were sent out to drive back the besiegers, which when combined with the volleys of arrows, boulders, and missiles of the flaming variety that constantly harassed the attackers, threatened to decimate the alliance forces. In the 6th year of the siege, tragedy struck the line of Elendil as Anarion was hit by a missile fired from the walls of Barad-dûr in the head and was killed instantly. His death caused many woes among the Númenóreans, who mourned his valor and competent leadership. This, however, increased the determination of the race of men to secure their future in those fiery plains. A year later, Sauron and his forces sallied forth in an attempt to bring an end to the conflict and finish the siege and the last alliance with it. Rows of elven swordsmen who made up the flower of the host held the centre, alongside the most experienced and battle-hardened of the Númenóreans, with dwarven contingents supporting the remaining warriors of Gondor and Arnor on the flanks. Elrond and Gil-galad held command of the centre, with Elendil and Isildur commanding their own respective forces. The blood of Numenor still flowed freely through the forces of man at this stage in the exile, and as such, these warriors remained exceptionally competent and unyielding in the face of the overwhelming Orcish onslaught. Despite their prowess in battle, however, the forces of the last alliance remained outnumbered. The forces of Mordor surged forward in a tide bereft of any true tactics. They attempted to use the weight of their numerical advantage to overwhelm the organized and tactically astute battle lines assembled before them. While their weapons and armor were deficient in comparison to those of their opponents, their ferocity and crazed devotion to their Dark Lord were not to be scoffed at. The battle was joined when the Orcish host met the elven swordsmen in the centre, their forces having been thinned out by the overwhelmingly accurate volleys of arrows unleashed by the elven archers. The lines held as the warriors of the last alliance refused to grant their opponents an inch, as the famed discipline of Noldor was able to keep the Orcish host at bay. Despite the increasing pressure which was placed upon their lines, this stalemate was maintained, with massive casualties inflicted on both sides. As the battle progressed, the last alliance began to gain the advantage, standing as a cliff before the oncoming tide. The morale of the Orcish rabble began to falter, and it seemed that victory now was within the grasp of Gil-galad and Elendil. It was at this point that Sauron, in his physical form of a towering warrior, clad in plate armor from head to toe, and wielding a mace alongside the One Ring, entered the fray. Making for the center of the alliance formation, he soon made light work of the valiant warriors who had held his servants at bay for so long. Seeing that their lines might now break, Gil-galad and Elendil duelled Sauron, who had not reached his full strength yet, on the broken plains of Mordor, displaying the great valor inherent within their people, proving to be a match for the Dark Lord. As the battle raged around them, the two great leaders of the last alliance mortally wounded Sauron, but paid a heavy price for their courage. Gil-galad was cast down with the heat of Sauron's armored hand, and Elendil was likewise struck down by the Maiar, who was wounded in the process. The sheer weight of the blow drove Sauron from his physical form, causing him to take on his ethereal aspect, and his disappearance sent his entire army into a rout. In the aftermath, Isildur, who came upon the corpses of the great leaders of the alliance, was heartbroken by the loss of his father. He took up the shattered remnant of Narsil and strode towards the ailing Maiar. Bending down, Isildur cut off the armoured finger which held the One Ring, and claimed it as his own weregild. Sauron's spirit fled his physical form. Narsil, however, would live long in the memory of the Dark Lord, and he would forever bear an unequivocal hatred for the line of kings of the Númenórean exiles. In spite of this crushing blow to the Dark Lord, however, he was not wholly defeated, as the ring, and with it his being and malice, was to persist. Elrond of Rivendell confirmed it. "Fruitless did I call the victory of the last alliance? Not wholly so, yet it did not achieve its end." With the defeat of Sauron and his forces at the Siege of Barad-dûr came the end of the Second Age, and the beginning of the Third, which would come to be dominated by the men, due to the waning power of the elves following the death of so many of them, and the decision taken by some to sail to the Undying Lands. At this stage, however, the situation was far from ideal for the descendants of Numenor, even with the apparent destruction of the great enemy. Even before the last alliance entered Mordor, Sauron sent a contingent of orcs to hold the passes in the Misty Mountains from the oncoming host of Elendil and Gil-galad. Seeing the strength of the free peoples of Middle-earth before them, the orcs fled into the mountains, and were not pursued due to the necessity of defeating the Dark Lord, however. Following the successful siege of Barad-dûr, Isildur, who took the Ring of Sauron as a weregild for the death of his father and brother, made his way to Gondor. Isildur spent the first 2 years of the new Third Age consolidating his rule and reorganizing the realm. He also replanted the sapling of the White Tree in Minas Ithil in memory of his fallen brother. The Númenóreans, who remained true to Valar, began to also be known as Dúnedain and the Men of the West in that period. The greater part of his army was sent to Arnor, which needed it more at the moment, and the king himself set out for Rivendell in order to seek the counsel of Elrond. Moving from Osgiliath, Isildur and his retinue passed through the Vale of Anduin, making their way towards the Cirith Fôn Enandrath, which was a high pass in the Misty Mountains, inevitably bringing them to Rivendell. The host made its way north to Lorien, taking a path leading towards Thranduil's domain of Greenwood. The Anduin, however, had flooded, forcing the group to take an alternative route along the slopes of the eastern bank of the Great River. To the left of the company were an imposing set of cliffs overlooking the Anduin, and to their right were hills and forested areas. The Dúnedain had been singing marching songs. However, this ceased immediately as one of their scouts had heard an oncoming horde of orcs. Acting quickly, Isildur formed his men into a thangale, which meant shield fence or wall in Númenórean. This formation was 2 men deep and flexible on the flanks, allowing for quick readjustments, and would favour the Númenóreans, who estimated that they were outnumbered almost 10-1. Isildur begrudged the terrain for forcing him to take such a defensive stance, as if the orcs had attacked them earlier in the march, they could have formed a Nirnaeth, which was a wedge-shaped formation that would have allowed the superior martial prowess of his retinue to shatter the orcish lines, sending them into a quick rout. The battle began with a volley of orcish arrows, quickly followed up by an assault at the very centre of the shield wall. The disciplined Númenóreans stood strong and used their immense height, with which they towered over even the largest orc, to push back this onslaught. Isildur was no fool, however, and seeing the overwhelming size of the orcish horde, sent his squire with the shards of his father's sword, Narsil, to Rivendell, in order to entrust them with Lord Elrond before continuing the fight himself. The battle restarted following this brief pause, and piles of orc corpses had begun to mount around the Númenórean lines, who, utilizing their superior longbows, drove the enemy from the pathway. Believing that the orcs, with their craven nature, had been sufficiently demoralized as to flee the field, Isildur gave orders to move to lower, more level ground. The orcs, however, had greater numbers than the estimation Isildur had given them, and returned in force as the shield wall had begun to move. During this secondary assault, the orcs attacked in a full crescent formation in order to place immense pressure upon the entirety of the Dúnedain defensive formation. With their massive numerical advantage, the orcish pressure began to pay off, and men began to die, their formation beginning to collapse. Isildur's sons, Cirion and Aratan, were slain in this assault, with the third son to accompany him on the journey, Elendil, urging his father to wear the ring and flee across the Anduin to make it to Rivendell using another road. Isildur said, "I cannot use it. I dread the pain of touching it, and I have not yet found the strength to bend it to my will. It needs one greater than I know myself to be. My pride has fallen. It should go to the keepers of the three." But he was convinced by his son. Isildur put on the Ring of Sauron, which granted invisibility to the wearer, and fled down the valley as his retinue paid with their lives to give their king a fighting chance at escape, dying almost to a man. That included Elendil, who fought a rearguard action to buy his father more time. Abandoning his arms and armour, bar a short sword, Isildur plunged into the Anduin, yet in its flooded state, the strength of the river began to overwhelm the High King, and he was pulled further and further towards the marshes of the Gladden Fields. he became tangled in the reeds and rushes, and the One Ring was pulled from Isildur's finger, who initially felt unmitigated loss at this, but soon after a feeling of immense burden being taken from him. This feeling of absolution was not to last, however, as emerging from the river, a group of orcish archers spotted this imposing mountain of a man and feathered him with arrows rather than meeting the unarmored warrior in hand-to-hand combat. Isildur's body fell back into the river, never to be recovered. His arms and armour were found in the aftermath of the battle, but the ring itself would not be discovered again until hobbit Dagor happened upon it in TA 2463. In the meantime, a force of woodmen who were friends of the Beornings and dwelt within the western part of Greenwood had come to relieve the Dunedain rearguard. They arrived too late, however, and would only save 3 of the Dunedain. The disaster at the Gladden Fields had led to the death of Isildur and his 3 sons. Isildur's youngest son, Valindir, was named King of Arnor. However, the most important decision taken during his reign was to refuse the kingship of Gondor, which caused a split between the 2 kingdoms. The 2 kingdoms, however, would continue to prosper under the kings of Númenórean blood. However, following the death of King Eärendil in TA 861, Arnor was torn asunder by infighting and civil war. The kingdoms of Arthedain, Cardolan and Rhudaur emerged from this conflict, with the King of Arthedain claiming unrecognized high kingship over the latter. In the years that followed, the kings of the respective northern kingdoms wasted their strength in foolish and unnecessary conflicts which left each nation weakened. In the meantime, enemies began to gather on the outskirts of these nations, eager to take advantage, presenting the greatest threat to the land once known as Arnor. Meanwhile, the Kingdom of Gondor began to prosper, becoming a wholly separate political entity. Gondor had to deal with an invasion of the Easterlings, who were men corrupted by Sauron and Morgoth. This initial invasion sparked a 60-year conflict, which was brought to a conclusion by Turambar, the 9th King of Gondor, who successfully defeated the Easterlings and annexed a large area from Rhovanion to Mordor. Gondor entered a golden age following this victory, helmed by the 4 ship kings who ruled wisely, beginning with the reign of Tiranan Felistur in TA 830 and ending with the death of Hiarmendikil I in TA 1149. The latter expanded Gondor to its greatest extent, ruling a nation which stretched from the fringes of Mirkwood in the north to Umbar in the south. The military might of Gondor ensured this superiority, with many visitors at the time remarking, "In Gondor, precious stones are but pebbles for the children to play with." Yet this golden age was about to end, as the defeat of Sauron was not as everlasting as the Great Alliance had hoped. During the reign of King Malvagil of Arthedain, Sauron's lieutenant, the Witch King of Angmar, head of the Nazgûl, and bearer of a Ring of Power, had emerged at the head of a large host of orcs and other creatures. He drove the dwarves from their holds and established a nation of Angmar. Malvagil's successor, Argaleb, managed to unite Arthedain and Cardolan, but was unable to sway Rhudaur, which had already fallen to the taint of the Witch King. Hostilities commenced when the men of Rhudaur were forced to march on their kinsmen in Arthedain in TA 1356. In the Battle of Amon Sul, which decided the conflict, many were slaughtered on both sides, chief among them the would-be uniter of the north, Argaleb. The following years were to prove utterly devastating for the northern realms. In TA 1409, Rhudaur was annexed by Angmar, and with this added strength, the Witch King attacked Cardolan. The country was devastated, with most of its settlements being destroyed. Amon Sul was razed, and the survivors fled westward. Arthedain was invaded next, and its capital Fornost was besieged, but the elves of the Grey Havens, Lorien and Rivendell, relieved it. United armies of the elves, led by Elrond, defeated Angmar, but not completely, and the conflict left Arthedain as the last human kingdom in the north, locked in a bitter struggle with Angmar for 600 years. The matters to the south were also far from idyllic. The Easterlings continued to be a threat. but Gondor's military superiority allowed Rhomendakel I to utterly rout the Easterling host in TA 1248, with the aid of the men of Rhovanion, who would later become the Rohirrim. Internal discord also played its part. The nobles despised King Velekar for marrying a princess of Rhovanion, and when he died in TA 1432, his son, King Eldakar, was overthrown by Castamir, the captain of the ships. He proved an incapable ruler who caused the decay of much of the country. Eldakar returned in 1447, and with the help of the Rhovanion horsemen, regained his throne. However, Osgiliath was sacked, and its Palantir, alongside its splendour, was forever lost. In the meantime, the sons of Castamir, following the death of their father, fled to Umbar, establishing their own kingdom, which would trouble Gondor for centuries. These problems didn't allow Gondor to help Arnor when its aid may have proved pivotal in stemming the tide. Both nations managed to recover some of their former power, with King Telemnar even planning a conquest of Umbar. However, the Great Plague struck in 1636. In the north, Cardolan was finally left bereft of any human population, and Barrow Wights from Angmar, which were spirits of a malicious nature, were sent by the enemy to take over the former settlements. Gondor's cities were decimated, and many tasks with watching over Mordor were abandoned. The White Tree died in Osgiliath, and a sapling was brought to Minas Anor, which became the capital in 1640. It is said that had an enemy attacked at this point, all of Gondor would have fallen. Yet said foes were in as bad of a shape as Gondor following the plague. Arthedain, with its sparser population, was not as badly affected by the plague. However, its population continued to decline during this period, with some of its best farmland being granted to the hobbits in TA 1601, forming what would become the Shire. Both nations were to survive this dire situation, however, with King Aravel of Arthedain, alongside his elven allies, defeating the Witch King in Cardolan in TA 1851, earning his kingdom what was to be its final reprieve. Aravel's prowess as a diplomat allowed for increased ties with Gondor, and had circumstances not played their part, could have brought about the salvation of his realm. However, the forces of the Dark Lord had other contingencies in place, it seemed, and both nations were to be forever changed by the conflict to come. In TA 1851, a confederation of Easterling tribes called Wainriders began to raid Gondor and Rhovanion, enslaving many of the latter and destroying much of what was their home. After 5 years of these raids, the king, Narmakil II, led a force alongside Mahari of Rhovanion to meet the Wainriders in the field. The Battle of the Plains was a complete disaster for Gondor, as King Narmakil was slain, and Mahari, leading a desperate rearguard in order to save the remnants of the host, was also killed, effectively ending Rhovanion as a nation. The remnants of Mahari's people fled into Gondor, where they would become known as the Eotheod under his son Mawini. However, the majority of the Rhovanion were enslaved by the Wainriders, who had won a decisive yet Pyrrhic victory, with their casualties being so severe so as to check their advance further into Gondor. The Wainriders were to rule in Rhovanion for 45 years, and weakened Gondor was unable to turn its eyes to the north, where Angmar had gathered its forces for one final push into Arthedain. During this period, the Eotheod and Gondor continued to grow in friendship through their opposition against the Wainriders. The Eotheod in particular learned of the Wainriders' plans to attack Gondor in TA 1899 through the enslaved populace which still owed them loyalty. This led to a preemptive strike by King Kalamatar from northern Ithilien, disrupting Wainrider plans to assault the Eotheod in Calanadan. With this, Mawini gathered his horsemen and marched to Gondor's aid in what would become known as the Second Battle of Dagordagorath, where the massed armies defeated the Wainriders. The king chose not to pursue them, however, allowing for a slave revolt in Rhovanion to further weaken them instead. However, they were not fully defeated, as the revolt was not fully successful. The decision to not pursue the Wainriders would come back to haunt Gondor, as they made alliances with the men of Khand and Harad. The Eotheod again warned Gondor of this dual threat in both the north and south. King Onderher, alongside King Arvedui of Arthedain, realized that the attacks of Angmar and the Wain Riders must have been coordinated by an overwhelmingly menacing force, and this led to the ties between nations being renewed in TA 1940 as Arvedui married Onderher's daughter Firiel. King Onderher marched north, while his most trusted general Eärnil marched south. Onderher hoped to fight in Dagorlad again, but was surprised outside the Black Gate by a combined force of Wain Riders and Rhûn, who destroyed his army, killing him and 2 of his sons. The Wain Riders believed Gondor had been completely defeated and took their time sacking lands along Ithilien, yet this was not the case, as Eärnil's smaller force had won to the south. Accumulating the survivors of the battle at the Black Gate, Eärnil fell upon the Wain Rider camp, utterly routing them. Those who survived drowned in the dead marshes, effectively ending the war. Eärnil was named King of Gondor, despite Arvedui's claim to the kingship, which would have united both nations under a common banner, giving them the strength to resist this northern advance by the Witch King, as the Council of Gondor preferred the former's claim. Rhovanion was freed, with its people mostly joining the Eotheod. However, the war weakened Gondor at an absolutely critical moment, resulting in the loss of territory. Throughout the entirety of this period, Angmar continued to assault Arnor, who resisted fiercely yet hopelessly, making their foes pay for every inch. In TA 1974, the kingdom was finally overrun, with the Witch King sweeping across the country, driving all before him, and taking the capital of Fornost, causing King Arvedui and his remaining followers to flee. Arvedui drowned in the ice bay of Farichel during the rout. He was the last king of Arthedain. The Witch King now seemed poised to form his empire in the north. King of Gondor, Eärnil, sent a force commanded by his son, Eärnur, with as many soldiers as he could spare, to relieve Arvedui when the attack just started. This army arrived a year too late, as the kingdom of Arthedain had already been destroyed. With the Prince of Gondor came men of Rhovanion, elves from Lindon, and other such northern elven kingdoms, the survivors of Arthedain, among them Prince Arenath, and according to Shire historians, a company of their finest archers. Seeing that the burned-out shell of Fornost would provide countless opportunities for ambush, Eärnur moved his forces to a plain west of the city, near Lake Evendim, to meet the Witch King in open territory. The armies of Angmar rushed to meet them, and seeing this, the Prince of Gondor sent his cavalry north into the hills of Evendim to ambush the overconfident foes. With this, the battle began, as the might of Angmar crashed into the Gondorian centre. This assault could have proved catastrophic if it was not for the battle-hardened lines of infantry who had repulsed the Wain Riders in the not-so-distant past. The fighting was brutal, with casualties beginning to mount on both sides. It is at this point the cavalry, sensing the pivotal moment in the battle, charged down from the hills, crashing into the rear of Angmar's line. The battle shifted immediately, with the surrounded warriors of Angmar falling in swathes. Realizing he was all but defeated, the Witch King attempted to retreat to the east. Yet he would earn no reprieve there, as the elven hero Glorfindel led a second host from Rivendell up from the south. So, caught between a rock and a hard place, the army of the Witch King was utterly destroyed. Eärnur then challenged the Witch King to single combat as the army of Angmar fell apart around him. His stalwart heart, however, was not matched by that of his horse, as it panicked under the Witch King's gaze and fled. The Witch King taunted the young prince before fleeing the field himself. It is at this point that Glorfindel uttered the famous words to his young friend and ally that, "Not by the hand of mortal man would the Witch King be slain." Sauron was immensely pleased by this result, as the destruction of Arnor was of far greater import than the loss of Angmar, and as distracted Gondor lost the pivotal fortress of Minas Ithil to the Ringwraiths as their forces were tied down in the north. It would later be renamed Minas Morgul, or the Tower of Black Sorcery, while Minas Anor was renamed Minas Tirith, or the Tower of the Guard in the common tongue. In the north, Arenath, bearing witness to how few of his people had survived, declined to refound Arthedain, instead becoming the first chieftain of the Dunedain, maintaining this rule for 131 years in the wilds of Eriador in order to protect his people from Angmar's evil. Following the death of his father, Feanor became king in TA 2043. He was immensely capable, but his vanity soon got the better of him. The Witch King played upon this fatal flaw, challenging the childless king to single combat. Remembering the shame he had felt at Fornost, the king was going to accept it if it were not for the wise counsel of his steward, Mardil Veronwe. The second challenge came in TA 2050, accusing the king of cowardice, and this time Mardil was unable to sway the king from such a foolish action. Leaving his crown on the tomb of his father, Feanor marched out with a small escort of knights to the plains of Minas Morgul, never to be heard from again. With this ended the line of Anarion, and Gondor was left kingless in the hands of the stewards, who ruled with varying degrees of competency. They were to rule until the king returned, as Feanor had never been confirmed as deceased, nor had he named an heir, and the stewards refused to claim the crown, fearing another civil war. While Gondor persisted during this period, it came extremely close to destruction when a group of Easterlings called Belchoth attacked, influenced by Sauron. Seeing that Gondor could not prevail alone, Steward Cirion sent word to the Eotheod and their ruler Eol the Young. However, hopes that the messengers might get through were slim. Regardless, the army of Gondor prepared to meet the Belchoth on the field of Celebrant, even without any true hope of victory. This battle took place in Calenarton, as Cirion, knowing the defences of the area, knew that he had to fight or allow the Belchoth to put the population of the region to the sword. 6 riders had been sent to Eol. 5 of them were killed on the way north, with the 6th, Borendir, arriving just in time. Eol, realizing that if Gondor fell, his people could soon return to the pitiful existence they were forced to endure under the Wain Riders, marched his 7,000 horsemen and hundreds of mounted archers along the almost 500-mile road that led to Calenarton. Unfortunately for Cirion, his hopes that the River Anduin would slow down the enemy didn't come true. Before he could arrive, the Belchoth built hundreds of boats and started crossing the river. The defenders of the fortifications guarding the western bank did their best to slow down the foe, but were killed and the fortifications were taken. The steward attempted to relieve the battered defenders, but his forces were easily repelled. Cirion started retreating north, but here he was assaulted by a group of orcs and his forces were pushed towards the Anduin. The situation looked extremely bleak as the Belchoth and orcs descended upon the now hopeless Gondorians. A defense was mounted, but they were continuously pushed closer to the river. It was at this point that Eol's host entered the fray. His army crossed the Undeeps, and he led a massed cavalry charge right into the rear of the enemy force. The prospect of victory urged the Gondorians on, who, with renewed vigour, provided the anvil upon which the Eotheod could destroy the enemy host. Those who fled from the field were pursued by the Eotheod, who slaughtered as many as they could, forever ending the threat posed by the Belchoth. Following on from the battle, the bonds between Eotheod and Gondor were formalized, as they were granted the almost deserted province of Calenarton, which was soon to become Rohan, and its people, the Rohirrim, or Eolingis in their own tongue. Eol swore an eternal oath of friendship to Gondor, that if Gondor called for aid, the men of Rohan would answer, a relationship which would prove to be the determining factor in the fate of both nations. Meanwhile, in the northern part of Middle-earth, the Dwarven peoples began to rise in prominence following the culmination of the War in the North and the destruction of the Kingdom of Arnor at the hands of the Witch King. This brave and hardy folk provided a counterbalance to what could have potentially formed an overwhelming force of orcs and goblins in the northern realms. Chief among Dwarven realms in wealth and significance was the Kingdom of Erebor, situated in the Lonely Mountain overlooking the human settlement of Dale. While Durin's folk had discovered significant mineral deposits, and begun the early process of establishing a settlement here as far back as the Second Age, the importance of this realm was only truly felt following the fall of Khazad-dûm, more commonly known as Moria. The dwarves in this kingdom had delved too deep and too greedily, and had awakened a remnant of the First Age, a Balrog of Morgoth, who drove the dwarves from their homes in the Misty Mountains. So, in the year TA 1999, King Thrain I led his people to the Lonely Mountain, becoming the first king under the mountain. The minerals and precious stones they found here made the people of Erebor immensely wealthy. Chief among their possessions was the Arkenstone, a jewel of incredible beauty which was discovered deep within the mountain and for the next 211 years would be the emblem of the kingdom. This was until King Thorin I led his people to the Grey Mountains to rejoin their kin. They were soon set upon by the dragons who lived in this region, and the costly conflict forced the dwarves to abandon the Grey Mountains in TA 2590. The dwarves went their own ways, with Gror I and his followers settling in the region of the Iron Hills, and Thorin's great-grandson Thror returning to the Lonely Mountain to assume the title of King under the Mountain. Once more the kingdom prospered, becoming the envy of all who came into contact with it, among them those with dark intentions. Thror continued to rule ably, joined by his son Thrain II and grandson Thorin II, who ensured that the line of succession would be maintained in the coming years. The future seemed to be bright, despite the increasing greed of the dwarves, in particular Thror, who now saw the Arkenstone as taking precedence above all else. Everything was to change in TA 2770. On a warm afternoon, as Thorin was out hunting, a gigantic shadow engulfed them, and they glimpsed the immense shape of a great drake, the last great dragon of Middle-earth, Smaug. Riding towards Erebor, Thorin witnessed what had hours earlier been determined impenetrable defences torn asunder. The city of Dale lay in ruin, having been devastated by waves of flame, and the people of Erebor now found themselves exiled from their homes once more. Great death and destruction ensued as Smaug carved his way, making his home in the great vault of Erebor, which was filled with gold and jewels, along with the Arkenstone. Thror, his son Thrain, and several companions managed to escape through a side door and join up with the thousands of survivors who Thorin had successfully brought to safety following his delayed return from his hunting trip. The majority of the survivors relocated to the Iron Hills, joining their cousins, while the rest, led by Thror, exiled themselves in the hills of Dunland. Thror found himself immensely depressed by his inability to find a true home for his people, so he gave the last surviving Dwarven Ring of Power and a detailed map of the Lonely Mountain, which included the locations of several secret entrances and passes, alongside a key to open such, to his son, and alongside one companion, Na, travelled towards Moria. Arriving at the eastern gate, Thror, despite the urging of his companion, passed through the open entrance to the ancestral home of the Dwarven folk. Thror was killed by the local orcs, while Na was captured. He was allowed to return to his people with a message that dwarves will only find death in Moria, which was now ruled by Azog. The message was returned to Thrain III, who sat in silence for 7 days, before deciding that the murder must be answered, beginning the war of dwarves and orcs. Between TA 2790 and 2793, he amassed all the warriors the other holds could spare. Then Thrain led his men to avenge his father. As they marched, the dwarves took every goblin hold from Methredeth to Gundabad, slaughtering their denizens. The war's climax came in the year TA 2799, as the Dwarven host emerged upon the same valley that Thror had been slain in years earlier, battle-hardened and prepared to do what was required. This would become known as the Battle of Azanul Bizarre, and the fighting was fierce, with neither side willing to give an inch, the fury of the dwarves matched by the cruel strength which had been gifted to the orcs. Yet the wound of Thror's death, and the deaths of so many others during the preceding war, pushed Durin's folk ever onwards. The battle hung on a knife's edge, with Thorin almost dying in the melee as his shield was shattered, before hefting a large piece of oak and beating back his foes with it, earning the moniker Oakenshield. It was at this point that the dwarves of the Iron Hills arrived, crashing the right flank of the Orcish host, driving them all the way back to the gate of Moria. With casualties mounting on either side, Lord of the Iron Hills, Nain, cried out for the Orcish leader who fled into Moria to fight him. Returning from his flight, Azog engaged the Dwarven leader in single combat. Despite his valour, the elderly dwarf could not match the sheer strength of Azog, and was slain as his son Dain II Ironfoot looked on helplessly. Immediately, Dain rushed up the steps, avoiding the blow of the gigantic orc while simultaneously landing a heavy blow to his knee. He then decapitated the slayer of his father with a fell stroke of his axe, ending the war and cementing his legacy amongst Durin's folk. Most of the orcs and half of the dwarves were slain in the battle. The aftermath was brutal for the dwarves, with half their number slain, with many prominent Longbeards dead. Thrain himself lost an eye and was left with a limp. Despite this, he urged his people to continue the conflict and take back Moria, with only the wisdom of the new Lord of the Iron Hills preventing them from this ruinous course of action. Meanwhile, the son of Azog, Bolg, swore vengeance against the dwarves. Thrain then relocated the remainder of his people to the Blue Mountains, where they began to prosper. The Ring had made Thrain restless, and in TA 2841 he left Thorin as the leader of his people and began a journey with a number of his comrades, hopeful to reconquer the Lonely Mountain. At this point in time, unbeknownst to the free peoples of Middle-earth, Sauron had returned. Posing as a necromancer, he instructed his followers to kidnap Thrain, who was brought to the stronghold of Dol Guldur in the south of Mirkwood. Here he was tortured for information, his Ring of Power was taken, and he was left to wander the land a broken soul. The stirrings of the rings, and the appearance of the necromancer, prompted the Valar to send 5 Maiar to Middle-earth, where they took the shape of old wizards. One of them, Gandalf the Grey, was sent on a mission from the White Council, a group of the most powerful beings in Middle-earth entrusted with its protection, to investigate Dol Guldur. He met with the former king and was given the key and map to the Lonely Mountain, which he promised to pass to Thorin. Gandalf also discovered that the necromancer was Sauron, and urged the White Council to attack while he was weak. However, another wizard, Saruman, urged caution. Gandalf then sought out Thorin, who had begun to work as a mercenary in order to aid his people. It was at Bree he would meet the King Under the Mountain in exile. Gandalf promised he would aid Thorin in reclaiming his throne, a cause he spoke of ardently, and with such passion it swayed the wizard. Gandalf began to make his preparations, sending Thorin with a company of 12 dwarves, Fili, Kili, Dwalin, Balin, Oin, Gloin, Dori, Nori, Ori, Beaver, Bofer, and Bomber to meet at Bag End in the Shire. Here they hired an unwilling hobbit, Bilbo Baggins, to operate as their burglar in their plan to infiltrate the Lonely Mountain and retake their treasure. Setting out from the Shire, the group met with a multitude of perils, nearly being eaten by trolls until the intervention of Gandalf, as well as being ambushed by orcs, wargs, and spiders. During this early period, they uncovered the legendary weapons Glamdring and Orcrist, which had been forged during the First Age in Gondolin, with Gandalf taking the former, and despite the typical Dwarven misgiving of elvish weapons, Thorin taking the latter. The company rested in Rivendell, where Elrond helped Gandalf with the translation of the runes on the map which Thror had bestowed upon his descendants. The side passage was 5 feet tall, and capable of allowing 3 dwarves to walk abreast, though unfortunately the keyhole could only be found on Durin's Day, when the setting sun and last moon of autumn would shine their light upon it. Gandalf's group then headed eastwards towards the Misty Mountains, where they unknowingly camped on the front porch of Goblin Town, and were captured by the denizens of Moria. Gandalf, who had evaded capture, orchestrated an escape, killing the Great Goblin and freeing the dwarves, who then fought their way out of the town. Bilbo, however, was knocked unconscious, but due to his size, was ignored by the goblins and managed to crawl to safety, finding a small ring in the process. Continuing down the tunnel, Bilbo met a former river hobbit, Gollum, who now had been in possession of the ring for well over 500 years at this point. This led to a contest of riddles, with Bilbo's life on the line, which he won. Gollum tried to attack Bilbo, but the latter had discovered the power of the ring and turned invisible, allowing him to escape and reunite with his companions. Unfortunately, the company was now being chased by goblins and wargs and was forced to flee to the top of a number of pine trees. Gandalf began to set pine cones alight and hurl them at his foes, which unfortunately began to set the surrounding landscape alight. Without the intervention of the Eagles of Manwë, the company may not have survived the encounter. The Eagles brought them to their eyrie. They then travelled to the house of Bjorn, a skin changer, who either appeared as a large, hairy, powerful man or a gigantic, ferocious bear. At this point, Gandalf departed to join the White Council in an assault on Dol Guldur. Despite the difficulties, they managed to drive Sauron to his long-prepared keep of Barad-dûr. Meanwhile, Bjorn provided the remainder of the party with ponies to reach Mirkwood, where they encountered giant spiders and fought them. The Wood Elves of King Thranduil living in the area intervened, capturing the dwarves, citing the previous animosity as precedent. Bilbo escaped using the ring. He infiltrated Thranduil's hall and was able to break the dwarves out of the prison, making use of barrels to traverse a river and reach Lake Town in Dale, now a small settlement of men which Smaug would attack every once in a while. Support for the Dwarven company was overwhelming, allowing them to rest and recuperate there for a number of weeks before pressing on. The company reached the side door depicted in Thror's map in time for Durin's Day, allowing Thorin to open the door. Bilbo, who went forward alone as a scout, discovered that Smaug was awake. The dragon sensed the hobbit, but the power of the ring kept his presence shrouded. During his surveillance, Bilbo noticed a small chink in the armor of Smaug's underbelly. Smaug soon discovered that Bilbo was attempting to steal a goblet, causing him to go into a rage and fly out of the fortress. Bilbo urged the company to enter through the side door and seal it behind them, saving their lives as Smaug set the entire area alight. Bilbo told the company of Smaug's intentions to destroy Lake Town, and this was overheard by a thrush, whose language the Dale men could understand, and the bird flew to inform the final descendant of the former lords of Dale, Bard the Bowman. The latter had organized a company of archers to fight Smaug, who attacked Lake Town. When Bard was down to his last arrow, the thrush landed on his shoulder and whispered of Smaug's weakness. Fortunately for the forces of good, Bard's final arrow was the Black Arrow of Dale, an heirloom of Lord Girion of Dale, forged by King Thror himself prior to the fall of Erebor. Bard launched this relic of a former age and managed to hit the weak spot dead center. The last great dragon of Middle-earth died immediately, falling from the sky and destroying Lake Town in its entirety. Meanwhile, the company had fortified Erebor, and Bilbo had uncovered the Arkenstone. However, seeing the change in Thorin's demeanor, and evidencing the same weakness which had poisoned his forefathers, Bilbo kept the jewel from him. Word reached them of the death of Smaug. However, this joy did not last long. The angered King Thranduil had arrived with a large force, lending his support to Bard and his men in their claims of recompense due to the destruction of the town at the hands of the dragon the dwarves had awakened. Greed and hatred had poisoned Thorin's noble heart, however, and he refused the claims of man and elf alike, preferring to defend behind the walls of Erebor, while simultaneously sending a raven to his relative, Dain, Lord of the Iron Hills, for support. In the meantime, he ordered the company to search for the Arkenstone, while also pulling Bilbo aside to award him with a shirt of mithril, an exceedingly expensive material, as a reward for his bravery throughout the quest. This affection did not last, as Bilbo, hoping to avoid conflict, gave the Arkenstone to Bard and Thranduil before returning to the mountain to inform Thorin of his actions. The latter perceived this as treachery, banishing the hobbit, who rejoined the newly returned Gandalf among the elven host. Meanwhile, Dain organised a company of 500 heavily armoured, battle-hardened veterans of the War of the Dwarves and Orcs, and soon arrived, leading to a stalemate between the three armies assembled. On the Elvish side were 1,000 highly competent and peerless elven spearmen and swordsmen, supported by some 500 archers, and accompanied by 300 militiamen of Lake Town, led by Thranduil and Bard respectively. A battle almost ensued between both companies had it not been for the intervention of Gandalf, who informed them that innumerable hordes of goblins, led by Bolg, were now marching directly towards them, incited by previous hatreds alongside the slaying of the Great Goblin. Dain, Thranduil and Bard agreed that the oncoming host of orcs, wargs and bats, which outnumbered them massively, should be their core concern. The generals lined their forces at the spurs of the mountain, with the dwarves and men on the left and the elves on the right. A light rearguard was placed in between these two forces in order to entice the orcs to attack, allowing them to be encircled and destroyed. Bilbo attempted to sit out the battle on the elven-held Ravenhill, where he was accompanied by Gandalf. The fighting ensued as the orcs and wargs crashed forward, with the bats supporting them like a sea of locusts. Initially, the allied plan worked perfectly, as the enemy vanguard rushed to the choke point in the centre, taking massive losses. However, the sheer weight of numbers ensured this advantage was not held for long on the part of the allied forces. The second wave was far worse, with orcs scaling the sides of the spurs to attack the free folk from the side and rear, while the main wave engaged them from their initial starting point. The allies were hard pressed and were barely surviving the onslaught, and it seemed that the battle would soon be over. It was at this point a great shout went up from the Lonely Mountain. Thorin Oakenshield finally realised the folly of his ways and crashed forwards with his fellow companions. Their emergence upon the battlefield inspired the free folk. Their charge was so unexpected, and the weapons and armour uncovered within Erebor so effective, that the company pushed its way through the entirety of the Orcish centre, rallying their faltering allies as they passed. Here, they eventually reached the monumentally sized bodyguards of Bolg, through whom they could not force their way. Battle lines and tactics soon devolved into an unorganised and chaotic melee, with no quarter being given on either side, and it seemed as if a stalemate had ensued, which would ultimately favour the orcs, who outnumbered the valorous of the dwarves, men and elves who stood together on that day. It was at this point Bilbo let out the cry, "The eagles are coming." Indeed, the Lord of the Great Eagles, Gwaihir, had led hundreds of his kind to aid the free folk in their desperate conflict, just as the tide had begun to turn against them. This shout was taken up by the entirety of the allied force, before Bilbo was unfortunately knocked unconscious by a stray rock to the head. The battle began to swing finally in favour of the free folk, as the eagles decimated the Orcish lines in swooping manoeuvres, relieving much of the pressure placed upon both spurs and Thorin in the centre. However, the engagement, that would later be called the Battle of the Five Armies, was truly won when Bjorn arrived in his form of a bear of gargantuan size and crashed into the goblin kind. Just at this point, Thorin attempted to break through and slay Bolg, but was mortally wounded in the attempt. Bjorn, seeing this, brushed through the Orcish lines in order to carry Thorin's broken body to safety. Seeing the wounded king under the mountain and further enraged by it, Bjorn returned to the fray, filled with wrath and seeking vengeance. He smashed the ranks of Bolg's bodyguards before slaying the mighty orc himself in single combat, destroying the morale of the orcs, who were left as easy pickings for the battered but unbroken free folk to decimate. Panicking and scattering, they were slaughtered en masse, with many more losing their lives in Mirkwood as Thranduil's people showed them no mercy. Soon after the battle, Thorin succumbed to his wounds. Before he did so, however, he reconciled with Bilbo, ultimately stating, "If more of us valued food and cheer and song above hoarded gold, it would be a merrier world. But sad or merry, I must leave it now. Farewell." The battle had been won, but at a massive cost. The free folk suffered heavy casualties, including Thorin, King Under the Mountain, and his nephews Fili and Kili, among many other men, elves and dwarves. whereas on the part of the orcs, the casualties were catastrophic, with very few of them surviving, shattering the power of the orcs in the north and denying Sauron a further power base for the Great War which was to come. The kingdom under the mountain was reformed, with the titles of King under the Mountain and King of Durin's folk passing to Dain, while the Kingdom of Dale was restored, with Bard as its new king, who went on to rebuild Lake Town, which became a thriving capital. These two newly reformed nations would become true bastions of the north in the ensuing war against Sauron. While Gandalf had achieved all of his goals, foremost among them the destruction of Smaug, who Sauron could have used to devastating effect during the War of the Ring. Throughout the Third Age, the kingdoms of Gondor and Rohan continued to grow closer as allies. However, the increasing influence of Sauron led to coordinated attacks against the remaining human kingdoms, preventing them from helping each other. The Dunlendings, who were the original inhabitants of Celynadon, which became Rohan, were driven north by Orl's people and proved to be a threat. Invading the region from the west, they took the abandoned Númenórean fortress of Isengard in 2710 of the Third Age. Rohan was then ruled by King Helm Hammerhand. One of his vassals, Freyka, was growing strong in the west, and in 2754 demanded the hand of Helm's daughter for his son Wulf. The king refused and mocked Freyka, which prompted a duel between the two, during which the noble was killed. Enraged, Helm declared Freyka's family the enemies of the king, forcing Wulf to run away and join the Dunlendings. We don't know how, but Wulf soon became the leader of the Dunlendings and built an alliance with the Easterlings and the Corsairs of Umbar, possibly helped by Sauron. During the so-called Long Winter of 2758, Corsairs and Haredrim attacked Gondor, preventing it from coming to Rohan's aid, while Wulf and his allies attacked the Horse Lords. Unable to defend against the overwhelming numbers, Helm was defeated at the crossings of Isen. The majority of the Rohirrim fled to the fortress Suthburg, which would be known as Hornburg or Helm's Deep afterwards, while Edoras was defended by the king's son, Haleth. Wulf soon killed Haleth and took the capital, declaring himself the king. His armies besieged Suthburg, leading to a long and costly winter investment. It is said that Helm fought ferociously, leading countless sallies against the enemy, but hunger and dwindling numbers were too much, and sometime in early 2759 the king died, along with many of his people. The details are lost, but the siege was lifted either by the Rohirrim or because the Dunlendings got tired of maintaining it. Regardless, the long winter was finally over in March of 2759, and Helm's nephew, Freolaf Hildason, used the spring floods and led a contingent of Rohirrim down from Dunharrow, where a group of his people had survived, towards Edoras. Taking the Dunlendings entirely by surprise, they routed the defending force, killing Wulf and successfully reclaiming their capital. It is at this point a force of Gondorians joined with Freolaf's troops, and their combined might prevailed over the invaders, sending them back to the western wastes. Freolaf was then crowned king, with an unlikely visitor coming to the coronation, Saruman the White, greatest of the wizards of Middle-earth, bearing gifts and expressing admiration for the courage of the Horse Lords. Seeing the weaknesses in the western defences of Rohan, Steward of Gondor, Beren, bestowed the fortress of Isengard to Saruman alongside the Palantir and all other items which could be found within its ancient walls. Freolaf was happy with this arrangement, as the war had been costly in terms of men and horses, while Saruman would provide a stable ally and wise counsel. Further issues arose for the Rohirrim, as the Orcs, who had been driven from the north during the War of the Dwarves and Orcs, found their way to Rohan. This led to numerous raids and much suffering on the part of the Horse Lords, until the destruction of the last great Orc hold in Rohan by King Folka in TA 2864. It was under the reign of Folka's son, Folkwine, that Rohan finally returned to its earlier stability and strength. Fortunately, this was just in time for the Rohirrim to aid Gondor when the Haradrim invaded yet again in 2885. Fulkwyn sent his sons, Fulkred and Fastred, to lead the forces of Rohan against an immense army of the Haradrim. Although the combined forces of Gondor and Rohan ultimately prevailed at the Battle of the Crossing of Poros, the allied losses were immense, and both Fulkred and Fastred were slain. So it was Fulkwyn's youngest son, Fengel, who took up the crown of Rohan, weakening the kingdom by squabbling with his advisors and warriors alike, undoing much of the work of his father. Meanwhile, in what was formerly Arnor, the descendants of the last king of Edui, now known as the Dunedain, protected the remaining inhabitants of the region from the horrors surviving these great northern wars. They were known as the Rangers of the North, highlighting the ignorance of the men and hobbits who populated the land. Arenath, the son of the last king of Arnor, had taken up the mantle of chieftain of the Dunedain, and since his passing there had been 16 more such chieftains. Hunters in the dark and protectors of the people, they slew orcs and abominations, unwilling to surrender to the tide of evil. With each conflict their numbers dwindled, and by the chieftainship of Arathorn, the once mighty defenders of the north were a mere shadow of their former prowess. However, Arathorn's son, Aragorn II, would prove to be the greatest of their number. Following the death of Arathorn during a battle with an orc raiding party, the 2-year-old Aragorn was sent to Rivendell to be fostered by his distant relative Elrond. However, at the request of his mother, his lineage was kept a secret. When he was 20, it was revealed that he was the last descendant of Anarion and Isildur's one true heir, with Elrond bestowing upon the young man the shards of Narsil. It was also around this time the young chieftain met and fell in love with Elrond's daughter, Arwen. Aragorn met with the wizard Gandalf the Grey in 2956, and the latter advised him to instruct the Dunedain to guard the Shire, where the hobbits lived, at all costs. From 2957 to 2980, Aragorn served in the army of Rohan, using the name Thorongil, under the newly crowned King Thengel, and met the young Prince Theoden. He fought with such valor that it increased the morale of the free peoples, and actively countered the rising strength of Mordor in the east. Unfortunately, at this time Saruman's use of the Palantir led to his corruption by Sauron. He began to make trouble for the Rohirrim, and openly declared himself to be the Lord of Isengard. Sauron, fully ensconced in his fortress at Barad-dûr, was breeding massive armies of orcs, and drawn to him were his most powerful servants, the 9 Ringwraiths. The preparations for the coming war were nearing completion. Aragorn then moved to Gondor, becoming a lieutenant in the army, and beloved by his men, he led a force to Umbar in 2980, burning the Corsair fleet and preventing an invasion of Gondor. However, soon after, he left his post to the disappointment of his men and went east. Arriving in Lorien, he asked Arwen to marry him. His proposal was accepted, but Elrond refused his permission until such a time that Aragorn would be king of Arnor and Gondor. Meanwhile, Gandalf visited his old friend Bilbo during his 111th birthday in 3001, and convinced the Hobbit to leave the ring to his nephew Frodo, with Bilbo embarking on one of his final journeys to Rivendell, where he would enjoy some well-earned rest. Gandalf at this stage had become increasingly suspicious of the ring, fearing that it may in fact be more than just a mere ring of power. Gandalf asked Aragorn to leave the Rangers to watch over the Shire and hunt down the previous owner of the ring, Gollum. In 3017, Aragorn captured Gollum in the Dead Marshes and brought him to the halls of Thranduil in Mirkwood. Gollum was questioned by Gandalf here, revealing that he had earlier been captured and interrogated by the Dark Lord, revealing the words Shire and Baggins during his torture. Alarmed by this, Gandalf made with all haste to the Shire, and in his absence, an orc attack allowed Gollum to escape and make his way to the mines of Moria. Gandalf's suspicions started to be confirmed. The full strength of Mordor had returned, and the weakened states of Rohan and Gondor were at a severe disadvantage, as Sauron both had superior numbers and managed to surround them by enemies on all sides. Sauron was also an adept strategist, and while his initial plans to utilize Smaug had been rendered impotent by Gandalf and his company, he still held the upper hand. The Dark Lord decided to use his strength to destroy the Kingdom of Gondor, which was his strongest opponent despite years of decay and stagnation at the hands of the Stewards. Osgiliath was a shell of its former glory following years of war, and the increased importance and focus placed upon the new capital of Minas Tirith. It would be vital in any such attack on Gondor. Positioned on the Anduin River, it provided the only proper crossing point for hundreds of miles either up or downstream. Half of the city lay on either side of the river, and as such it would prove no easy task to take the fortress city. If the city should fall, it would open up the Gondorian capital to a direct assault, which at this stage of the war may have proved fatal given the disunity of the forces of man. Sauron, however, was extremely patient, and rather than reveal the utmost extent of his forces, preferred to use the assault as a probing one in order to test the strength of the steward Denethor II, who he had begun to influence through the Palantir years earlier. This also provided the perfect cover for the Nazgûl to cross the Anduin unnoticed in their journey towards the Shire in search of the ring. The first true battle of the War of the Ring began with a massive army of orcs, Easterlings and Haradrim, led by the Witch King of Angmar himself, assaulting the eastern bank. The sons of the Steward and captains of Gondor, Boromir and Faramir, were entirely blindsided by this assault, but they managed to hastily mount a defense, showing skill and valor. Soon, the untold numbers began to weigh upon the disciplined professional soldiers of Gondor, who were supported by the Rangers of Ithilien. Unable to hold ground in fear of the Witch King, the Gondorians were pushed back to the riverbank by the former King of Angmar's forces. Seeing no other alternative, Faramir and Boromir gave the order for the last bridge over the Anduin to be destroyed, while they led a desperate rearguard action, hoping to buy enough time for the bridge to be brought down. The fighting was fierce as the stalwart Gondorians refused to give an inch, willing to fight to the last man, as each and every one of them were aware of what the consequences of their failure might be. Fortunately, it was just enough to save the western portion of the city, and seeing that the bridge had been destroyed, the two brothers, alongside the surviving 2 soldiers of their company, launched themselves into the powerful flow of the Anduin and just about managed to swim to the other bank. The eastern portion of the city was now fully under Sauron's control, opening up the possibility of the entire city falling. Gandalf at this point received news from another wizard, Radagast the Brown, that his presence was requested by his superior, Saruman the White. Gandalf wrote a letter to Frodo, urging him to leave the Shire with all haste before making his way to Isengard. His message never arrived, and Frodo decided to leave for Bree himself. Accompanied by fellow hobbits Samwise Gamgee, Peregrine Took and Meriadoc Brandybuck, he barely evaded the Nazgûl who had been sent to capture him. When the hobbits reached the Prancing Pony Inn in Bree, they were dismayed to discover that Gandalf was not there. They were instead greeted by a mysterious ranger known as Strider. Unbeknownst to them, Saruman had been swayed by the Dark Lord and desired the power of the ring for himself, and when Gandalf refused to join him, Saruman imprisoned Gandalf the Grey on the highest level of his tower, Orthanc. Gandalf was rescued by his dear friend, the leader of the Great Eagles, Gwaihir. Meanwhile, Aragorn was escorting the hobbits towards Rivendell. At the watchtower of Weathertop, they were attacked by the Nazgûl. The Witch King stabbed Frodo before Aragorn and the hobbits drove them off. This put Frodo's life in immediate danger, forcing the group to move with all haste towards Rivendell in order to avail of elvish healing, with the Ringwraiths in pursuit. They were met by the Elf Lord Glorfindel, who drove off 4 Nazgûl chasing them, escorting the party to the ford of the Bruinen. Here, Elrond unleashed a flood, driving off the servants of Sauron and buying them enough time to save Frodo's life. So began the Council of Elrond on October 25, 3018, wherein the representatives of the Free Peoples discussed what to do with the ring. Eventually, it was decided that it had to be destroyed in Mount Doom, where it was forged. Dwarf Gimli, son of Gloin, Elven Prince of the Woodland Realm, Legolas, and Boromir of Gondor joined Frodo, Merry, Pippin, Sam, Aragorn and Gandalf, becoming known as the Fellowship of the Ring. On the 25th of December, they set out from Rivendell upon a quest that would determine the fate of all of Middle-earth. Unable to traverse the Gap of Rohan due to the proximity of Saruman, and also blocked from taking the Pass of Caradhras due to a snowstorm conjured by the aforementioned wizard, they were forced to take the path of the Mines of Moria. They barely survived an attack by the Watcher in the Water, and their journey continued, and a number of days later they came upon the Chamber of Mazarbul, with Gollum tailing them through the entire ordeal, wherein stood the tomb of Balin, who had served in the company of Thorin Oakenshield and attempted to retake his ancestral home, but died with his comrades in the process. Unfortunately, Pippin's clumsiness revealed the presence of the Fellowship, and a battle ensued as a company of orcs, led by a troll, attempted to storm the chamber. The group won the battle and fled. However, it was not just orcs which Pippin had awoken. Durin's Bane, the last of the great Balrogs of Morgoth, now pursued them. Reaching the bridge of Khazad Dûm, the Balrog revealed itself, and Gandalf the Grey stepped forward to meet it, shouting aloud, "You cannot pass! I am a servant of the secret fire, wielder of the flame of Arnor. You cannot pass! The dark fire will not avail you, flame of Udun! Go back to the shadow! You cannot pass!" Baiting the Balrog onto the narrow bridge above the chasm, he smote it with his staff and cast the fiery beast down, before being caught by its whip and dragged in. His last words to his companions were, "Fly, you fools." Elsewhere, Saruman had finally forged an army in order to set himself up as an equal to Sauron. In doing so, he had torn down the trees within Isengard and the surrounding area in order to fuel his forges of industry. He ordered Orcish and Dunlending raids upon the ailing kingdom of Rohan, whose king he had begun to corrupt and sway towards inaction and frailty. The culmination of his experiments on the orcs was the fighting Uruk-hai, a breed of half-orc, half-humans, who were many times stronger than their orcish brethren. Yet the true core of their strength lay in the fact that, unlike the orcs, they were totally unaffected by sunlight. Making use of this vital characteristic, he dispatched the strongest of his experiments to hunt down the Fellowship. Aragorn, who was now leader of the company, brought them to Lothlorien, where they were greeted by Galadriel, the fairest of all the elves. Frodo offered her the ring, but she resisted the temptation, instead aiding the Fellowship, bestowing upon them a number of gifts. The Fellowship passed the famous statues of Argonaths and continued down the river Anduin, setting up camp on the western side of the Lake of Nen Hithol. Unfortunately, Boromir had been slowly seduced by the power of the ring. Despite his innate virtues, the weakness that had swayed Isildur so many years before was alive in him. Giving in to his weakness, he attempted to take the ring from Frodo, but the Hobbit put on the ring and used the invisibility it was granting to hide from the Captain of Gondor. Realizing that his actions were due to the taint of the One Ring, Boromir returned to the camp, sorrowful for what had just transpired between himself and the ring-bearer, only to be confronted by Aragorn. Attempting to present his version of events, the rest of the Fellowship clearly believed that there was more to the argument. However, Aragorn refused to press the issue further. The Fellowship then scattered in a misguided attempt to find the ring-bearer, with Boromir being tasked with protecting Merry and Pippin, while Aragorn raced after Sam, who feared desperately for Frodo's safety. Fleeing from the initial encounter with Boromir, and believing he should now take the ring by himself, Frodo met with Samwise Gamgee, who refused to let his dear friend depart without him, and both of them crossed to the eastern bank. This was only allowed by the distraction caused by Merry and Pippin, who had run into a group of Uruk-hai. Boromir came to their aid, and was initially able to drive off the party of orcs. More and more Uruks came to assault the group, however, believing the two hobbits to be the ones they had been tasked with retrieving by Saruman. Fighting like a man possessed, Boromir held off swathes of Uruk-hai warriors while the two hobbits threw stones at the oncoming enemy forces in order to earn their companion some more time. Unable to defeat Boromir in hand-to-hand combat, the Uruk-hai proceeded to shoot at him with black arrows from behind, eventually bringing the Gondorian down, though not before he broke his blade in combat, slaying one more Uruk before he could stand no longer. He did not die though, and was forced to look on as the hobbits were taken, the Uruk-hai now taking them to their master in Isengard and what they believed to be the Ringbearer. Aragorn arrived first, with all of the Uruk-hai having already left, and came upon his now dying companion, who lay against a tree, pierced all over by black arrows and carrying his broken sword. His final words to Aragorn before he passed urged the heir of Isildur to take up the mantle only he could truly carry. "Farewell, Aragorn. Go to Minas Tirith and save my people. I have failed." With this passed Boromir, the eldest son of the steward Denethor. The remnants of the shattered fellowship prepared a short funeral for their fallen brother, placing his body alongside his shattered horn and sword before allowing the tide to bring him over the falls and unto rest, before turning towards Rohan and giving pursuit in order to recover the captured hobbits. Meanwhile, Frodo and Sam continued their journey ever eastwards, stalked by a cunning Gollum and entirely unsure of the way they must take. Following the fierce confrontation between Gandalf and the Balrog of Morgoth at the bridge of Khazad-dûm, they both fell into the depths of the mountain. Gandalf was burned by the flaming entity on this long fall, before plunging into an icy cold lake, which almost stilled him, but he continued the fight. Weakened by the ice-cold water, the Balrog flared up the endless stair before arriving upon the highest point in Durin's tower where the final fight happened. The fighting was brutal, but Gandalf drew upon his last ounce of strength and struck down his enemy, finally bringing an end to the hateful legacy of Morgoth, master of Sauron and the greatest of all evil. The battle had taken 10 days, and Gandalf lay broken upon the rocks, his life force slowly fading away following the duel. His body eventually gave in to the weight of time and the immensity of his wounds, yet his spirit did not perish. He was the Istari sent to Middle-earth by the creator of the world, and his mission was deemed to be incomplete in the face of the rising tides of darkness in the Third Age. So he was returned to Middle-earth with far greater strength than he had upon his initial landing in Middle-earth. Gandalf was later found by the Lord of the Eagles, Gwaihir, and brought to Lothlorien, where the remainder of his wounds were healed in their entirety. The elves bestowed upon him new robes of white, signifying that in the face of the betrayal of Saruman, he was now chief among the Istari. Armed with a new staff of immense power, Gandalf the White set out to turn the tide of the War of the Ring. In the meantime, Frodo and Sam, having been lost in the crags of the Emyn Muil for some time, were ambushed by the former wielder of the ring, Gollum. They defeated the broken shell of a hobbit, but despite Sam's urging, Frodo refused to kill the deranged being, the pity which had stayed Bilbo's hand years earlier, guiding him. Instead, Gollum was forced to swear an oath on the ring to serve its master, Frodo, and act as a guide for the two hobbits. With his guidance, they soon reached the location of the Great Battle of Dagorlad, fought during the War of the Last Alliance. This area, now known as the Dead Marshes, was disorienting, and without Gollum finding a hidden path, they would not have been able to cross the swamps. Yet even here the eye of Sauron was keen as ever, with the Lord of Nazgul flying overhead upon a fell beast searching for the ring. Meanwhile, Aragorn, Gimli and Legolas made their way to Rohan, once a realm of honor, now altered fundamentally due to the treachery of Saruman, its military unrecognizable to Aragorn, who had served with it decades before. King Theoden, who had shown such promise at a young age, had grown old and weary, as by the time of the War of the Ring he had reigned for 40 years. Unbeknownst to the noble king, His chief counsellor, a native of Rohan, Grima, who soon was to be nicknamed Wormtongue, was in the employ of Saruman and was slowly poisoning Theoden's food, slowly corrupting his mind and weakening both the king and the kingdom. His strategic advice of constant retreat left the countryside defenseless. The king himself was kept in the palace, leaving the protection of the realm in the hands of Theoden's son Theodred and his nephew Éomer. Saruman recognized the need to remove this last bastion of heroism and valor in Rohan, and soon set in motion his plan to destroy the Rohirrim. The defenders of the realm knew that they had to keep the crossings over the River Isen in order to prevent the unification of the enemy forces. The crossing point on the River Isen was crucial, as it was the only such point at which a large army could cross, and Saruman had already managed to sneak a small force across to gain a foothold. Theodred learned of this and secretly moved the troops directly under his command to get rid of that threat. On February 23, 1319 of the Third Age, the Riders of Rohan scored an easy victory here, destroying the enemy unit. In the aftermath, Theodred initially displayed the tactical acumen of his ancestor Eorl, and decided to defend the crossings against any future incursions. However, soon the young prince heard of a great force gathering in Isengard. On the 24th of February, attempting to preempt this massive force assaulting Rohan, Theodred left 3 companies of cavalry to guard the ford, taking with him 8 companies of cavalry and a company of bowmen to meet the forces of the wizard. Unfortunately for him, Saruman had already amassed his forces and was able to send a detachment to the west to lie in wait for the force of Rohan. Theodred unwittingly walked into the trap laid for him. Initially, his horsemen crushed a force of orcs 20 miles north of the fords, but with that, the prince dashed headlong into the main Isengard host. The Riders of Rohan still had a chance to win this engagement, but soon they were attacked by the ambushing force. Their flank lost cohesion and they suffered many casualties. Seeing his position was untenable, Theodred ordered a retreat to the fords, with the orcs and Uruk-hai in fierce pursuit. Here, Grimbold was given command of the troops on the western side of the river, with Theodred forming up on a small hilly islet in the centre of the fords in order to cover Grimbold should he be forced to retreat. But Isengard had another army on the eastern side of the Isen, and a flanking force of wargs and 2 battalions of orcs attacked the Rohirrim here, forcing the riders to flee south along the river, being chased by the orcs the entire time. The remainder of the orcs on the eastern bank, alongside a large number of Dunlending raiders, then crashed into Theodred's rear, while Grimbold's forces were simultaneously attacked on the western bank. Surrounded and outnumbered, Theodred cried for help, exclaiming, "To me, Eolengus!" His call was answered by Grimbold, who led a small contingent towards the hill to save his liege. Grimbold, however, would arrive too late, only to see Theodred mortally wounded by an orc, who Grimbold in his fury struck down. The de facto leader of the Rohirrim now found himself in the same position as the son of the king, surrounded and likely to be slaughtered at any given moment. That is, until a horn was sounded on the eastern bank with the rising of the sun. Another distinguished captain of Rohan, Elfhelm, led 4 companies of cavalry from Edoras and surprised Saruman's forces, who were blinded by the burning light of the sun, always dangerous for the orcs. Isengard's soldiers believed they had been attacked by a far greater host, with many fleeing. 2 companies were sent to slaughter the fleeing orcs, while Elfhelm led the remainder of his forces to relieve Grimbold on the hill, thundering into the Dunlendings, who threatened to overwhelm the beleaguered defenders. The Dunlendings were slaughtered to a man, and Elfhelm arrived just in time to prevent Grimbold's death at the hands of a Dunlending pike. Unfortunately, Theodred lay dying, and the 2 captains of Rohan knelt beside him as he gave his final words before dying moments later. "Let me lie here to protect the fords until Éomer arrives." Theodred's body was buried where he fell so he could guard the fords in perpetuity, while his death made Éomer the heir to the throne of Rohan. Still, Isengard had more than enough forces to threaten Rohan. After the first Battle of Isen, the command of the forces garrisoned there was given to Erkenbrand of the Westfold. However, until such time as he would arrive from Helm's Deep, command was shared between Elfhelm and Grimbold. Erkenbrand, a warrior of high esteem, who had previously retired from service but returned to his post seeing the threat posed to Rohan, left a force of 1,000 warriors to guard Helm's Deep, and ordered a general retreat of the populace to the fortress before heading out to assume his command. While he was on his way, Grimbold was still leading the force at Isen. He stationed his foot soldiers at the ford, and the remainder of his men with Elfhelm on the eastern bank, where he assumed the attack would come. The force sent by Saruman was comparatively small, but still far outnumbered the Rohirrim garrisoned there. In early March, the wizard soldiers attacked, forcing Grimbold to retreat across the ford with heavy casualties. Rohan's infantry, helmed by its leader, made their last stand here, assuming aid would come from Elfhelm. However, Warg Riders had made their way through the gap in the two flanks and threatened to surround Elfhelm's force. Elfhelm, aware of the danger posed to Grimbold, still sounded the retreat in the face of inevitable encirclement. Seeing the torches on the other bank, Grimbold now knew the full might of Isengard was set to bear down upon his position. He also retreated back to his camp, where a shield wall was formed. The forces of Isengard broke upon this redoubt time and again, yet the captain of Rohan knew he could not maintain this line indefinitely. Forming two groups of riders, he sent them to simultaneously attack both the north and south enemy flanks, and in the ensuing confusion, his troops were able to flee the battlefield and join up with the remnants of the army now commanded by Erkenbrand. While the army was preserved by the brave conduct of Grimbold, Rohan now lay open for invasion. Still, Saruman's plan had been delayed, which probably saved the Rohirrim. The army of Erkenbrand was still in the field, but it wasn't capable of stopping Isengard's advance, and Rohirrim slowly dispersed around the countryside. While these battles were raging, Éomer and his Ered, which was a company of 120 riders of Rohan, had been tracking down a company of Uruk-hai and orcs who had been carrying Merry and Pippin to Isengard. The mounted Rohirrim were fast, and the fact that there was no unity among the enemy forces helped them gain ground. Indeed, the group about to be attacked by Éomer consisted of Saruman's Uruk-hai and a mixed group of orcs from Moria and Mordor, led by Grishnak. These factions had their own disagreements, as Morian orcs wanted to kill the hobbits to avenge their brethren killed by the Fellowship, while the leader of the Uruk-hai, Ugluk, had orders to bring them to Saruman. At the same time, Grishnak suspected that Ugluk's prisoners were connected to the ring, and was eager to bring them to his master in Mordor. At this point, the orcs stopped and started arguing on their course of action, allowing Éomer's scout to notice them and gallop to his commander to bring the news. The argument the enemy was having ended in the only way it could have, and Ugluk killed some of the orcs to show how serious he was about fulfilling his master's orders. The orcs and Uruk-hai would have probably continued fighting amongst themselves, but they noticed the approaching Rohan horsemen and decided that it was time to flee. Their best hope was to enter the nearby forest, which they hoped would negate the speed of the Rohirrim. Éomer was outnumbered 2-1, but his troops were clearly superior. To not allow the orcs to escape, the horsemen hemmed the enemy in along the river Entwash and started pushing them northwest. The orcs, already tired from their long trek, started to slow down as the pursuit continued. The stragglers were shot by the Rohirrim arrows as the horsemen moved in to kill and then retreated to avoid the orcish bows. Finally, Ugluk's creatures reached a small hill outside the forest of Fangorn, which they encamped on. Éomer didn't attack immediately, probably not wanting to lose any of his men, but still surrounded the orcs on three sides. Not really fond of the forests, the orcs were not eager to enter Fangorn, but Ugluk still sent a few to scout ahead. None of them returned, and Ugluk decided to abandon his initial idea. Hoping that the hobbits could be used as hostages, he loudly ordered his orcs to kill them if the Rohirrim attempted to attack. Éomer sent in a few of his scouts, who crawled into the orcish camp, killing a few and then disappearing. This distracted Ugluk, and his rival Grishnak used that to try and escape with the hobbits. However, he was discovered by a rider of Rohan and killed. The whole commotion in the Orcish camp made the Rohirrim close in a little bit, and it was then that a new unit of Uruk-hai entered the fray. Mauhur was leading one of the scouting parties sent by Saruman to find Ugluk and assist him, but he would ultimately fail, as Éomer sent in his reserve, whose charge easily scattered the Uruk-hai. At dawn, the Rohirrim finally attacked the enemies on the hill, and Ugluk's soldiers shot the last of their arrows, killing a few. Ugluk amassed his best warriors and attempted to break out of the encirclement. Initially his counterattack worked, and more riders were killed, but soon Éomer approached the leader of the Uruk-hai, dismounted and started dueling him, soon slaying the killer of Boromir. The last few orcs who attempted to flee were slaughtered. In the confusion of the battle, the two hobbits had escaped into the forest, and here they were met by the chief of the Ents, Treebeard, and Gandalf the White, who let them accompany Treebeard to the Entmoot, which would decide whether they would fight in the war to come. Outside of the forest, Éomer met with Aragorn's group the next day, and provided them with 2 horses, before returning to Edoras, where he recounted his meeting with the ranger, the elf and the dwarf. For failing to capture and bring these fugitives to Edoras, he was beaten and imprisoned. Left disheartened, and believing the hobbits to be dead, Legolas and Gimli were despondent, a stark contrast to Aragorn, whose superior tracking skills led him to believe that the hobbits yet lived. The 3 entered the forest, but instead of the hobbits, they found the newly resurrected Gandalf. The wizard knew that he needed to help Rohan in this war if the forces of good hoped to win. So, summoning the greatest of all horses in Middle-earth, Shadowfax, and with all haste, the 4 of them made their way to Edoras. Arriving at the Great Hall and seeing a defeated people, Gandalf realized that Theoden was being corrupted. He deposed the king's advisor Grima, casting him out of the city, freeing Éomer and healing the effects of the poison on Theoden. With the king healed and now clear of mind, they had to decide what to do next to save Rohan. Gandalf knew that Theoden didn't have enough forces to fight an open battle, and advised him to move to the impregnable Helm's Deep, while he himself rode to find Erkenbrand. Initially, the king wanted to ignore the wizard's counsel, so he left 1,000 soldiers to defend Edoras, while the civilian population was ordered to move to Dun Harrow under the command of his niece Éowyn. The king's host moved towards Isen to reinforce it, but met the survivors of the Battle of the Ford. It was clear that defending at Helm's Deep was the only choice the Rohirrim had left, so Theoden started moving there. Despite being advised by Grima that the walls of the fortress were impenetrable, Saruman had devised a solution with his sorcery, the fires of Orthanc, immensely destructive explosives. If placed in the weak spot of the deeping wall, a culvert that allowed water to pass from the glittering caves out of the fortress, the fires of Orthanc would destroy it. While the armies of Rohan and Isengard were on their way to fight a decisive battle at Helm's Deep, the ancient race of Ents was deliberating what actions they should take, and after 3 days, the Entmoot decided that they would attack Isengard in what came to be known as the Last March of the Ents. Theoden arrived at Helm's Deep and met with the commander of the fortress in the absence of Erkenbrand, Gamling the Old, who had a force of 1,000 defenders of varying quality, as the majority of the finest fighters had followed Erkenbrand to the fords. With the forces of Theoden, the Rohirrim numbered just under 3,000 soldiers, allowing for the defences to be fully manned. Saruman's army consisted of Uruk-hai, the wild men of Dunland, orcs and half-orcs, and due to casualties suffered at the fords, was reinforced prior to arrival, meaning the 10,000 Uruk-hai and their auxiliary forces arrived on the 3rd of March. Despite the best preparations of those now standing atop the walls of the Hornburg, the situation remained a desperate one, causing Legolas to finally turn aside the lifelong enmity of the elves towards their Dwarven counterparts, and speak faithfully to his companion. "But you comfort me, Gimli. I'm glad to have you standing nigh with your stout legs and your hard axe. I wish there were more of your kin among us. but even more would I give for 100 good archers of Mirkwood." Newly made friends decided to test each other's mettle by counting the enemies they would kill in the upcoming battle. The battle began with the Uruks attacking the first line of defences of Hornburg, known as the Helm's Dyke. This was an ancient trench and rampart, about a quarter of a mile below the fortress, and stretched for a mile or more across the valley. It was immensely steep in some places, reaching 20 feet high at its peak, and the gap in the middle was also extremely wide, allowing for Theoden's rearguard to exact heavy casualties before abandoning the fortification. They were able to fill the trench with corpses of Uruks and men of Dunland before retreating back to the fortress proper. Passing the dike, the Uruks launched a massive hail of crossbow bolts and arrows at the fortress, but received no reply. Deceived by the eerie silence of the defenders, they approached the fortifications and were surprised by a hail of arrows and rocks, forcing them to lose cohesion and break ranks. Yet even in this disordered state, and despite heavy losses, the weight of their numbers allowed them to push forward and assault the main gate using tree trunks as battering rams. The gate barely held, creaking and buckling under the pressure. Requiring time to shore up their defences, Theoden sent an advance party of Aragorn, Gimli and Éomer through a small side gate and out onto the causeway in order to buy time. The ploy was successful, and the heroes managed to cause casualties, but then were counterattacked. As Aragorn and Éomer attempted to retreat through the side gate, the Horse Lord was set upon by several orcs, and if not for the intervention of Gimli, would have been slain. The dwarves' timely attack pushed the enemy back yet again, allowing the trio to retreat. Despite the best attempts of the Uruk-hai, the gate was still standing, so the attacking force hefted hundreds of ladders up against the deeping wall, and set about scaling the sprawling fortification. The defenders, who were already exhausted by the persistent fighting at this point, threw back assault after assault upon the battlements. Again, seeing the valour of men, a number of smaller orcs were sent by their Uruk commanders to crawl through the culvert and attack the defenders from behind. Gimli and Gamling led a company of men from the Westfold and slaughtered the orcs who had crawled through, bringing Gimli's tally to 21 kills, while Legolas now had 24. The company then set about blocking the culvert with stones and rocks to prevent such an attack. However, it is at this point that the sorcery of Saruman played its part. Placing the fires of Orthanc by the wall, a berserker was sent to set it ablaze. Although Legolas did the best he could with his bow, he wasn't able to bring down the torchbearer in time. The explosion brought down the culvert along with a large part of the deeping wall, leaving Gimli and his company isolated, while also bringing the fortress's defences to its knees. A massive host of Uruk-hai poured through the breach, and the defenders on the ground, led by Gimli, Éomer and Gamling, were pushed back into the glittering caves. Meanwhile, Aragorn and Legolas, who were atop the wall at the time of the explosion, engaged in a fighting retreat towards the keep, barely avoiding being overrun, with Legolas being forced to save Aragorn's life from an orc's blade. At this exact time, the Entish assault on Isengard began, with Treebeard leading from the front, accompanied by Merry and Pippin, who acted as rock throwers from on high. The rage of the Ents was incomparable, as they had first been created at the request of Yavanna, one of the Ainur and Valar, in order to protect her trees from the newly created race of the Dwarves, and had been taught the common tongue by the Elves of old. Their strength was also unmatched, with Treebeard boasting that when roused to violence, they were stronger than any troll, with Morgoth having created the trolls in order to produce a force capable of matching them and failing in this regard. Following on from the Ent Moot within Fangorn Forest in Durdingle, the Ents decided to vent their fury at their failure to fulfill their duty in shepherding the trees, and with a common purpose of vengeance never before witnessed among the Ents, their fury drove them to enter the War of the Ring. With Isengard having been emptied due to the assault on the Hornburg, their defences were no match for the might of the Ents, accompanied by a sizable contingent of Huorns. Huorns were an ancient race of slow-moving trees who the Ents had cared for throughout the Second and Third Ages. Obeying their shepherds, they descended upon Isengard as a great dark forest, striking fear into the hearts of the token garrison left in Isengard, as the majority of the force had marched to join the Battle of the Hornburg. Treebeard and company tore down the walls of Isengard and created a dam over the Wizard's Vale, destroying the pits, mines, and weapons of war which Saruman had accumulated, effectively cleansing the taint of darkness from the valley. Yet they were unable to break down the Tower of Ó'hÁinle, which had been forged by the Númenóreans, and as such, Saruman was effectively left as their prisoner. When news reached Sauron of this setback, he planned upon the reclamation of Isengard, following on from his ultimate victory, to grant the Tower of Ó'hÁinle to his loyal Black Númenórean servant, the Mouth of Sauron. The situation in Helm's Deep was far grimmer. Gimli, Éomer and Gamling, and their company, barely kept the Uruk-hai at bay during the night within the glittering caves, while Theoden, Aragorn, Legolas, and the surviving defenders were holed up in the keep, as the Uruk-hai prepared to make one final push through their defences the following day. Aragorn appeared just before dawn to offer parley, stating that if the Uruk-hai lay down their weapons, they would be spared. Laughing at this suggestion, they attempted to feather the last line of Isildur with arrows, almost killing him in the process. Theoden now began to despair, before being reminded by his comrades of the need to fight on in spite of the current desperate circumstances. The descendant of Yul pondered upon what had become of the Rohirrim. Where now are the horse and the rider? Where is the horn that was blowing? Where is the helm and the hauberk and the bright hair flowing? Where is the harp on the harp-string and the red fire glowing? Where is the spring and the harvest and the tall corn growing? They have passed like rain on the mountain, like a wind in the meadow. The days have gone down in the west, behind hills into shadow. Who shall gather the smoke of the dead wood burning, or behold the flowing years from the sea returning? Seeing that the defenders were desperate, the Uruk-hai broke down the gate of the keep, but were surprised to hear the horn of Helm Hammerhand sound in the deep. Their surprise did not last long, as Theoden, leading his riders alongside Aragorn and Legolas, burst forth and pushed the Uruk-hai back along the causeway. The men of Rohan were roused to particular fury by the words of their king, now restored to the full strength of his character and willing to lead them through whatever darkness lay ahead. Arise now, arise, riders of Theoden, dire deeds awake. Dark it is eastward, let horse be bridled, horn be sounded, forth, Eorlingus! Simultaneously, upon hearing the horn of Helm Hammerhand, Gimli, Éomer and Gamling led their force out of the glittering caves, driving the Uruk-hai before them until they had retreated beyond the deeping wall. The Uruk-hai attempted to reform just beyond Helm's Dyke, as the two forces of Rohan converged to meet what was still a numerically superior foe in the field. The battle hung on a knife's edge, with the White Hand of Isengard still holding a significant advantage in terms of the force they could bring to bear. It is at this point that Gandalf appeared upon Shadowfax with the rising sun behind him. He had brought with him Erkenbrand and a force of 1,000 riders, battle-hardened survivors of the conflicts on the River Ison, led by their valiant captains Grimbold and Elfhelm. Likewise, an entirely newly arrived forest of strange trees blocked off the final avenue of escape. Following Gandalf's lead, the Eorlingus charged into the rear of the Uruk-hai, while Theoden and Éomer's forces supported the attack, crashing against the besiegers with all of the strength their exhausted soldiers could muster. The Sons of Yul would prove their valor once more, attacking the entrapped fighting Uruk-hai with a ferocity inspired by the men lost at the fords of Isen and in the previous raids on their country. The Uruks soon lost cohesion and broke ranks, ensuring their slaughter, with the survivors fleeing into the newly emerged forest to their detriment. Less than half of the 10,000 Uruks were able to flee into the forest, where they were all annihilated by the Ents and their younger saplings, the Huorns, ending the Uruk threat for good and all in the Riddermark. The battle was a costly victory for the men of Rohan, yet the power of Isengard was utterly shattered in the process. The Dunlendings laid down their weapons and were granted amnesty by King Theoden, which came as a massive surprise to the wild men, who had been told by Saruman that any men who surrendered would be burned alive by the Rohirrim. Those who surrendered were put to work repairing the Hornburg by Erkenbrand, before being sent back to their homes in Dunland. Saruman's power was now broken, as he remained prisoner within Ó'hÁinle, unable to influence the events of the War of the Ring ever again. The most important consequence of the battle was the establishment of Dwarven martial prowess over the Elves, as Gimli overtook Legolas to win their contest by 42 Uruks killed to 41. While these battles were raging, Frodo, Sam and Gollum had safely traversed the dead marshes and made their way to Ithilien, where they were captured by the elite unit of the Gondorian army, the Ithilien Rangers. During an interrogation conducted by Faramir, Sam accidentally gave away the information that Frodo bore the ring, but fortunately for all involved, the captain of the Rangers proved his quality to be of the highest order. Recognizing the importance of their quest, he allowed the company to continue on their journey, which headed towards the Morgul Vale and from there into Mordor. He would face massive consequences for such an action from his father, but considered it a slight price to pay, stating, "But fear no more, I would not take this thing if it lay by the highway. Not were Minas Tirith falling in ruin, and I alone could save her, so using the weapon of the Dark Lord for her good and my glory. No, I do not wish for such triumphs, Frodo, son of Drogo." Seeing his ally utterly destroyed, Sauron now turned his eye firmly upon Gondor and the gleaming white bastion of Minas Tirith. If Sauron's true strength could be brought to bear upon the city before Rohan could answer its call for aid, the Age of Man would fall, soon to be replaced by a final Dark Age of Sauron. Yet despite the might he could bring to bear upon the Gondorians, Sauron still knew fear, as the Ranger from the north looked set to take up his rightful mantle as King of Gondor, and the One Ring remained beyond his grasp and inching ever towards destruction. Following on from the Battle of the Hornburg, Gandalf, accompanied by Theoden, Aragorn, Legolas, Gimli, Treebeard, Merry and Pippin, approached the imposing might of Isengard, which the Ents could not breach due to its superior Númenórean design, and confronted Saruman, who, spiteful and proud even in defeat, refused the pleas of Gandalf to surrender, forcing the White Wizard to reluctantly expel his former friend from the Order, destroying his staff and leaving him powerless. Grima Wormtongue also refused the mercy of King Theoden, instead hurling Saruman's palantir at the king, narrowly missing him. Ever curious, Pippin dived into the watery depths now encompassing the fortress, recovering the palantir which had been corrupted by Sauron. The young hobbit came face to face with the Dark Lord himself, but paralysed by fear, said nothing. Still, his presence confirmed the defeat of Saruman, driving an icy shard of fear into Sauron. In the meantime, Saruman was left to his own devices, with the Ents to serve as his keepers. Upon returning to Helm's Deep, the group was met by the Grey Company, consisting of the remaining 31 members of the Dunedain, led by Aragorn's lieutenant Halbarad, and the twin sons of Elrond, Elladan and Elrohir. They brought with them advice from Galadriel and Elrond, as well as a standard made by Arwen, depicting the white tree upon a black background, with a crown placed above the tree, symbolizing what was to come. The decision was made that the heir of Isildur must make his presence known to his greatest adversary. Gazing deep within the palantir, and holding the reforged blade, Anduril, Flame of the West, Aragorn confronted the Dark Lord, revealing that the heir of Isildur was soon to return as King of Gondor. Believing that Aragorn was now in possession of the One Ring, while also about to unite all of the free folk of Middle-earth behind his banner, the Dark Lord panicked. His well-laid plans were hastened, as he now saw the need for a preemptive strike on Gondor before Aragorn could assume the throne. Having been shown the sheer might of Sauron's forces through the Palantir, Aragorn was also forced to take desperate measures, in this instance departing the now rallying Rohirrim to walk the paths of the dead in order to save his people. Gandalf left the king to continue his muster, taking Pippin with him to Minas Tirith with all the haste his mount Shadowfax could muster, and before long they came before the Ramos Ekor, or the Long Wall as it was often called. This fortification served as Minas Tirith's second line of defence should Osgiliath fall, consisting of a large wall which took an elliptical course around the plains of Pelennor. At its centre stood the Causeway Forts, twin towers that could be held against large numbers. Yet, in a sign of the decaying strength of the kingdom, these walls had been left to the elements for many years, and when passing through, Gandalf and Pippin witnessed hasty and desperate attempts to patch up the fortifications. Further adding to the woes of the Gondorians, they no longer possessed enough soldiers to man the unwieldy defences. Arriving at the city, Pippin was overtaken by its sheer size and majesty. Yet Gandalf was not as impressed, seeing a city resigned to its defeat, as the majority of the citizenry had been sent out into the fiefdoms of the kingdom, and a rallying call had been sent out by the steward Denethor. However, the threat of an incoming fleet of corsairs from Umbar had severely limited the numbers sent from the outlying regions of Gondor. The muster itself amounted to 200 well-armed men from Lossarnach, 300 from Ringlow Vale, 500 bowmen from Morthond, 150 scantily equipped levies from Anfalas, 50 hillmen from Llanadon, 100 fisherfolk from Ethir Anduin, 300 from Pinath Gelin, and 1,200 men from Dol Amroth. The latter were led by the Prince of Dol Amroth, Imrahil, who immediately assumed a leadership role in the defence of the city. He brought with him the very flower of the Gondorian forces, the heavily armed and armoured Swan Knights, the only known horsemen in Middle-earth who could potentially best their Rohirrim allies. While each of these men did not lack for valour or the willingness to die for their land, their strength and numbers were lower than any time before. Arriving within the Tower of Ecthelion, Gandalf was left even more worried by the mental state of Denethor, Steward of Gondor, who appeared to be completely distraught due to the death of his son Boromir, as well as the pervading influence of Sauron through his usage of the Palantir of Minas Tirith. Pippin, feeling responsible for the loss of the steward's son at the hands of the Uruk-hai at Amon Hen, immediately pledged himself to the steward and was brought into Denethor's service. Meanwhile, Faramir had ordered his company of Rangers of Ithilien to reinforce the garrison of Osgiliath, and then returned to Minas Tirith, chased by the fell beasts of the Nazgul, and barely made it inside the walls due to the timely intervention of Gandalf, who flew through the gates of the city upon his steed Shadowfax. He revealed his true power upon that day, driving back the Nine with the might of his power, and even making the Witch King recoil in what resembled fear if he could still feel such a human emotion. Faramir then informed his father, as well as Gandalf and Pippin, of the survival of Frodo and Sam, as well as their continued travels towards the Morgul Vale. Denethor was furious with the failure of his son to bring the One Ring to Gondor, and lamented that he had lived and Boromir had not, before sending his son to hold the western portion of Osgiliath at all costs. A strategy which Faramir disagreed with, knowing that it most likely would cost him his life. Ever the most dutiful of sons, Faramir took up this responsibility, but not before saying to his father, "Then farewell, but if I should return, think better of me," and hearing, "That depends on the manner of your return," in response. Faramir returned to Osgiliath that same day, and began to make ready the defences of the city, of which they only maintained control of the western portion. The eastern portion lay in the hands of a massive horde of orcs, which was estimated to number between 70 and 100,000, and while overall command was given to the Witch King of Angmar, his lieutenant Gothmog was an adept strategist. He had commanded the orcs stationed on the eastern bank of the Anduin to create as many barges as they could, in order to ferry their forces over the mighty river. On the 9th and 10th of March, the Dark Lord sent a foul cloud from Mordor, covering the lands of Rohan and Gondor in darkness for 2 days, sapping the strength and will of the men of the West as the dawn never arrived. On the same day, a behemoth force emerged from the Black Gate, and force marched itself all the way to Caer Andros, capturing the island in the hopes of cutting off the Rohirrim relief force, which had completed its muster at Dunharrow. while simultaneously, another smaller army marched from Minas Morgul to bolster the forces at Osgiliath. Theoden had honoured the pledge of Eorl the Young and assembled 6,000 cavalrymen, among them his niece Eowyn and Merry, disguised among his riders. This was all he could manage in the time allotted to him, but it remained uncertain as to whether or not they would arrive in time. Meanwhile, Aragorn was leading the Grey Company, Gimli and Legolas, through the paths of the dead. His plan was to recruit the dead men of Dunharrow, who betrayed their oath to Isildur during the War of the Last Alliance. As the heir of Isildur, Aragorn had the ability to release them from their oath and undead existence, so the dead men joined him. At the same time, the Orcish host alongside their Haradrim reinforcements attacked Osgiliath on the 11th of March. The Rangers of Ithilien and Gondorian regulars made the hordes of orcs pay for every step they took through the former capital, and proved their worth despite the unfavourable odds. After a day of fighting, however, the weight of numbers soon took its toll, pushing the men of Gondor from the city and forcing them to take up further positions along the Ramas Ekor. The fighting was at its fiercest at the Causeway forts, as Faramir personally led the defence here, and knowing that time was of the essence, refused to give an inch of ground to the forces of Mordor. The Ramas Ekor was too large a bastion to hold, given the numbers provided to the young captain of Gondor, and having held another day here, they were forced into a retreat on the 13th of March. What started as an orderly withdrawal soon turned into a rout, as the battered and broken forces of Gondor attempted to make their way back to the White City. Yet the Pelennor fields offered no cover to Faramir or his men. They were overtaken by the forces of the Dark Lord, and a fierce melee ensued in which Faramir was struck down by a poisonous dart commonly used by the forces of the Southrons and left near death. His men, loyal to their captain above all else, shielded his body and stood willing to fight to the last man if it meant saving their leader. This proved unnecessary, however, as Prince Imrahil led a sortie of his Swan Knights after getting Denethor's approval. The sheer ferocity and strength of these scions of an age long since past saved the lives of the remainder of the garrison of Osgiliath, their swan-shaped helms driving fear into the hearts of the Orcs and Southrons, who themselves turned to rout. With Gandalf once more driving off the Nazgûl, who had grown to fear the light of Istari once more, Imrahil, coming upon the stricken body of his friend and nephew, hoisted Faramir upon his horse and rode back to the city with all haste in search of a healer. Upon hearing of his son's injury, Denethor finally gave way to madness, locking himself within the White Tower, preparing a pyre for himself and his son to burn upon, despite Pippin's protestations. That left the defence of the city to Gandalf, who was aided by the immensely capable Prince Imrahil, with the regular forces of Gondor joined by the survivors of the Ramas Ekor. While the defeat at Osgiliath had been resounding, and Faramir's injury deprived them of another capable leader for the battle which was to come, the time he had bought in his desperate defence would prove pivotal in giving time for the Rohirrim to arrive and fulfill their oaths. This had been symbolised by the Red Arrow of Eorl, which had been presented to King Theoden at Dunharrow, a gesture which once again called upon the old oaths of friendship to be fulfilled. Not long after the defeat at Ramas Ekor and the near-mortal wounding of one of the last great captains of Gondor, Faramir, the forces of Mordor amassed upon the plains of Pelennor. The Witch King brought with him tens of thousands of orcs and men of Khand, Rhûn and Harad, alongside Oliphants and Trolls. They began to build siege equipment and dug trenches, while a sizable portion of the army, consisting of both orcs and Easterlings, was sent to protect the northern roads from the arrival of the Rohirrim. Here they also dug trenches and placed wooden spikes within them, in order to negate the advantage of the Rohirrim cavalry, which remained famed throughout all of Middle-earth, before settling into their fortifications. The siege began on the 13th of March, as the Witch King attempted to soften the defences of Minas Tirith with a massive bombardment of their walls. This initial attempt failed miserably, as the outer wall of the city, Othram, was built by the Númenóreans using black rock and was as impregnable as the Tower of Orthanc. This forced the forces of Mordor to change tactics, and incendiary ammunition was fired over the wall, setting the lower city ablaze. The orcs also began firing salvos of the decapitated heads of the fallen at Osgiliath in an attempt to destroy the defenders' morale. In response to this, Gandalf, accompanied by Prince Imrahil, made circuits of the Othram, inspiring all who they met to remain steadfast despite the sheer size of the enemy at their gates. On the same day, Aragorn, meeting with the southern Gondorian army, took command and made his way to meet with the Corsair fleet, which was now bearing down on Minas Tirith. This force consisted of archers from the Blackroot Vale near Erich, infantry from Lebanon and Lamadun, and a number of other less distinguished units, yet their support would prove vital in the battle to come. The forces of the king intercepted the Corsair fleet at the famous port city of Peligir in what would later become known as the Battle of Peligir, which was Aragorn's first battle on Gondorian soil since he served in the employ of Denethor's father under the name of Thoringil many years past. The Corsairs, who were not famed for their discipline, had erred in stopping to loot and plunder every port town they came across during their journey towards Minas Tirith, and Aragorn's forces caught them right in the middle of just such an operation. The latter quickly divided his troops among his respective commanders, and they began to pick off the smaller looting parties of the Corsairs. At the same time, the forces of the dead cut a bloody swath through the Corsairs, who were struck by such fear that many jumped from their ships at the sight of the men of Dunharrow rather than face them. In this way, Aragorn quickly liberated the city, and now bolstered by the mariners of Peligir, his troops could swiftly make their way up the Anduin to relieve the besieged Gondor. Aragorn was, however, a man of his word, and first released the Oathbreakers from their torment, announcing that their oaths had been fulfilled, before sending his makeshift flotilla on its way. While the first attempts at breaking the morale of the Gondorians had failed due to the leadership of Gandalf and Imrahil, the Easterlings, using their Mumakil, had pulled the siege towers closer to the wall during the night, and the next day would prove pivotal. The men of Gondor held firm, however, repulsing each wave of orcs and Easterlings respectively, destroying many of their siege towers in the process. Unfortunately for them, the necessity of defending the wall in its entirety from the siege towers meant that the Great Gate, which was the only weakness in the otherwise impenetrable wall, could not be defended sufficiently. Here Gandalf and Imrahil positioned themselves and led the defence of the gate, with the casualties on the part of the besiegers immense due to the unwillingness of the defenders to give any ground, in spite of the unending waves of foes they faced. While the odds seemed stacked against them, as no messenger had been received accounting for reinforcements, the Rohirrim had progressed farther than one would have expected in their attempts to reach the city. This was due to the aid of Gan Burigan, who was the chief of the Druedain of Druedan Forest, an ancient race of men who dwelt within the forest and refused to succumb to the corruption of the Dark Lord, despite his growing influence among the men of the West. Though small in number and in stature, they had warded off a large orcish force using hit-and-run tactics, as well as exceptionally potent poisoned arrows. When Theoden and his 6,000 arrived at the eaves of the forest, they were greeted by Gan Burigan and a company of his men, who warned him of the force who now blocked his path to Minas Tirith. Sensing the urgency of the situation, the chieftain wasted no time in leading the Riders of the Mark through the forest, bypassing the force of orcs and Haredrim, allowing them to arrive at the Ramas Ekor at dawn on March 15th. The situation in Minas Tirith, despite the valiant efforts of its defenders, was worsening. The forces of Mordor had brought forth a great battering ram, known as Grond, named in honour of the warhammer which the original Dark Lord Morgoth had wielded in battle in times long since past. This Hammer of the Underworld had been forged in the foundries of Barad-dûr specifically for the purpose of bringing down the Great Gate of Minas Tirith. The siege work itself was 60 feet in height and 150 long, Created of harsh metals, it maintained a permanent flame in its wolf-like maw, evidencing the vile sorcery used in its creation, and would require a great many trolls to even operate it. Despite its sturdiness, the Great Gate was no match for the greatest siege equipment of the Third Age, and was weakened by the Witch King's sorcery. According to our primary source on the battle, thrice the great ram boomed, and suddenly upon the last stroke, the gate of Gondor broke. As if stricken by some blasting spell, it burst asunder. There was a blast of searing lightning, and the doors tumbled in riven fragments to the ground. The gate had been destroyed utterly, and the forces of the Dark Lord seemed poised to storm the city by force. The Witch King, upon his fell beast, entered the city first, believing the battle to be all but won. Standing before him in the Courtyard of Kings was Gandalf the White, mounted upon Shadowfax, who confronted the greatest servant of the Dark Lord and his endless tides, which were ready to destroy the greatest city of man. The Witch King was at first uncertain, having seen firsthand the power the White Wizard could bring to bear, so the standoff continued for what seemed like an unceasing moment in time. Just as the two looked set to finally test the prophecy uttered so long ago in Arnor, a horn was heard far off in the fields of Pelennor, a horn both the Witch King and the White Wizard recognized. The sons of Eorl had come forth with the future of Middle-earth now resting upon their intervention. The Witch King quickly fled the courtyard, sensing the gravity of the situation his forces now faced. However, Gandalf could not give pursuit, as he received ill news from Pippin of the fate of Faramir. Denethor, having made use of the Palantir one last time, finally had succumbed to the madness, and with his will now broke, sought to commit suicide. Unfortunately, believing his son was now dying, he sought to end Faramir's life alongside his, and had ordered a pyre to be constructed on which he would have them both burned. Pippin protested and was ejected from the room. In a panic, he ran to Beregond of the Citadel, whose love of Faramir overrode his sense of duty to the city, and he rushed into the burial chambers of the kings of Gondor, preventing the pyre from being burned, while Pippin sought out Gandalf's aid. When Gandalf arrived with Pippin, they saw that Beregond had been forced to slay several of the attendants in an attempt to delay the murder-suicide. Gandalf was able to save Faramir. However, the despair of Denethor was so great that even in knowing his son would survive, he elected to cast himself upon the pyre. So ended the life of Denethor, who would be remembered as a strong ruler who was corrupted by evil. King Theoden of Rohan emerged upon a hillock on the edge of the Pelennor fields at the head of 6,000 riders of Rohan, where he looked down upon the doom of his age and did not falter, despite the immensity of the fight which now awaited the aged warrior king. The ranks of Orcs and Southrons now turned to face the new foe, which had emerged seemingly from nowhere. They had been caught unawares, and could not effectively reconfigure their formations to face what was to come. Theoden, turning to his men, organized his commanders, asking of them that they fear no darkness that day, before addressing the 6,000, now numbering as one of the greatest kings to ever have sat upon the throne of his forefathers. Arise, arise, riders of Theoden! Fell deeds awake, fire and slaughter, spear shall be shaken, shield be splintered, a sword day, a red day, ere the sun rises! The chant of death was taken up by the warriors of the Mark, as a cacophony of shouts, cheers and horn blasts filled the air, further breaking the morale of the forces of the Dark Lord. Before Theoden pulled his horse, Snowmane, once more to face the might of Sauron, with a light jolt to the side of his trusty mount, the horse jolted forward, and with this came a thundering of hooves that had never before been heard upon the field of Pelennor. 6,000 of Rohan crashed forward, first meeting the hordes of Orcs, which hastily arranged in a pike formation. The servants of Sauron were powerless to stop the flowing tide of cavalry, and were swept under the hooves of the king and his men with ease. Sensing the desperation of the situation, the great chieftain of the Haradrim mounted a countercharge, meeting Theoden head-on in brutal single combat. The fight dragged on, yet the old king did not falter and struck down his enemy with all the vigour of a man half his age. The Haradrim were further slaughtered as the Rohirrim pushed ever onwards, destroying everything in their path and killing their king, until Theoden looked upon his final foe. The Witch King of Angmar on his fell beast swooped downward, mortally wounding the king under the weight of his beloved steed. The sheer terror the Lord of the Nazgul instilled caused Theoden's honour guard to rout, save for one who was known to his comrades as Denhelm throughout the march to Minas Tirith. It was in fact the king's niece, Éowyn, disguised as a man alongside the hobbit Merry. Unwilling to bow before the terror of the Nazgul, she boldly stood her ground, displaying the same courage her king had moments earlier. The Witch King then confidently stated that no living man can kill me, to which the Shield Maiden of Rohan removed her helmet and responded, "No living man am I, you look upon a woman. Éowyn I am, Eamond's daughter. Begone, if you be not deathless, for living or dark undead I will smite you if you touch him." Now she stood alone before the Lord of the Nine, and struck down his fell beast in defence of her beloved uncle, cleaving the beast's neck in one fell swing of her blade. The infuriated Witch King attacked Éowyn with great malice, hefting a large mace, and shattered her shield, breaking her arm in the process and forcing her back. It was at this point that Meriadoc Brandybuck stabbed the creature in the leg with the barrow blade he had picked up so long ago in his journey. The dagger was of the make of the land of Arnor, and caused the Nazgul immense pain, bringing him to his knees, while also breaking Merry's arm with the force of the impact. Éowyn, then regaining her footing, thrust her blade through the Witch King's helm, finally fulfilling Glorfindel's prophecy at the Battle of Fornost that not by the hand of man would the leader of the Nine be defeated. Badly weakened by the fight, she succumbed to the Black Breath, which was a result of direct contact with a Nazgul, leaving her hovering close to death. Merry then dragged himself closer to the now dying King of Rohan, and was there to hear the dying words of Theoden, Lord of the Mark. "Farewell, Master Hobbit. My body is broken. I go to my fathers, and even in their mighty company, I shall not now be ashamed." Éomer, despite his heartbreak at the loss of his beloved uncle and the perceived loss of his sister, now assumed control of the Rohirrim. The charge, slowed but not stopped, continued to wreak devastation among the forces of Mordor. The men of Gondor began their own sortie from the gates, catching their foes unawares, and also inflicting heavy casualties upon the forces which were closest to the gate. First among them was Imrahil and his mounted Swan Knights, who cut a bloody swath through the forces of the Dark Lord in an attempt to reach Éomer. The fighting grew bloody and desperate, as the immense weight of the Mumakil and Haradrim, alongside the reserves of the Orcs, kept the men of the west separated, allowing the numerical advantage to once more turn the battle in favour of the servants of the Dark Lord, even in the absence of their overall commander. It was at this point that the hearts of every man of the west sunk as the ships of the Corsairs of Umbar arrived. Despite thinking that their defeat and destruction were inevitable, they fought on. Neither side expected Aragorn, alongside the Grey Company and the southern army of Gondor, to emerge from the ships. Yet the impact of this sudden appearance, symbolised by the unfurling of Arwen's banner by Halbarad, was felt by both sides of the conflict. The newly arrived men of the west, with Aragorn at their head, wielding the blade Anduril, drove a wedge through the forces of the Dark Lord, separating those closest to the city from those nearer to the Anduin. None among the servants of Sauron could stand before the might of Anduril that day, as Aragorn swept aside all who stood in his way, cutting deep into the host which threatened his city. Capitalizing upon these unexpected reinforcements, Imrahil and Éomer marshalled their flagging forces time and again through repeated cavalry and infantry charges, cutting off divisions of the Great Horde and slaughtering them en masse. Most of the host of Mordor was slain, with the Orcs now seeing that victory had slipped from their grasp, fleeing and being cut down in the thousands, with many more drowning as they attempted to cross the Anduin to safety. A large force of Easterlings, whose hatred for the men of Gondor outweighed their own instincts for self-preservation, refused to flee the field and fought to the last man, earning the bitter respect of the men of the West. Some of the more disciplined orcs rallied a rearguard of sorts and were successful in inflicting heavy casualties upon both the Gondorian and Rohirrim forces, but soon they were overrun too, with Aragorn finishing the last ones off, effectively ending the orcish resistance and the Battle of the Pelennor Fields. The losses on both sides were considerable, with nearly the entirety of the forces of Mordor utterly destroyed. This was of little consequence to Sauron, however, as he still possessed large numbers of orcs within the plains of Gorgoroth, alongside his experimental new Uruk-hai units. It was the loss of his chief lieutenant, the Witch King of Angmar, which he rued most, as he remained irreplaceable in the eyes of the Dark Lord. Casualties suffered by the men of the West were also substantial, with Theoden chief among their number. Éomer estimated that less than 4,000 Rohirrim were now capable of battle, with a large number of his forces dead, injured, or having lost their mounts. All in all, however, Aragorn estimated that even with the soldiers he would need in the coming conflict, the garrison of Minas Tirith, with the addition of the southern armies, was now greater than it had been before the siege. Despite his triumphant return to the lands of his forefathers as Isildur's heir, Aragorn, taking counsel from those around him, opted not to immediately take the crown. The possibility for counterclaimants, or those who would actively oppose the return of the king, was too great a chance to take at a stage where the fate of Middle-earth still hung upon a knife's edge. Aragorn sought to act as a healer to his people, immediately curing Faramir and Éowyn, who barely clung to life, before turning his attention to the others who had fought so bravely in the defense of the city, saving many lives and easing the suffering of his people everywhere he went. While these selfless acts immediately won over the likes of Faramir, it was his humility and self-sacrifice, exhausted as he was, that won over the people of Gondor. This also fulfilled the prophecy of Eoreth, the chief healer within the city at the time. The hands of the king are the hands of a healer, and so shall the rightful king be known. He continued to heal people between March 15th and 16th within the walls of the White City, thereafter symbolically leaving the city and refusing to return until the future of Middle-earth had been resolved in favour of the Free Folk, as preparations were already being made for a final conflict to match that of the sheer immensity of the final days of the War of the Last Alliance. Sauron's attack on the Northern Realms was foreseen by Gandalf many years earlier, leading the then Grey Wizard to aid Thorin in his quest to reclaim the Lonely Mountain. Gandalf had seen through the guise of the Necromancer of Dol Guldur much earlier and predicted that Sauron would make use of the sheer destruction Smaug could unleash in order to destroy Gondor. The dragon's death at the hand of Bard severely dented the Dark Lord's plans, giving the free peoples of Middle-earth a fighting chance in the war to come, while the newly re-established Kingdom of Dale and Kingdom Under the Mountain provided a vital northern bulwark against the forces of Sauron. In TA 3018, Gloin revealed to the Council of Elrond that messengers had arrived at the gates of the Lonely Mountain, sent on behalf of Sauron, seeking information on the Shire and the Hobbits, while also asking for them to turn over Bilbo's ring. Further, they asked for the submission of the kingdoms to Mordor's overlordship, and when these entreaties were refused, dire consequences had been threatened. Messengers likewise approached King Brand of Dale, and when similar requests were refused, Easterlings loyal to the Dark Lord began to gather on the outskirts of Dale. Likewise, in the realm of Thranduil and that of Lothlorien, the numbers of foul creatures encroaching ever further from Dol Guldur into Mirkwood alerted the elves to the fact that they would not be left unscathed in the coming conflict. Thranduil, Celeborn and Galadriel made what preparations they could. However, many of the finest warriors of the elves had at this stage committed to sailing west to Valinor, leaving the respective elvish forces weakened. This northern theatre of the War of the Ring, therefore, pitted the last of the declining races of elves and dwarfs against the ascendant forces of the Dark Lord, with the outcome of pitched battles remaining exceptionally uncertain. War would come first to Dale, however, as on the 17th of March TA 3019, the massive Easterling host crossed the borders of the kingdom, intending to invade and capture the city. The Easterlings were mainly composed of well-equipped and well-drilled warriors from Rhûn, surprising the forces of Dale and the Lonely Mountain with the speed at which they crossed the Redwater River, given their numbers. Kings Brand and Dane II quickly assembled their forces, and it could be estimated that there were 2,500 dwarves of Erebor and of the Iron Hills, alongside 3,500 men of Dale, compared to that of the 20,000 strong force of Easterlings. This assault coincided with the Siege of Minas Tirith in order to prevent any aid coming to Gondor from the north, tying down these forces in a manner Saruman was unable to achieve with the Riders of Rohan. The two kings met the Easterlings in open battle on the same day the Easterlings crossed the river, hoping to prevent the destruction of Dale, putting their faith in the fact that the foundries of Erebor gave them a massive advantage in terms of their arms and armour. 3 days of heavy fighting ensued, wherein the steadfastness of the dwarves and men of Dale was eventually eroded by the numerical advantage possessed by the men of Rhûn, forcing them to retreat. Seeing that Lake Town would be indefensible, the combined force of men and dwarves attempted to retreat behind the impregnable gates of the Lonely Mountain, with Kings Brand and Dane leading a desperate rearguard action. The two kings managed to buy enough time for their forces to fall back into the mountains. However, Brand was struck down by an Easterling's blade before the gate of the Lonely Mountain. Dane, enraged by the death of his close friend and ally, stood over Brand's corpse and refused to give an inch despite the intense pressure exerted by the far more numerous Easterling force. After a prolonged defence of the King of Dale's body, the Dwarven King under the mountain was also slain, despite the piles of Easterling casualties that mounted around the stalwart king. The forces of the deceased leaders then locked the gates of the mountain and prepared for a prolonged siege. While the men of Dale and dwarves of Erebor and the Iron Hills remained besieged behind the gates of the Lonely Mountain, their primary hope for victory lay with the men of the west, led by the soon-to-be King of Gondor, Aragorn. Even earlier, Lothlorien had been invaded by a host of orcs coming out of Dol Guldur, first on the 11th of March TA 3019, then again on the 15th, and a final assault was then made upon the Elvish lands on the 22nd of March. Meanwhile, on the 15th of March TA 3019, Thranduil's realm was invaded by a large horde of orcs, beginning what would become known as the Battle Under the Trees. This was done to secure the flank of the assaults on Lothlorien, and prevent the great rulers of the Elves converging and forming a unified front against the orcs of Dol Guldur. The Easterlings of Rhûn were to reinforce the assault, however they had been slowed immeasurably by the stubbornness of the defenders of Erebor. The Galadrim, led by Celeborn and Galadriel, repulsed each assault, relying heavily upon the courage and potency of the renowned Elvish swordsmen, alongside the power of Galadriel's ring, to counteract the vast numerical advantage of Dol Guldur. While Thranduil also proved his competency in personally leading the Elven counterattack, the Elven King, whose forces were more renowned for their deadly archers, emerged victorious after a battle which caused a great ruin of fire throughout the woods. This victory caused Thranduil to declare a new year of the Elves shortly after their victory. At this point, Frodo and Sam, alongside their guide Gollum, had made their way to the passes of Cirith Ungol, where the treachery of Gollum was revealed, turning the hobbits against one another, before leading Frodo into the clutches of Shelob, a great spider of immense proportions, and one of the last true descendants of the original Dark Lord Morgoth's ally, Ungoliant. Shelob pricked Frodo with her stinger, causing him to become immobilized and easy prey for the great spider. Sam, however, wielding Sting and the Light of Earendil, fought off the foul beast, saving Frodo's life once more. However, believing his dear friend to be dead, he took the ring and, despite his despair, intended to finish their quest regardless. At this point, a group of orcs and uruks from the garrison of Cirith Ungol came upon Frodo's body and remarked that he was still alive before bringing him to the tower for questioning. Sam then took it upon himself to save the Ring-Bearer's life once more, and taking advantage of the fact that the garrison had engaged in a mild civil war between the Orcs and Uruks for the ownership of Frodo's mithril shirt, was able to reach Frodo before he could come to harm. Here he returned the ring, counting himself among only the company of Bilbo having handed over the One Ring, while also being the only individual to have ever done so willingly. From here, the two hobbits, disguising themselves as best they could, began the perilous journey across the plains of Gorgoroth, which was inhabited by thousands of orcs, in order to complete their quest and cast the ring into the fires of Mount Doom. Meanwhile, following the successful defense of Minas Tirith, Aragorn gathered to him all of the wise men of Gondor, as well as his companions and the most prominent men of Rohan, in order to discuss their final moves in the dying embers of the War of the Ring. This came to be known as the Last Debate, and was conducted outside of the walls of the city, as Aragorn refused to enter until the war had been won and he could be properly proclaimed king. Many men who were well acquainted with tactics and warfare, such as Imrahil and Éomer, put forward their opinions as to the best course of action. Yet it was the counsel of Gandalf which swayed Aragorn, with the wizard remarking, "We have not the ring. Without it we cannot by force defeat his force. But we must at all costs keep his eye from his true peril. We cannot achieve victory by arms, but by arms we can give the ring-bearer his only chance, frail though it be. We must push Sauron to his last throw. We must call out his hidden strength, so that he shall empty his land. We must march out to meet him at once. We must make ourselves the bait, though his jaws should close on us. We must walk open-eyed into that trap, with courage, but small hope for ourselves." Knowing that Frodo and Sam were now within the depths of Mordor, they were left with no other choice but to march out and meet the Dark Lord. By sacrificing their lives, they could buy the Ring-Bearer enough time to complete his quest and save Middle-earth for good and all. Each and every one of those gathered at this last debate knew that it was likely death awaited them, yet it was the only course of action now left to them. A garrison of a size greater than had originally guarded the city was left, and the captain of the West took with him 7,000 soldiers of Gondor and Rohan, alongside his Grey Company. The impossibility of victory was not lost on the men of the West, however, with Imrahil laughing aloud before stating, "Surely this is the greatest jest in all the history of Gondor, that we should ride with 7,000, scarce as many as the vanguard of its army in the days of its power, to assail the mountains and the impenetrable gate of the Black Land. So might a child threaten a mail-clad knight with a bow of string and green willow." The host of the Men of the West left Minas Tirith on March 18th, and bypassed Minas Morgul, heading straight for the Black Gate. Sauron, falsely believing that Aragorn now possessed the ring, and would use its power against him, fell for this ploy, and began to send all of his warriors to the Black Gate. Aragorn then left a force of just under 1,000 men at the crossroads, in order to guard the road to Minas Tirith should the battle go poorly. Midway through Ithilien, they were then assaulted by Haradrim and Easterlings. The soldiers were quickly detected by the rangers of Ithilien, however, and driven off with little casualties. As the Men of the West approached Dagorlad, a number of the farmers of Lossarnach and some of the fainter of heart among the Rohirrim balked at the prospect of assaulting the Black Gate. Aragorn, displaying his compassion, allowed them to leave, instead sending them to liberate Caer Andros, weakening the army even further, so that they maintained a strength of barely 6,000 men. Yet as the host of the West continued ever onwards, they soon came to see the extraordinary vastness of the Black Gate, and even the most valiant among them began to feel the cold tendrils of fear creep through their veins. Heralds were sent upon Prince Imrahil's suggestion to announce the coming of King Elessar. In response, the Black Gate opened a fraction, allowing for a delegation of the Dark Lord to emerge. At their head was a dark Númenórean of the ancient faction of King's Men who had survived the fall of the kingdom and fallen into the service of Sauron. He was known as the Mouth of Sauron and demanded the surrender of the host, producing Frodo's mithril vest and cloak to the despair of Pippin among Aragorn's retinue. Gandalf then asked for the terms of surrender, which were to be Sauron's recognised dominion over Isengard and Rohan, as well as the vassalage of Gondor, to which the Men of the West refused in the plainest of terms. Enraged by their unwillingness to surrender, the mouth of Sauron withdrew behind the Black Gate, which now opened, allowing a force of between 60 and 100,000 orcs, trolls and Uruk-hai to emerge. On top of that, thousands of orcs surfaced from the hillsides surrounding the plain of Morannon, with another force of Easterlings appearing from the former Gondorian garrison tower of Carchost, ensuring that the Men of the West now knew the true strength of Mordor. These denizens of the dark proceeded to surround the host of the West, ensuring that retreat was no longer an option. In the early stages of the battle, the Dark Lord's warriors found it difficult to reach the Men of the West due to the large slag pools and pits of waste that surrounded the Black Gate. This bought Aragorn enough time to organize his soldiers. He placed two forces of 3,000 each upon the two slag piles in the center of the plain of Morannon, which were made up of piles of rubble and waste. The contingent upon the right hill was commanded by Imrahil and Éomer in the front line, while consisting of the Knights of Dol Amroth and elements of the Tower Guard among the regulars of both Rohan and Gondor, while the hill to the left was led by Aragorn alongside Gandalf, the remaining members of the Fellowship, Elladen and Elrohir, sons of Elrond, and the Grey Company, with Arwen's banner flying on its front line. The Dark Lord, with his eye fixed firmly upon the battle, urged his subjects forward. His forces crashed into the host of the West like a tide breaking upon the cliffside. The Men of the West held, utilizing their superior discipline and martial prowess, as well as the height advantage afforded by the slag piles, to hold back the orcs, trolls and evil men. While this valiant defense caused far greater casualties on the part of the Dark Lord, it was not sustainable, and the Men of the West were hard pushed to keep up this immense effort. The remaining Nazgûl then emerged, threatening to dismantle the disciplined lines of the host of the West, before the Great Eagles entered the battle, led by their Windlord Gwaihir. The Eagles and Nazgûl fought for aerial superiority, with Pippin echoing the sentiment of Bilbo during the Battle of the Five Armies by repeating aloud, "The Eagles are coming." As the initial attack of the forces of Sauron failed, armoured trolls, wielding crude maces and cudgels, were sent forth. Their attack managed to effectively break down the lines of the Men of the West, allowing orcs to swarm through, making Aragorn's position borderline untenable on both slag piles. The orcs further took example of the Easterlings and engaged in flanking maneuvers, attempting to make the most of their encirclement. It was only by the valour and steadfastness of Aragorn's soldiers that the defence of the slag piles could be maintained, despite overwhelming pressure from all sides. Meanwhile, Sam and Frodo, having disguised themselves as orcs, had at this point reached Mount Doom and looked poised to bring the battle to a premature end. Coming to the slopes of the Crack of Doom, Frodo's strength gave out, however, and he fell, only for Sam to carry him on his back across the last few steps. At this point, Gollum attacked the two hobbits, with Sam managing to fight him off as Frodo stumbled towards the depths of Mount Doom. Sam, having delayed Gollum long enough, made his way to the Crack of Doom, where, to his horror, Frodo had renounced the quest and claimed the ring as his own, placing it upon his finger. Sauron, now realizing that the ring was within the depths of Mount Doom, pulled his gaze from the plains of Morannon towards the Crack of Doom, calling the Nazgûl to him. This earned the hard-pressed Men of the West a reprieve, as without the will of the Dark Lord driving them onwards, his forces began to falter, allowing the warriors on either slag pile breathing space with which they could reform their lines. A shocked and despairing Sam was caught unaware when Gollum attacked him from behind, knocking him unconscious with a rock, before attacking Frodo. The struggle was brief, as Frodo had been weakened by possessing and resisting the will of the ring for as long as he had, ending with Gollum biting off his finger and taking the one ring from him. Gollum celebrated, reclaiming his precious by dancing maniacally. However, he slipped upon the blood pulsing from Frodo's finger, causing him to fall into the Crack of Doom unwittingly, destroying the One Ring. This caused the destruction of Barad-dûr, the Black Gate, and the Towers of the Teeth. while Mount Doom erupted violently, with the two hobbits barely escaping to the mountainside, where they were now surrounded by lava and ash, seemingly doomed, before being rescued by Gandalf, Gwaihir and his great eagles. With the destruction of the ring, Sauron's being and his power were forever lost, and the threat of his dominion ended forever. On the plains of Morannon, the orcs panicked and began to flee, being cut down in droves by the resurgent men of the West, while some of the Easterlings and Haradrim, bearing an undying hatred towards their western counterparts, fought to the last man, being utterly destroyed on that day. Others surrendered and were pardoned by King Elessar. Orc strongholds remained within the plains of Gorgoroth, however, necessitating Aragorn to lead his forces, which were still capable of fighting, immediately into the depths of Mordor to ensure the purging of the area was complete. Aragorn then freed the slaves of Nirn, granting them this extremely fertile area in the far south of the realm of Mordor to be ruled as they wished, following their years of enslavement under the cruel reign of Sauron. News of the demise of the Dark Lord spread quickly, with the Easterlings besieging the Lonely Mountain soon hearing of their overlord's destruction, which sapped them of any degree of morale. The armies of Dale and Erebor, now led by their new kings Bard II and Thorin III Stonehelm, led a sortie consisting of all the forces remaining to them still capable of fighting, and on the 27th of March drove the Easterlings from their lands, ending the siege of the Lonely Mountain. While this was ultimately a victory for Dale and Erebor, the casualties were high, lowering what were already scarce numbers of dwarfs, assuring the ascendancy of man. The Elves, using their victory at the Battle Under the Trees, and the fact that the Nazgûl were gone with the defeat of their master, attacked Dol Guldur, led by Celeborn, Galadriel and Thranduil. We don't know much about the ensuing battle, but what we know for sure is that in one of the last true examples of the magic in this world, Galadriel came to the gates and cast down the walls, foul pits and crevices. Dol Guldur was finally destroyed and the forest was cleansed. In the aftermath of the Battle of the Black Gate and the destruction of the One Ring, Aragorn was returning to Gondor to be duly crowned as King Elessar, having been given the name by Galadriel on May 1st TA 3109. The ceremony was vast in nature, with people from all over Middle-earth coming to witness the events. Faramir met with the soon-to-be king outside the walls of the city, before announcing the return of the king to his people. Here is Aragorn, son of Arathorn, chieftain of the Dunedain of Arnor, captain of the host of the West, bearer of the Star of the North, wielder of the sword reforged, victorious in battle, whose hands bring healing, the Elfstone, Elessar of the line of Valendil, Isildur's son, Elendor's son of Numenor. Shall he be king and enter into the city and dwell there? And all those gathered cried approval aloud in one voice, allowing Aragorn to once more enter the city he had saved not long before, this time not only as a healer, but also as king. Frodo was given the honour of carrying the crown, and Gandalf then placed the wings of pearl and silver, which formed the likeness of a seabird, upon Aragorn's head. Faramir, who was now the steward of Gondor, cried aloud, "Behold the king!" a cry which was taken up once more by the populace of the city in one voice. With this, King Elessar entered the city to the ringing of silver trumpets as the royal banner was unfurled from the highest tower in the city. Several months later, a company of elves led by Elrond came to the city. He handed over to Aragorn the symbol of royalty in Arnor, the scepter of Annúminas, confirming his status as King of Arnor. Shortly afterward, Aragorn and Arwen were married, with the new Queen of Gondor and Arnor renouncing her immortality for the love she bore the greatest of the line of Isildur. Aragorn became the 26th King of Arnor and the 35th King of Gondor, and the first High King of the reunited kingdom. He would found the House of Telconta and rule until the year 120 of the Fourth Age. Soon after this, a great host led by Aragorn went north, and while the king and the rest of the Fellowship stopped in Rivendell, Gandalf and the hobbits continued onwards to the Shire. Dark events transpired in the region in the dying days of the War of the Ring while the Fellowship was in the south. using the money earned from selling pipeweed to the wizard Saruman, a relative of Bilbo and Frodo, Lotho Sackville Baggins, initiated a massive land grab, allowing him to take the place of Chief of the Shire. The former White Wizard sent Dunlendings and Goblin men, who the locals started calling ruffians, to assist in this process, providing the necessary support to maintain rule over the hobbits, who were left without protection when the Dunedain went south to support Aragorn. Following the defeat of Sauron, Saruman used the power of his voice, which was one of the last elements of magic he could yet control, to convince Treebeard to allow him to leave the Tower of Isengard. Then, Saruman, under the guise of Sharky, came to the Shire, accompanied by Grima Wormtongue, quickly deposing and imprisoning the former chief and taking direct control over his new dominion. He had begun to turn the once content and peaceful region into an industrialized area, similar to what he had achieved in Isengard. However, Frodo, Sam, Merry and Pippin arrived just in time to thwart his plans to despoil the region in what became known as the Scouring of the Shire. Before entering the Shire, Gandalf, Frodo and company stayed the night in the Prancing Pony in Bree, and were informed by Barlam and Butterbur that the situation had changed. Strange and harsh men from the south had begun to settle around Bree, much to the discontent of men and hobbits who had previously lived in the area. This culminated in a fight on the streets of Bree, where Saruman's forces, led by Bill Ferny, were driven out by the men of Bree, led by Matt Heathertoes. Gandalf then took the hobbits to the edge of the Shire before leaving to meet with Tom Bombadil, assuring his companions that their training and experiences during the War of the Ring would mean they would meet the challenge with which they were about to be posed. The four hobbits, upon arriving in the Shire, were shocked to see what had become of the home they had fought for so long to protect during the prior events of the War of the Ring. Having grown much in terms of courage and strength throughout their travels, the returning hobbits soon took up a leadership role, rousing all who wished to put an end to Sharky's cruelty. Prior to this mustering, the leadership of Saruman's ruffians challenged Frodo's authority, but when challenged by the blades of the hobbits, fled, allowing Merry to make use of the Horn of Rohan given to him by Theoden to great effect. Moving swiftly, a force of Shirefolk was assembled in short order and made what preparations they could to meet the forces of the disgraced former wizard. In total, there were 200 Bucklanders, 100 Tooks, and a number of locals supplementing this company, which had to face 150 ruffians. What came next would be known as the Battle of Bywater, and it occurred on November 3rd, TA 3019. As Pippin was still a Knight of Gondor, and wasn't released from his oath by Aragorn, this could also be seen as the first battle in the restoration of Arnor. At this point, the Shire was still a part of the realm of Arnor, allowing the hobbits to engage in combat with the will of the High King of the Dunedain behind them. After being initially rebuked, the leader of the ruffians returned with a larger force. However, they were promptly surrounded, and when he attempted to assault Merry, he was struck down by 4 arrows from the ever-effective archers of the Shire. They displayed the same strength which had allowed them to aid the King of Gondor as far back as the Battle of Fornost. The rest of the ruffians were then arrested and imprisoned. More men were dispatched by Sharky. However, the Hobbit forward scouts gave the members of the Fellowship sufficient time to prepare a defense of Bywater. Merry and Pippin took charge, utilizing everything they had learned during their service in the employ of the King of Rohan and Steward of Gondor. Makeshift roadblocks were prepared using carts and wagons, and when the ruffians arrived, they entered the center of the built-up area only to find they had been entrapped. The advantages of their greater stature and strength compared to an individual hobbit were eliminated in this way. Attempting a breakout, many were struck down by the deadly volleys of arrows loosed by the hobbits, and those who successfully broke through their entrapment were promptly surrounded and cut down. Sam, Merry and Pippin took an active role in the combat, displaying their martial prowess and inspiring their fellow Shirefolk to hold the line, even though they were not comparable in terms of strength. Frodo meanwhile did not fight, but instead ensured that every ruffian who threw down their arms and surrendered was not slaughtered, but instead imprisoned and treated fairly. The battle was a resounding victory for the Shirefolk, as only 19 hobbits were killed with 30 wounded, compared to the 70 ruffians who were killed and 12 captured. while the remainder of Sharky's men fled the Shire. The following day, Frodo and the other hobbits led their force to Hobbiton to confront Sharky, discovering it was in fact Saruman. The wizard was now powerless, and Frodo exiled him, granting him his life if he was to leave the Shire and never return. Saruman, having been forever tainted by his former master Sauron, responded with characteristic cruelty, decrying the weakness of the hobbits before viciously kicking Grima Wormtongue. This was too much for the former Man of Rohan, whose patience broke, and he lunged for the former despot of the Shire, slitting his throat. Before Frodo could stop them, the archers of the Shire reacted, piercing Grima with multiple arrows and ending his life immediately. This was the last military engagement of the War of the Ring. The War of the Ring had far-ranging ramifications for every nation in Middle-earth, none more so than that of Gondor. Aragorn went on to rebuild the Kingdom of Arnor after so many years of decay, fostering close relations with the other realms of men, dwarves and elves, among them Dale and Erebor, who continued to prosper in the Fourth Age. He also successfully campaigned alongside his chief commanders Imrahil and Éomer against the Easterlings and Haradrim, forever ending the threat posed by them. The three men led campaigns beyond the Sea of Ruin, enforcing peace with the Easterlings who dwelt there. Campaigns to the south were also conducted, with the dual might of Gondor and Rohan forcing the men of Harad to give up their possessions in southern Gondor. Likewise, an assault was made on the city of Umbar, which Aragorn had last entered while serving under Denethor's father under the guise of Thorongil. The Corsairs of Umbar were utterly routed, and the port city, which had been founded by the Númenóreans so many centuries prior, was returned to its holdings, with the remaining black Númenóreans who resided there seemingly killed also, bringing an end to their destructive legacy since the fall of Numenor. The Orcs had also been reduced to insignificant mountain bands following the destruction of the Dark Lord, and the United Kingdom, not that one, reached its greatest territorial extent since Elendil first arrived in the west, ensuring there were no longer any true threats to the High Kingship. Aragorn maintained Minas Tirith as his capital, leading to a quick repopulation of the region, reconstructed Annúminas to serve as his northern capital, and rebuilt Fornost Arrayne from the ruins of the desolation of the Witch King, constructing a great city in which many men came to reside. The Kingdom of Arnor once more prospered, as the corruption wrought by the Great War in the north was finally cleansed from the region, and it would once more regain the strength it had once possessed at its height. Minas Morgul was razed to the ground, as its corruption would take many years to be fully cleansed from the former joint fortresses of Gondor, with a new holding being built in the Emen Arnen for Faramir and Éowyn to dwell within. Osgiliath was once more rebuilt, also regaining the splendour which had initially made it the first capital of the kingdom, becoming more and more populous as the reign of Elessar continued. Aragorn named Faramir Prince of Ithilien, marrying Éowyn, and the Shire was given independent status from the newly re-established realm of Arnor under the sceptre of Annúminas. The king even added the Westmarch to its territory, decreeing that no man was ever to enter into the Shire again, himself included. Even after Aragorn's death, following 120 years of wise rule and the accession of his son, Eldarion, the descendants of this line would continue to rule wisely and well, maintaining the golden age started by their patriarch, following on from the flames of war. Meanwhile, Arwen would die just a year after her husband of a broken heart and was buried at Carin Amroth in Lorien. In Rohan, Éomer assumed the throne, marrying his dear friend Imrahil's daughter, Lothiriel, who he had fallen in love with during his stay in Gondor. He would prove a gallant ally to the Gondorians in the campaigns that followed, ensuring the Oath of Yall would continue in perpetuity. Isengard was granted to the Ents, who filled in Saruman's pits and reforested the area, renaming it the Treegarth of Orthanc. While in the Glittering Caves, which Gimli had been forced to take refuge in during the Battle of Helm's Deep, permission was given by Éomer for him to set up a Dwarven colony there, which prospered for many years due to the mineral wealth of the caves. The Balrog, being now defeated, also allowed the Longbeard Dwarfs under Durin VII to retake Khazad Dûm after so many years exiled from their holds. Legolas would go on to found a colony in Ithilien, while his father Thranduil, alongside Celeborn and Galadriel, purged Dol Guldur of corruption and created a land for the Beornings to reside. However, the destruction of the One Ring ensured the decline of the Elves, as the Three Rings began to fade in power, causing the kingdoms which had been preserved by them to fade also. This caused a mass exodus of Elves across the sea to Valinor, with all three of the ring-bearers departing. Lorien was eventually abandoned, with the Elves of Lothlorien who did not depart moving to the southern part of Mirkwood, founding the realm of East Lorien. The majority of the Elves of Rivendell also departed, leaving only Elrond's sons, Celeborn, and a small population of Elves to inhabit the region. Eventually, Celeborn, whose heart yearned for Galadriel, took passage to the Undying Lands with his company, and it is said that with him went the last living memory of the elder days in Middle-earth. Frodo never truly recovered from his wounds, and upon finishing his version of The Lord of the Rings in the Red Book of Westmarch in the year of the Third Age 3021, joined Bilbo and Gandalf, who by now had achieved all that was required of him in Middle-earth, as well as Elrond and Galadriel aboard an elven ship. Frodo and Bilbo were allowed passage to the Undying Lands as they were ring-bearers, in the hopes of healing the damage to their spirit that bearing the ring had caused. Sam married Rosie Cotton, having 13 children with her, and was elected Mayor of the Shire for 7 consecutive 7-year terms, before in the year 61 of the Fourth Age, leaving to take a ship to the Undying Lands as a former ring-bearer to join Frodo in Valinor. Meanwhile, Merry became the Master of Buckland in the year 11 of the Fourth Age, living at Brandy Hall and also Crickhollow, and in the year 13 of the Fourth Age, Pippin became the 32nd Thane of the Shire, a position he maintained for 40 years, before renouncing it in the year 63 of the Fourth Age, when he revisited Rohan and Gondor with Merry. Merry was 102 years old at this stage, and died in Gondor not long after arriving, being laid to rest in Gondor. Pippin died not long after, and was laid to rest with Merry in Gondor. After the great King Elessar died in the year 120 of the Fourth Age, Merry and Pippin were entombed next to him. After Aragorn's death, Legolas and Gimli left their respective colonies in the hands of their people. The pair, that had grown incomprehensibly close despite initial frictions between them, then went west, where Legolas built one last ship at the Havens to take them across the sea towards Valinor. In doing so, Gimli became the first and only ever dwarf to make his way to the Undying Lands. Neither of them was ever seen again in Middle-earth, and lived in Valinor with their old friends to the very dying days of the world. This tale begins with the supreme deity Eru Ilúvatar, a being of such power that he transcended Arda itself, existing beyond the world even after its creation. Prior to the creation of Arda, Eru Ilúvatar had brought into being a number of spirits called the Ainur. These spirits were the offspring of Ilúvatar's thought, and were provided with an understanding of only the part of Eru Ilúvatar's mind from whence they came. There was, however, one exception to this. Melkor was a brother to the great Manwë, the spirit who would, in time, become the Lord of the Valar. It was these two who were the mightiest of their kind. Melkor had been given some of the aspects from which the others had sprung, yet for all the strength these gifts provided Melkor with, he never knew the mind of Eru to the degree Manwë could. One of the greatest gifts that Eru could offer was the kindling of the Ainur with the flame imperishable. This effectively meant that the Ainur were allowed to exercise free will, which had devastating consequences for the other denizens of Arda, who had yet to be created at this stage in the story. Eru subsequently taught his creations in the arts of music, and when he deemed them to be sufficiently proficient in this art, he called them all together to bring forth the Song of the Ainur, also known as the Ainulin Dali. The first paragraphs of this song focused upon a time before the creation of Arda and the beginning of time itself. This was followed by the maturing of the Ainur and the cultivation of the fledgling music into the first theme. Through this first theme, the very heavens became filled with music making. Each of the individual Ainur at first understood little else but their comprehension, and grew with every discordant chord. As time progressed in the first hours of the world, the exposure of each Ainur to one another, and the comprehension that came with it, ensured the verses became ever more collaborative. The contributions of each individual revolved around the particular themes which had been given to them by Eru himself, and would correspond to the aspect of the Peerless One from which they had been created. Through contemplating what they were now hearing, each Ainu became aware of the other Ainur and the music that each individual brought forward, alongside the themes that defined their music. This conjunction continued for some time, with each of the Ainur discovering one another until eventually all became known and familiar to each individual Ainu alongside the themes which they brought forth. This period of understanding brought an idea to Eru's mind. He proposed to his creations a first great design with which the music of the Ainur would be united with a common purpose. With the course decided upon, Eru charged his creations with the elaboration and expansion of this grand design. Although each of the Ainu were creations of Eru, thoughts of his were embodied, and through the flame imperishable, each of them was expected to cultivate the grand theme by utilizing their own free will. It would only be in the distant future, at the very end of days, that all beings created by Iluvatar would fully understand the concepts and themes they had been charged to embody personally and how they fit within the entirety of the overall scheme. Though it seemed that the discord of the earliest points of the Ainulin Dali had been put to an end, this would not last long, for the impatience of Melkor soon rose to the surface. Melkor had grown to dislike the tedious process by which the Ainur learned of the themes, and how they would each fit as a complete symphony. Melkor's precociousness was only matched by his unwillingness to obey and contribute to the grand design. As such, he developed themes of his own. However, Melkor did not develop these themes at first. Instead, he joined with his fellow Ainu in their chorus. Yet eventually, the wonderfully coordinated music of the Ainur was disrupted when the future Dark Lord stepped forward and began to bring forth the themes he himself had developed in isolation from that which had been bestowed upon him by Eru. These themes disrupted the almighty harmony, causing a battle to be waged within the choir. The music of Eru was described as deep and wide and beautiful, but slow and blended with an immeasurable sorrow, from which its beauty chiefly came, whereas that of Melkor was described as loud and vain and endlessly repeated, essayed to drown the other music by the violence of its voice. Despite the most malicious machinations of Melkor, he could not drown out the great music, and even his most triumphant notes were taken by the other and woven into its solemn pattern. However, a number of the lesser spirits, known as the Maiar, were corrupted by Melkor's discordant tones during the Ainulin Dali, who would later make up his chief lieutenants, amongst them Sauron and the Balrogs. Eru would then introduce a second theme, which Melkor once more corrupted and devolved into a chaotic conflict of discordant harmonies. However, Eru remained more powerful than any other being in existence, and called a halt to the disharmony introduced by Melkor with one chord, deeper than the abyss, higher than the firmament, piercing as the light of the eye of Iluvatar. This led to the end of the great music, which was followed by Iluvatar's chastisement of Melkor before leaving. This caused Melkor to turn to anger in response. Eru then showed the Ainur a vision of what the great music could achieve in a material reality, a snapshot of all that was to come. The birth, continued development, and eventual death of the world flashed before the eyes of each of the Ainur. At this moment, Melkor realized that even in creating such rebellious themes, the disruption would only serve to elaborate Eru's master plan further. In a way, his attempt at causing discord and destruction had merely been a cog in the overarching development of the vision which was now presented to the Ainur. At this point, the third theme was discussed, and with it, the children, that of the humans and elves, and their future home, Ada. The majority of the Ainur came to love this vision of the new world which was to be. However, amongst this number, Melkor wished above all to assert his will over Ada and dominate it. This vision ended as abruptly as it began. Yet, before any of the Ainur could fully comprehend the work of Eru Iluvatar in its entirety, their music became reality in the material plane. Each of the Ainur would remember a part of the past, present, and future of the universe. However, none possessed the full knowledge of what would unfold, least of all the later days of the universe. The Ainur had now become restless, as they had come to love the world and the children who would come to inhabit it. Even Melkor now wished to play a benign role in Ada's future. Following this manifestation of the physical world, the majority of the most powerful Ainur entered Ea, on a precondition that the universe's course matched up to the great music. These most powerful Ainur became known as the Valar, and became a part of the world at its very earliest dawn. However, Melkor remained amongst their number. Upon the Ainur's entry into the material plane, the world had only been foresung, and would require great effort and strength of focus to craft and fulfill the promise of the great music. Manwë, Ulmo, Ó'hÁinle and Melkor were the Valar who played the greatest role in the formation of Arda, with the latter undoing much of the work of the former. Melkor, due to his tendencies towards domination, laid claim to the entirety of Arda, while Manwë collected all Valar and Maiar friendly to him in order to forge an opposition to Melkor. Manwë subsequently became the leader of the Valar, by way of the others recognizing his primary role in the second theme. Melkor would then withdraw from the earth, but once again he would return and seek to make war on Manwë. However, he could not displace Manwë from his throne, and the earth was finally finished and made ready for the coming of the Eldar and Edain. The formal entrance of Melkor into the world once more led to the first war inside time, wherein the terrible majesty of Melkor's power was tested by the Valar, led by Manwë. Little is recorded of the first mighty battle of this age. However, it has been chronicled that the majority of the conflict centered around Melkor attempting to undo the works of the other Ainur. Ultimately, Melkor's works were unable to alter Eru's grand plan, and his actions could change but not destroy the intentions of the Valar. As such, the earth was made ready for the children. At this point, Arda was left as little else but a flat world, which was given light by the Valar's creation of 2 immense lamps. Into this world would come the children, and with them great death, devastation, and above all else, a fulfillment of the great music. In the days that followed, Feanor embarked upon his great expedition in the hopes of reclaiming the Silmarils, while Beren and Luthien would restore hope to the free peoples, only for it to be stolen with the shedding of unnumbered tears. Turin Turambar would succumb to the doom placed upon his family, while his cousin Tuor would unwittingly bring devastation to Gondolin, and Earendil would bring to bear the true might of the Valar, causing the downfall of the first Dark Lord. Later, Numenor would rise and fall beneath the very waves of its own hubris and arrogance. The faithful amongst the Númenórean exiles would bring with them the spark of resistance necessary to continue the fight against the heir to Morgoth. The kingdoms of Arnor and Gondor would rise, with the former falling and the latter struggling ever onward, aided by a new ally in the Horse Lords of Rohan. The great dragon Smaug took up residence in Erebor at the bloody expense of the dwarves of the Lonely Mountain, only to be removed from his newfound domain by a company of the making of a certain Gandalf the Grey. Then, as the dying days of the Third Age drew to their ultimate conclusion, the very fate of Middle-earth rested upon the shoulders of one of Middle-earth's smallest denizens, who would bring an end to the scourge of the final Dark Lord. Thus, the fourth and final age of Middle-earth was ushered in by the reign of King Elessar, and the final disbandment of the Fellowship of the Ring. However, although Aragorn ruled wisely and well, his death was not the end of the story of Middle-earth. Indeed, long after the War of the Ring and the reign of King Aragorn came the Dagor Dagorath, the battle of all battles, the last battle, and the Day of Doom. For although Morgoth had been laid low, he was not merely bound but unhoused from the body to which he had been attached. After this beheading, his spirit had been entrapped by the impressively enchanted Chain of Angainor, after which the fallen Dark Lord had been cast through the Door of Night. However, even imprisoned, Morgoth's will remained capable of pushing through the door. Thus, he continued to influence those who lived in the world beyond. Such was thought to be the end, but a further prophecy of Mandos was brought upon the world at the end of Morgoth's reign of tyranny. In the end, Morgoth discovered how to break through the Door of Night, and brought darkness to the sun and moon itself. This necessitated the great mariner Earendil returning from his realm upon the clouds to meet with Tulkas, Manwë, Eonwë and Turin Turambar within the plains of Pelennor. There the forces of the Valar once more clashed with the might of Melkor, assisted by Ar-Pharazôn and the men of Numenor, who had been swallowed up during their invasion of Valinor. Tulkas met the Dark Lord in single combat, wrestling him to the ground. However, it was Turin, wielding the black blade Gurthang, who pierced the heart of Melkor. Then shall the last battle be gathered on the fields of Valinor. In that day Tulkas shall strive with Morgoth, and on his right hand shall be Eonwë, and on his left Turin Turambar, son of Hurin, returning from the doom of men at the ending of the world. and the black sword of Turin shall deal unto Morgoth his death and final end, and so shall the children of Hurin and all fallen men be avenged." After this final confrontation, the 3 Silmarils were recovered from the earth, sea and sky, only to be broken by Feanor. Thus, with their flame, Yavanna would rekindle the 2 trees. From this, an immense light would burst forth, and the Pelori mountains would be levelled to the ground. The battle thus ended, Arda's very being was renewed, all elves were once more awoken, and the powers were restored to their youth. From this came the second music of the Ainur, which brought into being a new world, as the Eldar and Edain joined the harmony. Unable to sing, the dwarves believed that their role would be aiding in the rebuilding of Arda at the side of Valar, Auli or Mahal. Although the prophecy of Mandos struck through, they knew nothing that diverged from its words. All that was certain was that the second music would better the first, and the world would be remade finer and more beautiful than any had yet seen. Beleriand would be raised from the cold depth of the sea, and the world reforged by the dwarves and their creator Auli. In doing so, the dwarves would come to be counted amongst the children of Iluvatar, and with the Maker's Song, joined by all of the children, they would usher in a new world, devoid of the darkness of the old. That is what we know about the history of the world of Middle-earth. However, we always have more stories to tell for the world of Tolkien and beyond, and are planning to cover the battles of many other fantasy, sci-fi and space opera universes. So make sure you have subscribed and pressed the bell button. Please consider liking and sharing as it helps immensely, and don't forget to comment. We'll try to read and respond to every comment, as we want to know what you think about this video and which videos you hope to see in the future. This is the Wizards and Warriors channel, and we'll catch you on the next one.